Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Lifted Thor's Hammer? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In this alternate scenario, Deku gains the abilities of Thor, which include super strength, super speed, invulnerability, flight, weather and earth manipulation, lightning manipulation, teleportation, super intellect, and Mjolnir, his hammer. The hammer can only be lifted by those deemed worthy, so if Deku places it on someone unworthy, they will be stuck beneath it unless he intervenes. When Mjolnir is thrown, it cannot be stopped or blocked, and once called back, it will return to Deku's hand no matter the distance. The hammer can also charge Deku's life force to unleash a powerful final attack known as the God Blast, which will temporarily render him a normal person for 24 hours. He can easily disguise himself with a bit of magic from the hammer. Deku also possesses the Thor Force, granting him universal control, but he can only access this power once he reaches adulthood. Additionally, he has a mode where he becomes completely enraged, losing control but gaining 10 times his normal power. On a side note, Deku's physical attributes are extraordinary. He can take on 100% of All Might's power effortlessly. He can also move at light speed, but he refrains from doing so to avoid harming the surroundings and innocent bystanders. Now, let's dive into our story. It begins in Asgard, where Thor and Odin are engaged in a fierce battle against the Midgard Serpent, striving to prevent it from destroying their world. They fight valiantly, buying enough time for Odin to transfer Thor's powers and consciousness into Mjolnir, sending it to a distant planet where someone worthy could become the new Thor and restore Asgard. After a long and arduous battle, Odin completes the task and turns to Thor. "It's done, and you just need to throw it, so put the enchantment on the hammer," Odin said, handing Thor the hammer. "I am proud of you, my son. We have ensured the survival of Asgard even after its destruction." Thor replied, "I know, father, but now I need to focus." He placed the hammer near his forehead and whispered, "Whoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." He then threw the hammer towards Earth. As he watched it soar away, Thor turned to his father and said, "You weren't the best father, but I am glad I got to live with you. Thank you." With tears in his left eye, Odin hugged him tightly. They embraced each other just as the Midgard Serpent approached, consuming them and destroying the core of Asgard, unleashing a monster that had been chained beneath, awakening it from its slumber and sending it into space. Meanwhile, on Earth, a young Izuku Midoriya was born on July 15th. On that very day, Mjolnir fell to Earth in the middle of Japan, causing significant destruction. All the heroes rushed to investigate but found only the hammer in the crater. They all tried to lift it, but it wouldn't budge, not even for Prime All Might. They decided to set up a research site around it and repair the town. For years, they studied the hammer. Fast forward 4 years after Izuku's birth, he was filled with excitement as he was about to visit the quirk doctor. He played with his All Might figure while his mother enthusiastically agreed to everything he said about heroes. When the doctor called them in, he delivered the devastating news. Izuku was quirkless and should give up on his dream of becoming a hero. This crushed Izuku, mirroring the events of the original story. As they walked home in silence, the same events unfolded until the final day of middle school. Bakugo declared he would get into UA and, as a pro, would move that unmovable hammer. This made everyone laugh, but they quickly stifled their amusement, except for Izuku, who let out a small laugh. Angered, Bakugo glared at him, causing an explosion that destroyed Izuku's desk. The teacher then revealed that Izuku had also applied to UA, which only fueled Bakugo's rage. He burned Izuku's shoulder and told him to take a swan dive off the roof before storming out. Deep in thought on his way home, Izuku contemplated Bakugo's words and felt despair. But as he approached a tunnel, he shook his head and declared, "I will be a great hero who saves people with a smile." He entered the tunnel, laughing, but soon heard a voice and turned to see the sludge villain. Panic set in as he tried to escape but tripped, allowing the villain to catch him and begin to take over his body while monologuing about using him as a vessel. Just then, he heard a loud crash as a man emerged from the sewer, declaring, Everything is fine because I am here. Izuku looked up, half-conscious, and noticed the muscular blonde hero. Suddenly he felt a rush of air pressure as All Might used Texas Smash to defeat the sludge villain. He then carried the unconscious Izuku out of the tunnel and laid him on the ground, capturing the villain in a bottle. While flipping through Izuku's notebook, All Might was impressed by the detailed analysis. He noticed a page with his autograph and signed it before gently waking Izuku. Thank goodness. I thought we lost you there, young. Izuku jolted awake, exclaiming, Izuku Midoriya. I need your autograph. He looked at his notebook, already signed, and thanked All Might, saying it would be a family heirloom passed down for generations. Then, with newfound seriousness, he asked, But All Might, can I become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? All Might paused, then reverted to his smaller form, shocking Izuku. He explained the fight 5 years ago with a villain and how he had a time limit. As for your question, no, you can't become a hero. It's too dangerous for you, and you would slow others down. I know you might want to become a villain after this. Many do. But if you choose that path, just make me your target and leave innocent people out of it. I'm sorry, kid, but the truth can hurt. With that, All Might left, patting his pockets only to realize they were empty. He heard an explosion and rushed to investigate, with Izuku following. They arrived to see Bakugo trapped by the sludge villain. Izuku thought, I caused it to escape by hanging on to All Might. I am so useless. Meanwhile, All Might berated himself, thinking, what a pathetic hero I am. Izuku then noticed Bakugo's pleading eyes and, without thinking, rushed in past the heroes. He threw his bag at the villain and managed to free Bakugo's mouth. All Might, seeing this, tried to power up but was unable to. As a result, the attack that All Might blocked in the original story struck Izuku, leaving him gravely injured. Suddenly, Mjolnir began to emit powerful energy spikes, and thunder rumbled. It shot up, breaking the sound barrier and heading towards Izuku at incredible speed. Just before it struck him, his hand caught it, and lightning struck the area. When the lightning cleared, it revealed Izuku, transformed. Standing there in Thor's armor, without the metal sleeves and cape, Izuku held Mjolnir in his right hand. His eyes glowed with the power of thunder, and he stood a bit taller. He faced the sludge villain, began to float, and spun his hammer around, creating a small tornado that lifted the villain off the ground. As he increased the speed, the sludge villain broke apart. He then grabbed Bakugo and landed, surrounded by his friends, who were in awe, questioning how he could lift Thor's hammer. Izuku replied anxiously, I don't know. I don't even know how to change back. Suddenly, Thor's voice echoed through Mjolnir, instructing him, just hit it on the ground, handle first, and think of reverting to normal. Izuku made some space and transformed back, telling everyone, I don't have all the answers, but if the hammer chose me, I promise I won't fail and will become a great hero. You might wonder why he sounded so confident. It was the adrenaline from returning from the brink of death. He then ran off, and while walking home, Bakugo approached him, saying, even if you can lift the hammer and have the powers of a god now, I'll still beat you up anytime. He turned away, tossing and playing with Mjolnir, muttering to himself, I have something like a quirk now, I will definitely become a hero. Suddenly he was startled by All Might stepping out from an alleyway, saying, I'm sorry for what I said before, but you can't become a hero. This shocked Izuku, leaving him sad. Before he could respond, All Might continued, because you already are one. You ran in powerless and saved that kid, that makes you a hero. Hearing this, Izuku cried, and All Might explained about One for All, expressing his desire for Izuku to be his successor because he was already worthy. I see that you need the hammer to transform, so you could be seriously hurt before you get the chance to. It would also help you fight without power. Izuku replied, why not someone else like Bakugo? He was pretty heroic back there and held on to his consciousness more than I did. He is a better candidate. All Might responded, yes, he is strong, but he acted selfishly. He kept using his quirk, which hurt people and prevented the heroes from helping him. If he hadn't used his quirk, he could have been saved before we arrived. I'm not saying he's a bad person. He just doesn't understand that being a hero means putting others before yourself. So, I ask you again, will you accept my power? Izuku thought deeply and finally said, "Fine, you convinced me." All Might instructed him to meet at the beach the next morning and to bring the hammer. Izuku replied, "Yes, sir," and went home. He found his mother waiting at the door, worried. She hugged him tightly asking, "Oh my boy, are you hurt?" Izuku reassured her, "I'm fine, just tired. Can I go to sleep?" She kissed his forehead and said, "Of course, my hero." With a smile, Izuku went to his room, lay on his bed, and fell asleep. He awoke on a vast floating island, surrounded by female warriors. A tall, strong-looking man with a beard approached him and said, "Izuku, I suppose?" Izuku looked at him in awe. "You're Thor, the god of thunder." Thor nodded, "Yes, I am." "Izuku, I want to talk to you about your newly acquired powers." Without wasting time, Izuku quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Thor continued, "Walk with me, kid. You see, this is Valhalla, where those who died in battle come after they die." Izuku, shocked, asked, "Did I die?" Thor reassured him, No, I just brought you here. This is one of the 9 realms connected by Yggdrasil, the tree that holds great power and allows life to exist. My world is Asgard, which was destroyed 14 years ago by the Midgard Serpent and other creatures. I died in that battle, but before I died, I placed my powers into the hammer and enchanted it so that only those who are worthy may wield it and use my powers. My powers are godlike. I can create weather and manipulate every element, including time, space, and reality. But you will acquire those 3 powers when you are, for now, you can manipulate every aspect of Earth, as my mother was the goddess Freya, the mother of Earth. You have the Izuku Force, which grants you godly powers nigh omnipresence, nigh omniscience, and nigh omnipotence. However, you will only gain these when this power is passed down from one king of Asgard to another and takes the name of that person. When I wielded it, it was called the Thor Force, and before that, the Odin Force. You can also access the armory of Asgard, which is filled with godly weapons and other items. Have you processed this information so far? Izuku replied, "Yes, sir, but I have another question. What happens when I hit the hammer and revert back to normal?" "Good question," said Thor. "When you become mortal again, you put the powers back into the hammer and lose all my physical aspects, such as super strength, speed, invulnerability, and more. Any more questions?" Izuku asked, "What if 2 people are worthy of it?" Another good question. Whoever was deemed worthy first and transformed into my armor will have my full powers, even if they aren't holding the hammer. They will be the only one with access to my full powers. If someone else who is worthy lifts the hammer while another is already deemed worthy, they only gain weather manipulation and physical boosts as long as they are holding the hammer, but those boosts are about 100% of one for all. Izuku, shocked, looked at Thor and asked, "How do you know about one for all?" Thor replied, "Nigh omniscience, I almost know everything." To say that if you lost your worthiness and couldn't lift the hammer, you would lose all your abilities, and whoever picks up the hammer first afterward would become the next Thor. However, a person who was once worthy but lost their worthiness can regain it, so there's no need to worry if that ever happens. I've lost my powers multiple times but always managed to regain them. And yes, I know you will inherit one for all, and I believe you deserve it because I see the fire in your heart. Even if you lost my powers, you would still be able to help others with one for all. Once you've trained, I will teach you rune magic and spells so you can channel one for all through the hammer, just like my powers, and choose a future successor for the quirk. Let me tell you a fun fact. At full strength, one for all can level a city about 20 miles long, while my powers at 100% can break apart planets with sheer physical strength. So, you must hold back to avoid causing destruction or harm. You will train in your mindscape while doing your normal work to control your power because my abilities don't require hard work to manage. You just need to know how to do it and you'll be able to. Do you understand? Izuku, excited after hearing this, jumped up and down like a child and said, "Yes, sir." "So how will I go back?" Thor replied, "You're going to love this, kid. This is a cosmic train of sorts, which we call the Bifrost. You can summon it at will with the hammer, and it can take you wherever you want to go. Just don't leave it open for more than a minute, because after that, it will start to tear the planet apart. So be careful. Now, I will send you to Midgard. Izuku asked, "What's Midgard?" Thor answered, "It's what Earth is known as in the 9 realms, which you will have to protect." Izuku, now accepting whatever was being thrown at him, nodded and said, "I would like to meet you again. Bye." Thor waved at him and sent him to a park near his home through the Bifrost. While traveling through it, Izuku saw himself flying past stars and planets before arriving at the park. He stepped out of the Bifrost, which disappeared, leaving a mark on the ground. He then took a note, thinking, so it uses some type of symbols to function. It must be those runes Thor was talking about. With this, life just got a billion times more interesting and challenging. Well, now there's no turning back. We then shift to Thor's perspective, who turned and said, "Your student has chosen a good successor, right, Nana?" Nana Shimura replied, "You're right, Thor. But did you know Toshinori would pick Izuku?" "No," Thor replied. "I had never used my ability to see the future because I thought knowing the future ultimately causes it to shift. I didn't know our powers would become one." Nana responded, "Me too. Him being able to visit us here means all the past users can help him early. For him to meet us in his mindscape, he would have to be unconscious, either by force or exhaustion. That's why Toshinori never really improved beyond 100%. He was never unconscious." For the viewers, yes, this means Izuku would learn the other abilities early. You may be wondering what Nana is doing here. Well, she is here because she died while fighting like a warrior, so yes, she's in Valhalla, along with the other users. So just stick along. We return to Earth, where Izuku sneaks in through the window, grabs the hammer, and starts to practice using his abilities in the mindscape. If you remember, he's a fast learner, so he stayed up all night practicing and gained full control over his physical aspects and a small portion of his lightning powers. After that, he ended his training, saw the clock, and realized he had to meet All Might at the beach in about 5 minutes. He went to the kitchen, told his mom he was leaving for training, and quickly ran out the door, with his mother calling out in a cheerful voice, "Good luck and be careful." He shouted back to make his voice reach her, "Yeah, I will be careful." He then called the hammer to himself, spun it, and threw it in the direction of the beach, holding on to it to fly. While flying, he enjoyed the view and reached the beach in an instant, using his lightning-fast perception to look around. He landed a few feet away from All Might, saying, "Am I late?" All Might, looking at him with a confused expression, replied, "No, you're on time. In fact, I came early to prepare some training plans for you because, truth be told, I know nothing about teaching. I think we should start with your Thor abilities since the powers of a god could be dangerous." Izuku cut him off, saying, "Oh, All Might, don't worry about it. I've gained full control over my physical abilities." All Might, shocked, asked, "In one day, you controlled your power? But how?" Izuku then replies, "Well, when I was sleeping, Thor teleported me to Valhalla. It's basically," but before he could finish, All Might interjects, "It's an afterlife for those who lost their lives in battle, like true warriors. I know a lot about Norse mythology because I wanted to learn about the origins of the hammer. For the past 14 years, I've been gaining knowledge about it. So, you met Thor and he taught you how to control your power. That's great." Izuku continues, "He told me that the powers are already unlocked. I just need to practice holding back in my mindscape. Otherwise, I could have caused some serious damage." Rubbing the back of his head, he notices All Might's jaw drop in shock as he processes this information. All Might quickly snaps back to reality and looks at Izuku, saying, "Well, that's great that you learned it. I think we can start training your body now so you can handle one for all." All Might then asks Izuku to take off his shirt, which he does. All Might is surprised to see that Izuku has gained some muscle since they last met. "Young Midoriya, were you always this strong? I remember you being much skinnier and fragile just yesterday." Izuku glances down at his body and mutters, "So this must be the effect of the hammer. As long as I am worthy, it enhances my physical abilities, even without my Thor form. Interesting. All Might thinks to himself, this is amusing. It reminds me of how I used to talk so much to my mentor. If only she could meet this boy. Izuku, noticing the smile on All Might's face and the tears in his eyes, gently asks, "Are you okay, All Might?" All Might responds, "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little nostalgic, nothing more." Izuku sighs in relief and continues to explain the other things Thor told him, though he decides not to elaborate further, as it would take too long. After that, All Might trains Izuku with a sparring match without the help of the hammer. Izuku asks, "Can I at least transform first?" All Might replies, "No, because then it's a guaranteed win for you. I want to check the enhancement the hammer gave you." He takes a fighting stance at the other end of the empty beach area and says, "I will throw this rock into the air. When it touches the ground, we start, okay?" Izuku nods with a smile, keeping his eyes on All Might. When the rock hits the ground, they both charge at each other and leap into the air. All Might attempts to strike Izuku down with both hands in a downward motion, but Izuku counters with an uppercut to All Might's jaw, sending him backward without causing any harm, as All Might is still stronger than Izuku in his normal state, thanks to the enhancements. All Might rolls backward and stumbles on his feet, saying, "You've got a mean hand, kid." He quickly zooms toward Izuku and throws a Texas Smash. Izuku barely dodges the attack, swiftly moving around All Might and landing a powerful punch to his spine, knocking All Might to his knees. As All Might swings at Izuku by twisting his body, Izuku lets the punch slide past his face and strikes All Might's bicep, hitting a pressure point and leaving All Might to fight with only one hand. You might wonder how Izuku is dodging All Might. Yes, he is weaker in strength, but he is more agile due to his smaller size and has better durability. In the end, the victor of a fight doesn't depend on who can hit harder, it depends on who can endure more and last longer. Izuku continues to strike All Might at pressure points, careful not to hurt him, for an hour and a half. Eventually, All Might exhausts his energy, wanting to be able to help others if needed. They go hard at each other, with Izuku clearly overwhelming All Might with his skills and speed, effectively neutralizing All Might's arms and forcing him to rely on his legs. In the end, Izuku wins by making All Might's left leg go numb, leaving only his right leg functional. As All Might lays there, he tells Izuku, "I have never been in such trouble, except for the villain that put me in this injured state." Izuku, with a proud expression, replies, "Really? I am that good." All Might, feeling proud to have found such a great successor, says, "Yes, my boy. Now I think we should head home. Your mother would be worried." "Yes, All Might, I'll go home, but aren't you forgetting that 3 of your limbs are numb?" All Might then says, "Oh, you're right. Can you carry me home then?" Izuku nods, calls the hammer to himself, transforms, and lifts All Might with one arm. He spins Mjolnir and flies to the address All Might provided. Upon arriving, he opens the door with the keys All Might gave him, walks toward the couch, and gently sets All Might down. "This is a nice place," Izuku remarks. All Might responds, "Thanks," and asks, "Would you like to meet my wife?" Izuku exclaims, "You're married? Oh my God." All Might explains, "Yes, I am married, but I kept it a secret to protect my wife and son. They live in your city. To keep my son in the dark, she planned to give him her best friend's last name and told our son that his father is away in another country working. This will be the first time I meet her since we last saw each other when she was pregnant." Izuku is completely shocked, thinking, "It can't be my mom, right? But if it is, then All Might is my father. I kind of want it to be true, but I don't know why." Just then he hears the doorbell ring. He approaches the door, trying to calm his breathing, and opens it, only to be taken aback by the person standing there. He stumbles back and sits on the couch with a shocked expression. The woman stutters, "Izuku." And that's where it ends. In the last part, we left off with Izuku at All Might's house, opening the door for All Might's wife and falling backward on the couch, with the woman shocked and saying Izuku's name. Now, as All Might sees that they recognize each other, he quickly connects the dots and is shocked, thinking he broke his own son's heart by telling him to quit. He curses himself for how he could do that. Gathering up courage, Izuku asks, Mom, is All Might my father? Inko replies, yes, he is. Izuku held his head in both hands, trying to keep his cool. This day keeps outdoing itself. Less than 24 hours ago, I met All Might and he saved me. Then I got the hammer and powers, and All Might said he wanted to train me. I even met Thor in what felt like heaven. And now I find out All Might is my father. Wow, Mom, why didn't you tell me this before? Inko replied, I will explain, but first, you need to tell me why you were with All Might and why you asked if he was your father. Izuku took a deep breath. I was saved by All Might yesterday. After seeing how heroic I was, he decided to train me to better control my new powers. That's why I was in such a hurry this morning. After we sparred a bit, I managed to knock him out by making his limbs go numb. I had to carry him home, and then he asked if I wanted to meet his wife. He mentioned he hadn't seen her in a long time and that they had a son he wanted to keep safe, so he cut all connections until now. He told me his wife gave their son the last name of her best friend and pretended that his father worked abroad. That's when I connected the dots. Inko nodded. Oh, I see. Now I need to answer your question. I should start at the beginning. When I first met your father in middle school, he was a skinny kid who was quirkless but had a heroic heart. I was lucky enough to show him around school, and one day, I was attacked by a thug. Toshinori saved me, quirkless, and at that moment, he became my hero and the love of my life. 3 years later, he met his mentor, Nana, gained her trust, and became her successor. After receiving his quirk, his latent ability appeared, allowing him to temporarily add muscle to his body. This didn't increase his strength but helped him use 100% of his powers without overloading his body. On the day of his entrance exam, I told him that if he got first place, I would take him on a date. He set a world record that still stands. After that, we dated, but only a select few knew about us: his mentor, his teacher, and the principal of UA. We continued dating until his final year at UA when he fought the #1 villain and lost his mentor. We had to move to America when we were 19 and lived there while Toshinori trained. When we were 28, we moved back and got married. But we kept it hidden. He quickly rose in rank as a pro hero, and after work, he would return to his normal self and spend time with me. 7 years later, we learned I was P-Arginant. All Might, fearing we might be targeted, told us to move away from him after the child was born, allowing him to see the child only once. He asked us to keep the child's identity hidden under a friend's name, saying that their father was absent due to work overseas. He wanted to keep all information about the child secret and ensure the child never knew that his father was All Might, as he didn't want the child to develop an ego. Instead, he wanted the child to be kind and helpful like me. I agreed. On the day of your birth, All Might was there but received a call about a mountain near Tokyo being destroyed. He thought it was the #1 villain and told his master to take us away as soon as possible. He left, but when he returned he found only a hammer. He tried to move it but couldn't. He quickly told everyone to handle the situation while he went to find us, only to discover we were gone and he couldn't meet you. After that, we moved to our house. I talked to All Might on the phone from time to time until one day he stopped calling. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with that villain, so I waited for news. When I saw the report, I noticed All Might's eye was black, and his body looked smaller than before. He was holding his chest, and I knew he had sustained an injury. I received a call from his teacher confirming my fears. All Might had been injured in his fight and lost half of his respiratory system. For a few years, he wouldn't be able to contact me directly. I kept hope, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I'm also sorry for how I gave up on you. Tears streamed down Inko's face as she asked Izuku to forgive her. Overcome with emotion, Izuku hugged her. It's all right. It's because of you that I'm standing here now, and everything that happened has carved a bright future for me. All Might then stood up and asked, "Do you have space for me in this family hug?" Inko turned to him, walking up with a serious expression. All Might braced himself, thinking she might slap him for leaving, but he was shocked when she kissed him instead. Izuku thought, "Oh my God," as he witnessed the moment. Inko then said, "No matter what, I love you, Toshi." All Might replied, "I love you too, Inko." Izuku coughed. reminding them that their son was still in the room. They quickly regained their composure and sat on the couch, with Izuku opposite them. "My boy, I know how you must feel, and if you're angry, please," All Might began, but Izuku interrupted. "Dad, I'm not angry. I'm happy. When I was a kid, I looked up to you as a father figure, and it made me feel bad that I admired someone else instead of my own father. But now, realizing that the idol I looked up to is actually my father feels like a huge burden has been lifted from my heart. By the way, Dad, I have a question. How did the injury change you from that skinny person back then? You were lean and muscular. What happened?" Izuku asked. All Might replied, "The attack was meant to destroy my body, but fortunately, it missed my vital organs. It took away part of my left lung, some of my stomach, and most of my muscle. It also changed my blood, turning it black, and that color seeped into my eyes, which is why they appear sunken and I look so skeletal." Izuku said, "I'm sorry to bring up such painful memories, Dad." All Might responded, "I almost forgot, my boy. You are ready for my power now." He pulled at his hair and held it out, instructing Izuku to consume it. Without hesitation, Izuku complied. After everything he had witnessed, he had learned to accept reality as it was. After Izuku swallows, Inko bursts out laughing, saying, "Tosi, I thought he would be weirded out by this like you, but it looks like he is quite the young man." All Might then gives a small chuckle and replies, "The power should manifest in about 4 hours. I think we should have a family dinner, and you two can stay here. I will have your things moved over. Tomorrow I will hold a press conference revealing that I am married, and my boy, you will make your public appearance as Izuku Yagi." Izuku responds, "But can I keep Midoriya? I'm more used to it." All Might nods and says, "Sure, whatever you prefer. And be ready, starting tomorrow we will train with One for All and try to use your unique abilities alongside it." "Yes, sir," replied Izuku. After dinner, All Might shared how much he missed Inko. Later, they settled in for the night at All Might's mansion. Izuku had his own room filled with all his belongings, while Inko and All Might enjoyed being together under one roof as a couple after a long time apart. With a smile, Izuku closed his eyes, wishing this wasn't a dream, and soon fell asleep. Chapter end. Last time, we left off with Izuku discovering that his father was All Might and gaining One for All on the same day. Now, before we continue, I apologize for the awkward conversations in the previous parts. I was more focused on world building, but now the characters will have proper dialogues. After waking up, Izuku looked around and realized he was in the room All Might had told him to sleep in. Excited that it wasn't a dream, he hopped out of bed. He glanced at the clock and saw it was only 6:37 a.m. Determined to get ready for training with his dad to use One for All effectively, he noticed the time was now 6. He thought to himself, "I should probably hide some of my All Might memorabilia." To avoid making his father uncomfortable, Izuku was lost in thought when All Might entered the room. He looked around with a look of realization, as if he had just solved a great mystery. Turning to Inko, he joked, "So that's why you needed that extra 10,000 yen every month." He then faced Izuku, who was embarrassed and quickly looked away, saying, "Sorry if I made you uncomfortable." All Might replied, "No, my boy, I'm not uncomfortable with any of this. However, if you could pack all the merchandise, figures, and posters into those boxes in the corner of your room, that would be great." Izuku looked at All Might with big, pleading eyes. "Please don't throw them away. I like them, and I was going to ask you to sign them." All Might, taken aback by Izuku's cuteness, responded, "There's no need for that, my boy. I can't sign all of these, and you're missing a few. Just pack them up and bring them to the basement. There, you'll find every piece of merchandise ever made of me, all signed. You can take them." He chuckled and rubbed Izuku's back. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly packed the old figures, brought them to the basement, and unpacked the signed ones in no time. When he finished, he turned to his father, beaming with happiness. "Thank you, Dad." All Might, both impressed and touched by his son's enthusiasm, said, "No problem, son. By the way, when did you learn to activate One for All?" His tone turned a bit serious. Izuku nervously replied, I just wanted to do it quickly because I was really excited. All Might sighed and said, so it was just hyperactivity. All right, come down for breakfast. After that, we will train with One for All. With that, All Might headed downstairs, followed closely by Izuku, who was smiling and overwhelmed with emotions. After breakfast, they left for a secluded area of land All Might owned in the forest, which he had purchased for training his successor and as a farmhouse. There, All Might instructed Izuku to meditate for 2 hours to clear his mind and focus on using One for All. Meanwhile, All Might contacted Night Eye, Gran Torino, and Principal Nizu to inform them about the upcoming press conference. While meditating, Izuku heard a voice calling him. It was Thor. Izuku, I want to meet you. Come to Valhalla with your father. Izuku rushed to All Might, who had just finished signing papers. He looked at Izuku with a disappointed expression. I thought I told you to meditate for 2 hours. Izuku quickly defended himself. I was going to, but Thor contacted me. He wants to meet us both in Valhalla. The mention of Valhalla made All Might's expression change instantly. Sorry my boy, let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting, he said with eager eyes. Izuku noticed his father's excitement and realized he must want to meet his mentor. This thought made Izuku smile. He summoned his hammer, and together they used the Bifrost to travel to Valhalla, where they were greeted by Thor. All Might was in awe of Valhalla when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. You've gotten older, young Toshi. He turned around, tears welling in his eyes, and ran toward Nana, calling out, Master! Nana playfully punched him as he got closer. All Might fell back, looking up to see his master hugging him and crying, You idiot! You could have been killed fighting All for One without passing on the quirk, and you treated the boys so poorly the first time. All Might tried to apologize, but Izuku interrupted, saying, It's no big deal. He did that to protect me, so there's no need to. Before Izuku could say more, Thor interjected, Kid, let her speak. Izuku nodded at Nana, who then turned to All Might and asked a question that shook him to his core. What would you have done if Izuku hadn't saved that kid and you met him as your son 2 days later, still quirkless? How would you have reacted? All Might was at a loss for words, looking down before finally saying, I would have felt sorry and might not have given him One for All, as I wanted to protect my family. But it didn't go that way. He has proven himself to be a worthy successor. Thor then broke the tension, saying, I called you two here to warn you about the enemy you'll face in the upcoming year. You will confront Enchantress, a magic user who became obsessed with me after I turned her down. She escaped the destruction of Asgard with Scourge, my former general, who was also infatuated with her. Both are formidable. Scourge possesses superhuman strength that can be enhanced by Enchantress, while she can cast spells like telekinesis and energy constructs. Be careful, Scourge wields my axe, Yarborn, which is enchanted by my blood and can cut through anything, even the armor of a celestial. Stay alert. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine but gathered his courage. I will handle them when the time comes, he said, determination shining in his eyes. Thor smiled and added, one more thing, they should be kept under tight security. Place 6 runes in Enchantress's room to prevent her from using magic. Only the person who casts the runes can use magic in that space. That's all. Now you may take your leave for the press conference. All Might expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for the warning and for allowing me to see my master again, bowing respectfully. Thor lifted him up, saying, A true warrior like you should never bow to anyone. All Might then replied, Yes, sir, while wiping joyful tears from his face. Izuku said, Well, let's get going. Thanks for your help. Thor responded, No need to thank me, just make us all proud. After that, Izuku and All Might arrived at UA, where a press conference awaited them. As soon as they landed, Izuku used Mjolnir's disguising ability to change their outfits, and they walked onto the stage alongside Nizu, Night Eye, Inko, and Gran Torino. The crowd cheered upon seeing All Might. After a moment of excitement, they calmed down, and the people on stage took their seats. All Might addressed the audience, I know you have many questions, but first, I have an announcement. A reporter stood up, asking, Is it about the kid who lifted the hammer and gained the powers? He had a particularly interested look on his face. All Might replied, yes and no. The kid who lifted the hammer is actually my son, Isizuku. The crowd was stunned into silence until Izuku stood up and said, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's the truth. I learned about it yesterday. All Might knew he had a child, but he sent us away to keep us safe. He had no information about me. If he had known, he wouldn't have been able to resist visiting, which could have put us in danger. So I hope you understand his reasoning and don't question his actions or frame him as abandoning his family. He spoke in a calming tone, soothing the crowd. Suddenly, a reporter said, I understand, I think we all do. But I have just one question. He turned to Izuku, who smiled confidently and said, please ask. The reporter inquired, your mother shares the last name of All Might, Yagi, am I right? Izuku nodded. The reporter continued, so why is your last name Midoriya here? Izuku explained, it was a cover-up. I thought this was my real last name and I'm quite used to it, so I want to keep it. The reporter replied, oh, that's the last question I had. He sat down, and another reporter stood up, saying, when I saw you on the scene with the hammer and your uniform, I went to your school and learned that you are quirkless, am I right? Everyone was surprised. Izuku gulped for a moment but replied confidently, no, I am not quirkless. When I was younger, my quirk was undetected because it wasn't active. I believe it emerged during a near-death experience. The reporter said, sorry, I just had to get that out of the way. Izuku smiled and replied, no problem. As for my quirk, you must be wondering what it is. Well, it is similar to my father's quirk but more like energy manipulation. I can use the energy for various abilities like super strength, speed, durability, and some other things I'm still discovering. The reporter thanked him for the explanation and asked about the powers he gained from the hammer. Izuku explained only the concept of worthiness, nothing more. Afterward, the reporters thanked them for their time and left. Izuku headed home with his parents, feeling a bit down that he couldn't talk to Night Eye. Once home, All Might advised him, you should rest. Starting tomorrow, we will train for the entrance exam, and you should learn to do this yourself without asking Thor for help. Izuku nodded and asked, do you know someone who could read minds? I would like to practice protecting my mind from intruders. All Might thought for a moment and said, yes, the pro-hero Mandalay's quirk should help you in training. Izuku replied, that's great. Can you contact her tomorrow? All Might nodded. Izuku then went to sleep, and over the next 10 months, he trained with Mandalay and All Might. By the day before the entrance exam, Izuku had learned to manipulate Earth, gained better control over weather, blocked psychic attacks, and could control 100% of One for All thanks to his enhanced body. He chose not to meet any previous users of One for All during this time, wanting to figure things out for himself. On the day of the entrance exam, he arrived at UA and declared at the entrance, this is what I have lived for, nothing can stop me now. Izuku walked through the UA entrance and headed to the observation area to meet with the teachers and watch the normal provisional exams. He was recommended by Nizu himself, so he was there to wait until the combat part of the recommended exam started. Whenever Izuku and Nizu were together, he always outsmarted Nizu, so they knew he would excel, which would ease the fears of other students. Many would say if one person got full marks, so could they. Therefore, they invited him to watch others until it was time for his exam. While observing the normal exam, he glanced at Bakugo and felt irritated. Over the past 10 months, Izuku had learned that bad people are bad and good people are good. He realized that Bakugo was nothing like a hero. When he discussed this with Nizu, Nizu told him that he could always break Bakugo down when they were at UA and build him up as a better person. Izuku was no longer the same good boy. He remained innocent at his core but treated bad people according to what they deserved. After seeing Bakugo, Nizu suggested, I think we should release the zero-pointer robot. Izuku leaned forward, paying more attention and said, if something goes wrong, I will stop it. Nizu agrees, and when the zero-pointer appears, Uraraka finds herself trapped just as in the original story. Izuku quickly tells Nizu to deactivate the robot. Nizu presses the button, But it doesn't work. Realizing this, Izuku dashes out, activating 100% of One for All. He swiftly rescues Uraraka and brings her to safety. Then he unleashes a powerful punch, shattering the torso of the robot, showcasing his enhanced abilities. Afterward, he makes a quick exit without being noticed, but the wind pressure leads everyone to believe it was All Might. Izuku returns, casually saying, "That was easy." All Might, with a playful tone, responds, "No need to get cocky, you don't want to become what you hate." Izuku chuckles and replies, "You're right. I guess it's time for my exam. I'll meet you at home." All Might reminds him to be careful and waves goodbye. Izuku nods and teleports to the entrance of the city, where he is stopped by Ida, who was recommended by his brother in this alternate universe. Ida questions him, "Who are you, and why are you here? You weren't even at the theoretical exam." Izuku introduces himself, "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I was allowed to skip the theoretical part because I'm the smartest person alive, and that would have lowered their reputation." The others murmur, "You're All Might's son, aren't you?" Izuku confirms, "Yes, but we have a task at hand. And you don't need to apologize, you were just being cautious about letting an intruder in." Ida nods, and Izuku smiles, saying, "Good luck, everyone." As the doors open, he rushes inside, prompting questions from others about why he ran in before Present Mike said go. Suddenly, Present Mike shouts, "Go!" There are no countdowns in real battles. Izuku begins to destroy the robots with the speed and power reminiscent of Thor in Thor, Ragnarok, racking up 360 points in just 3 seconds. After 10 minutes, he flies up to check if anyone needs assistance. He feels the ground shake and notices 3 zero-pointers in the city. He almost engages them but spots Shoto Todoroki freezing a robot in the distance. Izuku smiles, thinking, "He's definitely in my class." Despite being about 2 kilometers away, he can clearly see Todoroki. He then notices a girl using a cannon to blast the face of another zero-pointer. He remarks, "Another classmate," but realizes she's getting tired. As the 3rd zero-pointer approaches her, he rushes to help. Just as the robot is about to step on her, he lifts its leg and throws it upwards, striking it down with a powerful blow. He lands gracefully and reaches out to the girl, asking, "Are you okay, my lady?" She takes his hand, slightly flustered, and replies, "Yes, I'm fine, just a little tired." Izuku responds, "Oh, is that so?" and lifts her in a bridal carry, charmingly saying, "I hope you don't mind me helping you." She blushes and replies, "I don't mind." As he walks out with her, the teachers observe and comment, "That was smooth," giving All Might a knowing look. All Might proudly states, "He's my son after all." Once outside the city, Izuku gently sets the girl down and offers her some chocolate milk from his bag, asking, "What's your name?" She responds, "It's Momo Yayorozu." Izuku smiles, "Okay, then do you mind if I call you Momo?" She shyly replies, "I don't mind if it's you," quickly covering her mouth as she blushes. Izuku grins, "All right, Momo. You can call me Izuku, and I guess I should get going." With a charming smile, he adds, "Momo-chan, I guess we'll meet tomorrow." He teleports away, leaving Momo excitedly thinking about seeing him again as she heads home. When Izuku arrives home, All Might and Inko embrace him, congratulating him on his success. All Might adds that not only did he secure first place, but he also broke All Might's record, setting a new one at 420 points. With a smug smile, Izuku quips, "I know I'm a pro at this," adding with a wink, "Pun intended." His parents laugh and tell him, "Yes, you are. Now go get some sleep, you have a big day tomorrow and you might get to meet that girl." Flustered, Izuku turns around, saying, "Mom, Dad, come on, it's not like that." They respond, "Sure, that's what your dad always said. Now go get some rest." Izuku heads to bed. The next day, he gets dressed and rushes to UA, searching for Class 1A. Upon finding it, he opens the door and is immediately unsettled by what he sees. Bakugo is acting aggressively, and Ida is trying to maintain order. Izuku glances back at Aizawa, who is sleeping in his bag, hiding his presence amidst the chaos. Bakugo spots Izuku and charges at him, shouting, "Deku, you useless garbage! How did you get here?" Just as he's about to strike, Izuku uses his telekinesis to push him back into his seat. With a fierce glare, he warns, "Fix that attitude of yours, or I'll do it for you." "Understood." Bakugo nods in fear. Izuku then approaches Mineta, telling him to move behind Bakugo so he can sit next to Momo. Mineta quickly complies, lamenting, "I won't get to sit with the hottie now." Izuku smiles and sits beside Momo, greeting her with, "Good morning, Momochan." She blushes and replies, "Good morning, Izuku." The others think, they have nicknames for each other, they must be dating. Aizawa finally stands up and addresses the class. "It took you 4 minutes to quiet down. That won't do if you want to be heroes. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa, your teacher for the next 3 years at UA. Now get into your PE uniforms and meet me on the ground." Everyone heads to the changing room. As Izuku puts on his uniform, Kirishima excitedly asks, "Wow, you're so muscular. What workout do you do?" With a grin, Izuku replies, "Nothing, I just woke up like this one day." Kirishima responds, "No one gets abs and muscles overnight, unless you're All Might's son who lifted Thor's hammer." "You're right," everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki exclaims, "Wow, can you get us his autograph?" Before Izuku can respond, Mineta calls out to them, claiming he found a peephole. The boys are about to say something, but Izuku stops them, saying, "It's okay, let him see." They look back at Mineta, who has his eye near the hole, only to be interrupted when Jairu playfully pokes him in the eye. Izuku smirks and says, "I knew it." The boys look at him, puzzled, and ask, "You knew what?" To clarify, Izuku explains, "I read Mineta's mind in class and learned about his past. He acts like a pervert because of his difficult childhood, but I won't share that because it's his privacy." Despite his behavior, Mineta respects women, which is why he announced his plan out loud so someone could stop him. I respect him for that. He takes on the title of a pervert to protect others. So please, don't judge him too harshly. He adds, "Now, if everyone is ready, let's not keep Aizawa waiting. I heard he expelled everyone from Class 1A last year on the first day." Everyone looks nervous as they walk to the training ground, where Aizawa informs them they will be doing a quirk assessment test. Uraraka asks, "Aren't we supposed to go to orientation?" Aizawa replies, "We don't have time for that. Let's get started." Mina excitedly exclaims, "This will be fun." Izuku mutters under his breath, "Oh no, she did it." Aizawa turns around and says, "Fun, you say? Well, here's the deal, whoever comes in last will be expelled." Everyone except Momo and Izuku protests, "That's unfair." Aizawa responds, "Unfair? Tell me, are villain attacks, natural disasters, and accidents not unfair? Life is full of unfairness, and a hero must learn to overcome it. Now stop talking and let's begin." He throws a ball to Bakugo, saying, "You got third in the entrance exam, so show everyone where the top 3 begins." Bakugo scoffs, "Tease, I should be number 1, not some low-life rats." Meanwhile, Izuku watches Bakugo, feeling anger bubbling inside him until Momo whispers, "You know he's just bluffing, right?" Izuku telepathically replies, "Yeah, I know it's just a bluff to motivate us." Momo looks surprised and asks, "Wait, how are you talking without moving your mouth?" Izuku explains, "Oh, I use telepathy." They share a smile, acknowledging their shared understanding of Aizawa's tactics. Bakugo blasts the ball, sending it flying 705.2 meters. Aizawa then calls, "Good job, Izuku. You're up." Izuku walks forward, asking, "Just the quirk, right?" Aizawa confirms, "Yes." Izuku charges 100% of One for All and throws the ball high into the air. He winds back his fist and punches the air with such speed that it ignites from the friction. "I borrowed this move from Might Guy from Naruto," he thinks, watching the ball soar. "It'll go beyond the orbit, believe it." The others exclaim, "No way, your quirk is so strong." Aizawa shows them the counter reading infinity. Bakugo, frustrated, lunges at Izuku, but Izuku uses 1% of One for All to zoom behind him, delivering a swift punch to Bakugo's chest and knocking him to the ground. Before anyone can question Bakugo's strength, Izuku stands over him, saying, "That was just 1% of my quirk. You're nothing but a waste of space." He steps off Bakugo and warns everyone, "Stay away from him. He's egotistical and will only use you." The others nod in agreement, saying, "You're right, Midoriya." Bakugo, angered, shouts, "You had this power when I bullied you for years. Why did you hide it?" Hearing this, the group rallies behind Izuku, and Aizawa quickly restrains Bakugo with his scarf. Izuku smirks and asks Aizawa, "Can I begin the show?" And that's where this part ends. Welcome back, everyone. Last time, we covered the entrance exam and how Izuku put Bakugo in his place, and surprisingly, we redeemed Mineta. After that commotion, Aizawa says, "Shall we begin?" As Aizawa releases Bakugo, he warns him, "If you do that again, you'll be suspended. You're lucky to have a valuable quirk, that's the only reason you're still here." Bakugo, furious, is about to respond when he feels a hand on his shoulder. A cold voice filled with intensity says, "Speak what you're thinking, and I'll send you to space. Mark my words." Everyone watches in fear as Izuku stands there, holding Mjolnir, lightning flickering in his eyes. Bakugo trembles, stepping back in fear, muttering, "Sorry, I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me." Seeing Bakugo's fear, Izuku calms down, tossing the hammer away into the forest. He returns to his enhanced form, resembling a young All Might, as if he had the physique of Chris Hemsworth, the actor who plays Thor in the movies. Izuku then spoke firmly, "I won't as long as you stay in line." Bakugo nodded in agreement, standing with the crowd who looked a bit apprehensive. Noticing their fear, Izuku softened his tone, saying cheerfully, "Guys, there's no need to be scared. I only treat people according to their actions." This made everyone think twice about their behavior around him. The tests commenced, and Izuku excelled, outperforming everyone except Uraraka, with whom he tied in the ball throw. After the tests, the scores were announced. Izuku Midoriya in first place, Momo in second, Shoto Todoroki in third, Bakugo in fourth, and Hagakure in last place. Mineta had secured second in the sidestepping event, giving him more points than Hagakure, who ended up in 15th place. Everyone, except Izuku and Momo, believed Hagakure would be expelled, but Aizawa clarified, it was a motivating lie. "Now get back to class. You have the rest of the day free." After changing, everyone returned to class. Izuku sat beside Momo and said, "Hey, Momon, congrats on getting second. You're really skilled." Momo blushed deeply and replied, "Thank you. You're quite talented yourself, even without any special powers." Izuku noticed her blush and smirked, teasing, "If you're feeling warm, I can make the room cooler." Momo quickly responded, "You don't have to do that," unable to meet his gaze. As he turned to check their syllabus for the year, he said, "I'll talk to you later." Momo nodded, still flustered. Shoto, sitting beside Momo, overheard their conversation and thought to himself, "What foolishness! They want to be heroes, yet she looks both cute and smart." Despite his reputation for being uninterested, it was clear he had noticed Momo and even voted for her, showing he was paying attention. He then focused on his syllabus while the others kept their distance from Bakugo, who felt humiliated inside, having always been the center of attention growing up. As the day came to an end, everyone was leaving for home. Izuku walked toward a muscular All Might but was stopped by Ida, who bowed and said, "I know you're much stronger than me, so I was hoping you could teach me some things to become a better hero." Izuku smiled brightly and replied, "Of course. I'll always help a fellow classmate and friend." Ida was taken aback by Izuku calling him a friend. "But we've only known each other for one day," he said. Izuku responded calmly, "That's true, but when I look into your eyes, I see a hero and a good person. I want to be your friend if you're okay with that." Ida smiled and extended his hand for a handshake. Izuku took it, saying, "Well, I finally made a friend." "I'm glad to be your friend," Ida replied just as Uraraka approached them, asking, "Why did Bakugo call you Deku?" Izuku explained, a bit irritated, how Bakugo had bullied him. Ida and Uraraka felt sympathy for him, but he reassured them, "No need to be sad. The past is behind us. We can only move forward." I've already proven I'm not the useless Deku. Do you want to join me? My dad can drop you off. Uraraka exclaimed, All Might will drop us off? That's so cool. They both eagerly agreed, and just as they were heading to the entrance, Momo approached and asked, Got room for one more? Izuku replied, Always. Now let's go, he doesn't have much time. When they arrived, All Might stood beside a Mercedes Jeep and asked, Are these your friends? Izuku nodded and requested, Could you drop them off? All Might smiled and said, Sure. I'm just happy you made friends. Now everyone, get in the Jeep and tell me your address. They shared their addresses and climbed into the car. While Ida and Uraraka bombarded All Might with questions, Izuku engaged in a telepathic conversation with Momo. After a while, All Might noticed Momo blushing and realized Izuku's jaw was moving slightly, indicating their silent exchange. After dropping off Ida and Uraraka, All Might drove to Momo's house. Just before she got out, Momo heard Izuku's telepathic voice say, I know you have a crush on me. Blushing fiercely, she thanked All Might and dashed into her house, her face as red as a tomato. On their way home, All Might teased Izuku, So, are you going on a date? Izuku replied, I'll think about it. Once home, All Might transformed back and informed Izuku, Thor came over to meet you. Surprised, Izuku asked, He came here to our world? All Might, sounding concerned, replied, Yes, he's in the backyard waiting to talk to you. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped outside and found Thor sitting there. He asked, Thor, what is so urgent that you came here yourself? Thor looked worried and said, Let me tell you a story, kid. Izuku felt a twinge of fear, thinking, if he has to tell a story, this must be serious. He sat next to Thor with Inko and All Might nearby. Thor began, 1,000,000 years ago, when I was just a prince and did not yet possess Mjolnir, I faced a great threat known as Gore, the god butcher. He lived on a planet where the gods had abandoned them, leading to the death of his family. Enraged, he pledged to kill all gods in the universe. He also found the all-black Necrosword, a weapon of pure darkness created by the symbiote god Null, who used it to battle the Celestials. Izuku, feeling a bit scared, asked, Who are the Celestials and who was Null? Thor explained, The Celestials are a race of godlike beings who sometimes create life on planets. Think of them as angels working for a higher power. Null was the first symbiote. These beings can bond with a host and grant them powers. Some of them might come to Earth in the future, but when I met Gore, I fought him, and he captured me, taking me to a future where he had merged with his future self from the Pond of Time. He brought me 5,000,000 years ahead, where I battled him with your help and the assistance of your future self. The twist is that when he fused, he only existed before that point. When you followed him to the future, he no longer existed. The future version of you came from the original timeline, but due to his meddling with time, it created an alternate timeline. Your future will be different, but we can still access that timeline. Eventually, you will confront him alongside an older version of yourself and a younger me. Izuku, completely shocked, said, I will prepare for it. All Might and Inko, at this point, stopped overthinking and began to accept the reality. Thor then said, Now I will teach you some basic runes to help you. He handed Izuku a book and instructed him to practice. Turning to All Might, he placed his hand over All Might's wound, healing it completely. I've placed a lock on your power. You won't lose your quirk because he will need all the help he can get in the future. Now I must leave. With that, he faded away. Izuku looked at his parents with determination. I promise I will save everyone and see this through. All Might returned to his normal form, resembling his high school self. Inko said, I will always support you while you both do your best. All Might nodded, smiling, and then said, So, my boy, let's train for the dark future. Before I conclude, let me explain how Gore exists only in 3 moments. Because he fused with his future self, he was expelled from the timeline, except for the moments that required him. His life before finding the Necrosword, capturing young Thor, fighting and fleeing from Izuku, and finally, 5,000,000 years into the future with older Izuku. This is not the end of the series, it's just the conclusion of the Gore arc. I plan to have 3 arcs in this story, each about 20 chapters long. I hope you all understand. That's the end of this part. Last time, we left off with Thor informing the Yagi family about Gore, the God Butcher, and the upcoming battle. He healed All Might and placed a fixation on his quirk to prevent it from diminishing. This allowed All Might to return to his prime, making him stronger than when he fought All for One. While One for All had grown over the past 5 years, All Might's body had struggled to handle that much power. Now, he could manage it. Thor also gave Isizuku a book about the weapons of Asgard and the runes that could be used for basic magic. Afterward, Isizuku and All Might practiced their new powers. Both unlocked Black Whip and met the 4th user, to whom Black Whip belonged. Instead of going to the One for All realm, they traveled to Valhalla, where they discussed the quirk-copying aspect of One for All. During this time, Isizuku learned to use some runes for healing, creating force fields, and seeing people's pasts and feelings, though it required focus. We skip ahead 2 days of honing their abilities until the day of the Hero 101 class. There, Isizuku communicated with Momo through telepathy while she spoke with Shoto. Seeing Momo blush, Shoto mistakenly thought it was directed at him, but Isizuku quickly clarified, "She's blushing because I'm talking to her with my telepathy, so focus on class." Shoto replied, "Sorry for misreading the situation. You two carry on." Isizuku then asked Momo if she would. Suddenly, All Might burst through the door exclaiming, "I am walking through the door like a normal person." Everyone, except Bakugo, Momo, Uraraka, Ida, Shoto, and Isizuku, exclaimed, "Wow, it's All Might." All Might was about to say something, but Isizuku interrupted, saying, "Dad, could you have been 1 minute late?" Switching to telepathy, he told All Might, "I was going to ask Momo out." All Might, speaking normally, said, "I'm sorry, my boy. I was just excited to teach the new generation of heroes. Today, we will be doing battle training. A hero needs to look cool, so get your uniforms." As cases popped out of the wall, All Might instructed, "Everyone grab your costumes and meet me at Ground Alpha." They all changed into their costumes, except Isizuku, who walked in his uniform. When everyone asked why he wasn't wearing his costume, Isizuku replied, "I wanted to show it to you all." He raised his hand and summoned the hammer. As it arrived, he was struck by lightning, and when the lightning faded, he stood there wearing Thor's costume from Infinity War, minus the scales on the arms and the cape, but still adorned with Thor's armbands. Everyone was amazed, except Bakugo, Todoroki, and All Might. They asked Isizuku, "What is that costume made of, and how did you change your clothes?" Isizuku explained, "The costume is made of URU metal, the strongest in the universe, and I can magically summon it at will." All Might then cleared his throat and said, "Shall we start?" Ida asked All Might, "What will we be doing?" All Might replied, "We will conduct an indoor battle exercise to prepare you for fights that may occur inside buildings or secret lairs. I know it may be a bit much for the 4th day of school, but a hero must adapt to any situation. I've already picked the teams." The teams were Bakugo and Todoroki, Momo and Isizuku, while the others remained the same, except Shoji was now with Ida and Uraraka was with Mineta. All Might explained, "The villains, Bakugo and Todoroki, will go in and place the bomb while the heroes wait outside." Isizuku asked Momo, "So, what's our plan?" Momo replied, "You don't have one." Isizuku said, "Well, I think you're very intelligent, so I'd like to hear your take on the situation." Momo then said, "Okay, I have a plan, but it only works if you use your hammer." Isizuku responded, "Go on, I'll use it. The plan is for you to go straight in while I climb up the side of the building with a grappling hook and enter through the roof. I'll sneak up on Bakugo and make him trip. In that moment, you can place your hammer on his back. I think he should be immobilized since he won't be able to lift it. He must be unworthy. After that, we deal with shoot." Isizuku chuckled and said, "I knew you were awesome." Momo blushed, momentarily lost in thought. Isizuku then called out, "Hello, Momo." When she didn't respond, he gave her a gentle shock and said, "All Might said to start, let's go." They split up, with Momo climbing the building and Isizuku heading straight to the top floor in front of the room with the bomb. As he arrived, Bakugo rushed at him. Anticipating this, Izuku used 1% of One for All to push Bakugo back. Bakugo tried to fight, but he couldn't keep up with Izuku. He only had explosions to rely on, which weren't enough to track or react to Izuku's movements. Suddenly, Momo descended from the roof and used a staff to trip Bakugo. As he fell, Izuku called Mjolnir and placed it on Bakugo's back. Bakugo struggled to get up but found himself pinned to the ground. "No, I won't lose, not to this nerd and this girl," he shouted as Momo wrapped capture tape around him. All Might announced, "Bakugo is out." In a fit of anger, Bakugo exploded near Momo, but Izuku quickly retaliated with a kick to Bakugo's face, knocking him out. Just as Izuku was about to check on Momo, ice suddenly shot toward them as Shoto appeared. The ice struck Momo in the head, knocking her unconscious. Izuku looked from Momo to Todoroki, who said, "Stop messing around and fight me. We have to act like real enemies." Shoto sent another barrage of ice at Izuku, but he summoned fire using runes. And controlled it effortlessly. He could manipulate anything found on Earth, except for life, as his mother was Freya, the embodiment of Earth. He melted the ice and shot fire at Todoroki, distracting him. Izuku then rushed behind him, using 10% of One for All, and struck him in the back, sending him flying into the flames and knocking him out. He quickly wrapped Todoroki in capture tape. All Might yelled, "And the hero wins." All Might then instructed, "Izuku, take them to Recovery Girl. She will heal them." Izuku replied, "No worries, I got this," as he used rune magic to heal them. When they woke up, Todoroki walked away angrily, while Bakugo stormed off in a rage. Izuku sighed and asked Momo, "Are you okay?" Momo, still blushing, replied, "Yeah, I am." Izuku smiled and said, "Good, because I'll be picking you up at 7 p.m. for a movie." Without thinking, Momo said, "Yes," but then realized what he meant and exclaimed, "You're asking me out." Izuku grinned brightly and said, "Of course. I already know your answer, so let's go after class. I'll drop you off and then we can go on our date." Momo, a flustered mess, followed Izuku while punching the air in excitement. They reached the observation room, where All Might praised, "Good job, my boy and young Momo. Now, who can tell me who the MVP was?" Everyone shouted, "Izuku." All Might confirmed, "Yes, now the rest can take their turns." After class, Todoroki approached Izuku and declared, "I will surpass you with only my ice side," before walking away. Izuku, loud enough for everyone to hear, said, "Great, we have two egotistical rivals now." Todoroki walked off angrily, and Izuku sighed, saying, "Dad, I'm heading out. I need to drop Momo off and get ready for my date." All Might replied, "Have fun." Izuku said, "I know," then wrapped his arm around Momo's back, spinning his hammer as they flew off together. Momo held on tightly, feeling a mix of fear and excitement. Izuku showed her the beautiful view from above, and they both enjoyed the moment. When they landed at Momo's front door, Izuku knocked and said, "I must go now, but before I do this." He kissed her cheek and added, 7 p.m. okay? Before flying off. Momo entered her house, where her mom asked, "You're going on a date with All Might's son? I heard he's a very good kid, so I just want to say I approve. Now get ready so you won't be late." Momo blushed and hid her face with her hands, saying, "Mom, stop teasing me." Meanwhile, Izuku arrived home and walked in to find his mom. "Mom, I need your help to get ready for my date," he said. Inko, surprised, exclaimed, "A date?" Izuku, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Yes, now please help me." Inko switched into mom mode, rushing to his room and bringing back a bunch of clothes. "Now wear these," she insisted. Izuku, surprised, walked away with the clothes and asked, "So how long were you planning my first date?" he teased. Inko, embarrassed, admitted, "Well, ever since you turned 12. Izuku hugged his mom, saying, "I'm thankful to have you as my mom." He then changed and around 6:30 p.m. told his mom, "I'm heading out now." She reminded him, "Behave well," and handed him a bouquet of roses. "Who's the girl?" she asked. Izuku smiled, looking down before meeting her gaze. "Her name is Momo Yaoyorozu." She's in my class and was the girl I saved from the zero-pointer during my exam. Inko grinned and said, "Oh, the prince saving the princess from the beast, where have I heard this before?" Izuku giggled and said, "Now I'll go, I don't want to be late for my first date." "Bye, Mom." Inko called after him, "Now go." "And what did I say you need to do?" Izuku replied sarcastically, "I need to behave." He walked off and arrived at Momo's house right at 7 p.m. As he reached her door, she stepped out, and they both smiled, impressed by their punctuality. Izuku approached her and handed her the roses, saying, "The most beautiful roses for the most beautiful girl." Momo took the roses and replied, "And that too from the most handsome boy." Izuku smiles and reaches out his hand, asking, "May I?" Momo takes his hand, and they walk together to the movie theater. Dressed in casual clothing, they arrive and choose a romantic movie. Izuku, being thoughtful, books a corner seat and lifts the armrest between them, allowing Momo to cuddle close while they watch the film. After about an hour and a half, Momo sees her chance and snuggles against his side. Izuku, pleased that his plan worked, gently wraps his arm around her shoulder. Momo blushes and hides her face in his chest, trying to conceal her embarrassment. Izuku smiles and says, "You know, I don't deserve someone as cute as you." Momo sits up quickly and insists, "No, you deserve me, and I deserve you. This is our date, so don't ruin the mood." She pouts playfully. Izuku chuckles and replies, "Fine, I never knew my first girlfriend would be so caring." Momo's heart races at the word, girlfriend, and she mutters to herself in disbelief. Noticing her reaction, Izuku leans in and kisses her cheek, bringing her back to the moment. She asks, "Do you want me to be your girlfriend?" Izuku responds with a teasing tone, "Of course. Why would I ask if I didn't want you to be my girlfriend? So, what's your answer?" He says this with a romantic flair. Momo takes a deep breath and replies, "My answer will always be yes." Izuku smiles again and playfully pokes her forehead, reminiscent of a gesture from a beloved character. After chatting, they leave the theater, and Izuku walks Momo home. When they reach her doorstep, he says, "Goodbye," but she asks, "Do you want to meet my parents?" He replies, "How about after a month? I want to be ready. Now I have to go train, so bye." He calls his hammer and prepares to fly away, but Momo calls out, "I'll meet you tomorrow." In an instant he arrives home. Both of them enter their houses simultaneously, where their parents ask about the date. They excitedly share their experiences, and their parents give them approving thumbs up. The next day, Izuku walks to school and sees Momo waiting for him. They greet each other and start walking to class. On the way, Izuku gathers his courage and holds Momo's hand. She blushes but happily goes along with it. As they enter the classroom, everyone notices their hand-holding. The girls think, "Wow, she got the best guy, but at least our friend is happy." The boys mentally note, "Never mess with Momo, or you'll end up like Todoroki or worse." After a while, Aizawa enters and announces, "Everyone, get your hero costumes. We're going to the USJ, not Universal Studios Japan. Get on the bus in 5 minutes, or we leave without you." Everyone puts on their costumes except for Izuku, who is joined by All Might since he doesn't have the same limitations. On the bus, everyone asks Izuku about his powers. He explains his strength, speed, invulnerability, earth control, and other abilities, including the worthiness aspect, which leaves everyone in awe. Denki suggests, "How about we do a worthiness test in the common room when we get our dorms?" Izuku agrees but adds, "I doubt any of you would be worthy." The group playfully protests, "Don't be mean." Suddenly, Shoto stands up and says, "You think you're better than everyone? You're just like Bakugo." Izuku responds, "I was joking." Bakugo pushes others down, and don't get me started on how you're only using 50% of your power while wanting to be a hero. A hero doesn't hold back if they want to grow and help people. So, yeah, you're pathetic, just like him. All Might interjects, "Izuku Midoriya, stop this at once." Recognizing his father's irritation, Izuku falls silent. The bus remains quiet for the rest of the trip. Once they arrive at the USJ and disembark, they meet 13, who greets them. Uraraka excitedly declares, "I'm your biggest fan." 13 explains, "You will be doing rescue training, except for Midoriya, who is already trained for this. You might rely on him, as he is the strongest, especially since he saved Uraraka from the zero-pointer." Uraraka turns to Izuku, tears in her eyes, and says, "Thank you for saving me." Izuku reassures her, "No need to cry. I was just doing my job. Now, do your best, and if you find yourselves in danger, I won't help. You're on your own." Bakugo, annoyed, complains, "Why do we even have to do this stupid exercise? There's nothing to rescue." Before he can continue, Izuku grabs Bakugo's jaw and lifts him slightly, saying firmly, "Can you for one day control your temper and realize how wrong you are?" He releases him and continues, "I was your friend and would do anything to go back to that, but as long as you act this way, it's impossible. Please understand that whenever I wanted to help you, I did it as a friend. You saw it as a weak person helping the strong. A hero isn't just someone who wins. A hero is someone who will do anything to save others and always choose the right thing, even if the whole world is against them." Stepping back, Izuku watches as Bakugo stands up, ready to respond, but Izuku suddenly shouts, "Everyone, get back. Villains are here." He said this as a portal opened, and two bird-like creatures emerged alongside three humans. One with hands placed on his body, another very tall with tattoos on his head and an axe reminiscent of the one Thor mentioned, and finally, a woman in a green dress with blonde hair and glowing hands who looked at Izuku and smirked. We left off with Izuku telling everyone to get back due to a villain attack. 5 figures stepped out of the portal, 2 Nomus, one being the USJ Nomu and the other covered in a black sludge, the Hood Nomu whom Endeavor had fought, along with Shigaraki and 2 Asgardians. Now we pick up with Shigaraki speaking. "So this is the A, and All Might is here. Good, now we can eliminate you. You see, All Might, these 2 birds were created to take you down, and these Asgardians are here to target your son." All Might replied, "You won't succeed, villain. But because I am here." Just as All Might was about to leap into battle, Izuku stopped him, saying, "Dad, you should take on the bird creatures. One of them is covered by a symbiote. I need you to defeat the creatures quickly, but leave the symbiote alone." All Might and Aizawa exchanged glances. "We can't kill them," they said in unison. Izuku, with a look of pity and sadness, responded, "They were once humans, and now they are monsters. They are in pain, begging for relief. We have to save them, and this is the only way." All Might sighed, "I will do it. What will you do?" Izuku, while preparing a rune barrier and placing it around his class and 13, said, "No one will be able to reach them, even with teleportation. Aizawa, you handle the smaller thugs while I deal with the Asgardians." Aizawa nodded, "Fine, just stay safe, problem child," as he charged at the normal thugs. All Might jumped to confront the Nomus, while Izuku warned his class, "Stay here, you will be overpowered if you go out. Now I am also going." He joined the battle, charging at Scourge. Scourge hurled his axe at Izuku with incredible speed. Izuku barely dodged, feeling the axe graze his cheek. He quickly moved to Scourge's side and struck him in the face with Mjolnir, sending him crashing into the wall. He then turned his attention to Enchantress, preparing to unleash lightning at her. Just as he was about to succeed, the lightning hit a barrier and dissipated. Izuku was about to strike the barrier with his hammer to break it when Scourge caught his hand and threw him aside, asking Enchantress, "Is the boosting spell ready?" Enchantress replied, "Yes, now you will continue to grow stronger the more I channel this power." Scourge nodded, then called his axe back, swinging it at Izuku. Izuku blocked the axe with the handle of Mjolnir and used Black Whip to grab Scourge by the arm, swinging him toward All Might, saying, "Dad, I have a surprise for you." All Might pushed the Noma back and kicked Scourge toward Izuku. Izuku charged Mjolnir with lightning and struck Scourge in the ribs, breaking 2 of them and sending him flying down the stairs. Izuku leaped after Scourge, landing a powerful blow on his back, knocking him down. Believing he had knocked Scourge out, Izuku approached Enchantress and struck the barrier, but it held firm. Thinking quickly, he realized that if he couldn't enter the barrier from the sides, he could come from below. He leaped up and threw Mjolnir into the ground, preparing to summon it from underneath Enchantress. However, Scourge tackled him. They engaged in a fierce wrestling match, reminiscent of All Might's battles with the Nomu, but Scourge was growing stronger. Izuku, determined, unleashed a 100% lightning-charged smash, sending Scourge back. As Scourge got up and charged at him, Izuku jumped onto Scourge, using him as a platform to perform a front flip over the barrier created by Enchantress. As he soared above the barrier, he reached out for Mjolnir, which emerged from the ground beneath Enchantress, striking her and knocking her out, halting the boosting spell. Seeing this, Shigaraki fled. Izuku turned back to Scourge, who stood beside him. He pulled his fist back, combining 100% one for all with lightning and super speed, preparing to strike Scourge in the chest. It's important to note that All Might and Izuku typically rely on super strength in their attacks. However, when they incorporate speed, the power of their strikes increases significantly due to the added mass and force. Now, before Izuku confronts Scourge, let's rewind to the beginning of the fight and see it from All Might's perspective. As All Might jumped into battle, he aimed for the USJ Nomu first. He delivered a powerful Detroit smash to its chest, but it had little effect. Quickly, All Might noticed that the Nomu's back expanded like a balloon, indicating it had shock absorption. He thought, I can overload it or find another weakness. All Might then attempted to punch the Nomu in the face, only to discover it was exceptionally protective of its head. Putting the pieces together, he devised a plan to target its brain. He delivered a gut punch to the USJ Nomu just as the symbiotic Nomu attacked him with a shape-shifting weapon made from its sludge. All Might countered by using Black Whip, grabbing the Nomu by the neck and throwing it aside. As the USJ Nomu lunged at All Might, he struggled to throw it off when he suddenly heard Izuku call out, "Dad, I've got a ball for you." All Might looked up to see Scourge flying toward him. He quickly pushed the Nomu off and kicked Scourge back toward Izuku. Returning his focus to the USJ Nomu, All Might used Black Whip to create claw-like extensions and struck the Nomu in the head, defeating it. He whispered, "I'm sorry I couldn't save you," before getting into a fighting stance to face the symbiotic Nomu. The two charged at each other, exchanging punches that sent them both flying back. They ended up at opposite edges of the USJ. All Might seized the ground in front of him, catapulting himself toward the Nomu. The creature charged on all fours, and just as they prepared to collide, Scourge flew between them, taking the hit and getting knocked out. The force of the impact created a loud noise, which startled the symbiote off the Nomu, as sound and fire were its weaknesses. All Might then heard Izuku calling for him, tossing Scourge's axe his way and urging him to finish the fight. Grabbing the axe, All Might spun around to build momentum and swung it down into the high-end Nomu's skull, defeating it. As the Nomu fell, it uttered a final "thank you," and All Might lowered his head in shame. Izuku then turned to the symbiote and asked, "What's your name?" The symbiote replied, "Venom." Izuku said, "I'll let you go, but only if you help someone become a good hero." Venom agreed, slithering away as Izuku spared his life. At that moment, Aizawa returned after dealing with the villains, saying, "Good job, you two." Both Izuku and All Might sat down, exhausted from the intense battle. Izuku had far more strength than Scourge and the Nomu combined, but he had to hold back to avoid causing serious harm. Everyone in the class was astonished by the level of power they both displayed. Soon, other teachers arrived, having witnessed the fight broadcasted by a media helicopter. They captured the villains, and Izuku informed everyone of their identities, insisting they be placed in a maximum security prison. He handed the guards 6 runes, saying, "Place one on each wall of the girl's cell. This will stop her from using her magic." The guards thanked him and left with the villains. As they reached for the axe, Izuku stepped in, saying, "I'll be taking that. It belonged to Thor and he wanted me to retrieve it." The heroes looked to All Might for confirmation, who nodded, "Let him keep it." The heroes handed the axe to Izuku, who remarked, "Man, I wish I had a pocket dimension for weapons." As he said this, the armed guards absorbed the axe, and Izuku chuckled lightly, "Problem solved." They headed back to class, where the students were being loaded onto the bus. Izuku joined them and said, "Hey, Dad, I want to have a meeting with all the teachers and the principal tomorrow at lunch, okay? All Might replied, I can arrange that. Izuku smiled, good, I'll see you at home. All Might waved as Izuku and the class departed. The bus dropped them off at UA, where everyone praised Izuku for his performance. Bakugo stepped forward, saying, I'm sorry for how I treated you. I know I've acted foolishly, but I'm just another person in this world. Izuku hugged him, saying, You're awesome in your own way. Just be mindful of other people's feelings, okay? Bakugo nodded. Izuku then said, Shall we get going? It's been a long day, and I'll drop you off. He lifted Mjolnir and teleported each of them home. He said goodbye to Momo last, and just as he was about to leave, she kissed him. Izuku was taken by surprise but kissed her back. After a moment, they broke apart, and Momo said, Izuku, I know you have a lot of responsibility. Just be careful, okay? She said this, a hint of panic in her voice. Izuku hugged her to reassure her, saying, I will. Your parents might be worried. After watching Momo enter her home, he returned to his own and opened the door to find his mom rushing to him, checking if he was all right. After confirming he had no injuries, she sighed in relief and sat down with him. That fight was incredible, but I was worried about you both. What do you want to eat? Izuku smiled, katsudon my favorite. Inko headed to the kitchen saying, Of course, I'll prepare it in a few minutes. After dinner, Izuku saw a news report that made him smile. It was about a vigilante taking down 2 thugs, and the only information given was the name he left at the scene, Venom. Izuku chuckled, saying, Already, huh? His mom, concerned, asked, Already what? Izuku replied, It's nothing. He finished his dinner and went to sleep. The next 2 days were a break for the students, but the teachers and Izuku gathered for a meeting. Nizu asked, So, why have you called this meeting, Izuku? Izuku replied, I believe we have a traitor among the students. Everyone was taken aback and questioned him, except for Aizawa and Nizu. Aizawa stepped forward, saying, The information was only shared with the students and staff, so they wouldn't know All Might would be there at that specific time without an informant. Nizu agreed, Yes, you're right. But how do we identify the traitor? Izuku suggested, I have an idea. I can scan the minds of everyone to see if they are the traitor. If they turn out to be innocent, it's possible that an enemy of Thor is assisting them with magic, foresight, or a quirk that could help them. If there is no traitor, we need not worry about those abilities. They devised a plan for Izuku to investigate during the sports festival. Afterward, he stood up and said, Thank you for your time, I will take my leave. As he was exiting, All Might called out, I would like you to meet someone. She's the daughter of my friend from America, her name is Melissa Shield. They own Shield Industries. Izuku, surprised, asked, Wait, as in the richest person alive, David Shield, who is working on an iron suit to help his daughter become a hero? Yes, that David, All Might confirmed. Izuku, excited, replied, Then what are you waiting for? Introduce me. All Might responded, Calm down, my boy. They are currently in the support room setting up for Melissa, as she is joining the support course to help your class with gadgets and become a hero herself. That's cool, Izuku said. We're here, All Might announced as he knocked on the door. A blonde girl about as tall as Bakugo opened it and greeted All Might with a hug, saying, Uncle Toshi. All Might returned the hug, saying, It's good to see you too, Melissa. After breaking the hug, All Might introduced Izuku, saying, Oh, this is my son, Izuku. Melissa extended her hand toward Izuku and said, Hi. Izuku shook her hand and replied, Hi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Melissa said, Likewise. Now shall we go inside? I want to show you my suit. Izuku, with a nerdy smile, eagerly replied, Yes, please. They entered to find David working on the suit, making final adjustments. He stepped out and greeted All Might. Hey, Toshi. How are you? Looks like your injury has healed. All Might replied, Yeah, I feel more alive now. By the way, Izuku, David and Melissa both know about One for All. Izuku asked, Oh, so Melissa, will you be joining us in the sports festival? Melissa confirmed, yes, I will also be participating in the festival. Nice. I get to test the technology you guys are creating. If you ever want something, I can get you something from the Asgardian vaults, Izuku offered. Melissa responded, really? Well, if you can, could you get me something that can absorb any vibrations and nullify attacks without causing any damage? Izuku replied, there is an ore of vibranium, but the process of creating something from it is highly toxic. Melissa insisted, we can handle it, so can you bring the ore here? Izuku agreed and went to the armory in the ruins of old Asgard, which only he could access. He retrieved the vibranium ore and handed it to her. After giving her the ore, he asked, so what will you make from this? Melissa replied, I would make a round shield for Aizawa so he could fight against the Nomus and handle different attacks. If I'm correct, no one should be able to break it, but it can still be cut into pieces. Now I will get back to work. As they walked, Izuku suggested to All Might they should install a dorm system in the school. All Might responded, Nizu is already on it. Izuku nodded but suddenly heard Thor's voice saying, it's time. Understanding the urgency, he told All Might, Dad, it's time. All Might sighed, you can use the area behind you. I will talk to Nizu. But what about Gore? Won't he be a problem? Izuku assured him, he won't make his move until summer break, I know it. Now I will do this quickly, then we can go back home. Izuku grabbed his hammer and flew to the back of Yue, summoning a storm. When the storm cleared, the castle of Odin stood behind Yue. Izuku landed on the balcony of Thor's room, and All Might soon arrived, saying, Nizu had no problem with this being here. Izuku replied, good. Now I just have to bring the gods back. All Might said, yeah, I just hope everything goes well so I can spend time with my family after hero work. Izuku reassured him, don't worry, Dad. Even if you die, I will bring you back. When you rise to the levels of a god, death just becomes a word. Now let's enjoy the sunset. This is where the part ends. Preview. The next part will introduce two original characters. One will gain the abilities of Venom, and another character will acquire the power of Juggernaut. Chapter end. Last time, we left off with Izuku recreating Asgard and letting Venom escape. He also defended the USJ alongside All Might and Aizawa while Bakugo and Izuku made up and returned to being friends. Now, on the same day as the USJ attack, we see Venom crawling through the city, searching for a perfect host with the heart of a hero. After hours of searching, he finds a man who tried to save a girl from some attackers but was injured in the process. The thugs fled, leaving the girl unconscious nearby. The man, having lost an arm and bleeding out in an alleyway, murmured, I didn't have a quirk. My whole life was cursed. I was denied a place in the hero schools, but I die knowing I saved a girl. He coughed up blood and closed his eyes, only to reopen them when he felt something slithering over his body. It was Venom, who began to cover him, healing his wounds and reattaching his arm. After integrating with his new host, Venom concealed himself within the man, who stood up in shock at what had just occurred. Suddenly, a face emerged from his shoulder and spoke, My name is Venom. I am a symbiote from another planet, and I was sent here to help someone become a hero in exchange for my existence. The man replied, So, you're an alien? Yes, Venom confirmed. I was tasked to assist someone in becoming a hero, and I heard you have that desire. We share the same goal. I will help you, and you will allow me to live within you. Do we have a deal? Yes, the man agreed. Good, Venom said with a smile. What is your name? Yoshi Yahika, the man replied. Excellent, Yoshi. Together, we will be known as the hero Venom, Venom declared as he retreated back into Yoshi's body. Suddenly, Yoshi exclaimed, But I don't have a license, nor can I apply to a hero school. What do we do? Venom responded, We can be heroes who operate independently. So, a vigilante? Yoshi asked. If that's how you want to label it, then yes. But first, take the girl to the police station so she can report what happened. They did just that, and after answering a few questions, Yoshi returned home. So, Venom, what are your abilities? Yoshi inquired. I can shoot tendrils from my body, climb any surface like a spider, produce webs for swinging, and I have heightened senses. I also enhance your strength and durability. My only weaknesses are loud noises and fire, Venom explained. That's awesome. By the way, what do you eat? I assume you need something since you're a living creature, Yoshi asked. I need to consume meat or chocolate, Venom replied. Then I should buy chocolates, Yoshi said. Yes. Now, do you want to get to work? We can track those thugs down and capture them, Venom suggested. Sure, but don't we need a costume? Yoshi asked. When we get into action, just say, mask on, and I will cover your entire body to protect you, Venom assured him. Cool, Yoshi replied. They set out, and Yoshi quickly located the thugs. After some searching, he followed them to an abandoned warehouse. He crept up to a window and peered inside, seeing the two thugs relaxing. He softly said, mask on, and jumped inside as Venom enveloped him. With a growl, he confronted the two thugs, who looked frightened. One of them attempted to slash at Venom with his quirk, which allowed him to transform his arms into blades. The other thug tried to grab Venom, but Venom skillfully dodged. When Yoshi reached the wall, he allowed the first thug to stab him. I got him, the thug boasted, but Venom swiftly grabbed him by the neck and said, so many snacks, so little time, liking the thug's face to instill fear. He opened his mouth wide to frighten him further, but was struck in the back by the second thug. Venom quickly knocked out the first thug and turned to the second, throwing him against the wall with force. He then webbed both thugs and called the police to the location before leaving, disappearing into the night. They only found the thugs tied up and unconscious, with a sign on one of them reading, Venom was here. This made headlines and everyone saw it. On his way home, Yoshi spotted the news and smiled, then bought chocolates for Venom before returning home. From that day on, he began his journey as a vigilante. Now, let's shift our focus to another character in the story. On the day of the entrance exam, we meet a man with a strong will who aspired to be a notorious villain and make a name for himself. However, his quirk was not suited for combat. It allowed him to double his speed every 2 minutes while running, but if he stopped, the quirk would deactivate. His life took a turn one day when he was defeated by a villain, leaving him both physically and mentally shattered. Cursing under his breath, he wished for the ability to be unstoppable. Suddenly, he found himself in a crimson realm, where he encountered a red-colored entity named Sidorak. You, Island Agami, desire the power to be unstoppable, correct? Sidorak asked. Yes, but who are you? Island replied. I am Sidorak, one of the primordial magic users. I want you to be my champion. I offer you the Crimson Gem of Sidorak, which will grant you the ability to be virtually unstoppable when you run. Almost nothing can hinder you. Island inquired, you mentioned being a champion for what purpose? Sidorak explained, there are 7 other primordial magic users. Since we cannot fight each other or enter your dimension, we choose champions to represent us. If you win the upcoming battle, the world will be yours. I accept. Where are the other champions? Island asked. No one else has been chosen yet, so you have time to hone your abilities. Now go, and remember to rely solely on my power, Sidorak instructed. Yes, sir, Island responded. He left and arrived in an alley, pondering if it had all been a dream. But Sidorak's voice echoed in his mind, reassuring him, no, it wasn't. Now go to the forest and test your abilities. Island went to the forest to train, deciding to run alongside a mountainside. As he approached the wall, he found himself passing through it effortlessly. Excitedly, he exclaimed, yes, I am truly unstoppable. After laying low for a few days, he chose to embrace his villainous identity once more, adopting the codename, the Juggernaut. And that's where I will leave off. Welcome back, everyone. Last time, we left off with Isizuku recreating Asgardian castle and introduced Yoshi as Venom, the vigilante, and Island as the Juggernaut. Isizuku also planned to investigate a traitor during the sports festival. We begin with Isizuku and All Might at the top of the castle, observing a news helicopter arriving. The reporter disembarks and asks Isizuku, what is this structure? Isizuku replies, this is the castle of Asgard, and I will be bringing the gods back, but don't worry, It will only be temporary. The reporter responds, "That's fine. We just wanted to assure people that it poses no threat." After the reporter leaves, Izuku and All Might head into the city for patrol. All Might wants Izuku to get accustomed to this responsibility and to help find the hosts of the gods. For those unaware, when the gods were dying, Odin created hosts throughout Japan to assist in their revival. While on patrol, Izuku and All Might hear a radio dispatch requesting backup, as an unstoppable beast is wreaking havoc in the city during the night. They rush to the scene and find a trail of destruction, with buildings bearing All Might-sized holes as if someone had barreled through them. Suddenly, they spot a figure as large as All Might, clad in armor, charging toward them. Izuku attempts to read the figure's mind but is blocked by the helmet. He warns All Might, "Get ready to punch him." Both Izuku and All Might charge at the figure, using one for all to strike, but the figure doesn't flinch. Instead, he grabs both heroes and tosses them aside, then slams All Might into a building. Seeing this, Izuku creates a barrier that extends 2 kilometers in diameter. This barrier works by safely transporting anyone Izuku doesn't want inside it, surrounding them with a smaller protective layer that can heal injuries. Those trapped in rubble and anyone who might interfere are safely removed, leaving only All Might, Izuku, the villain, and pro-heroes like Eraser and Endeavor. They engage the villain in battle, but their efforts are futile. All Might and Izuku can't inflict any damage, and Endeavor's flames have no effect. Eraser's quirk fails to cancel the villain's abilities. The villain declares, "I am the Juggernaut, the unstoppable villain. No one can defeat me." The news captures this moment. Izuku then calls upon his hammer, saying, "Well, let's see what happens." He unleashes lightning at the Juggernaut, but the villain strides through it unscathed. Izuku strikes the Juggernaut in the chest with Mjolnir, only to be thrown back by the shockwave of their clash, while the Juggernaut remains unfazed. All Might attempts to take the Juggernaut by surprise, managing to get him in a headlock and instructing Endeavor to strike. Endeavor begins to hit the Juggernaut, who merely laughs and prepares to retaliate. Suddenly, All Might, Endeavor, and Aizawa find themselves suspended in the air, enveloped in a layer of energy similar to Izuku's barrier. Izuku stands up, spinning his hammer, and shouts, "Juggernaut, let's see what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object." The people watching the news were filled with fear as scientists warned that if an unstoppable force met an unmovable object, it could create a singularity and lead to destruction. Izuku charged Mjolnir with lightning, and as Juggernaut charged at him, he hurled the hammer. When Mjolnir collided with Juggernaut, everything within the barrier was vaporized except for the 2 of them and the 3 pro-heroes. As the smoke cleared, Juggernaut lay on the ground, and Mjolnir was knocked back. In this clash, the unstoppable force was halted, and the unmovable object was pushed back. The crowd erupted in cheers as they realized the villain had finally been stopped. Izuku then released All Might, Endeavor, and Aizawa. Izuku placed Juggernaut in rune cuffs, severing his connection to the power of Sidorak. He lifted the barrier and summoned Mjolnir back to himself, using his earth manipulation to restore everything that had been destroyed, fixing all the houses and items within the area. Endeavor remarked, "All Might, you have a good relationship with him. I wish I could have had the same with my family." Izuku looked at Endeavor, read his memories, and shed a tear. "Don't worry, sir. I will help Shoto find the right path. You just focus on being your true self," Izuku assured him. Endeavor asked, "You will do that for me?" To which Izuku replied, "Yes." Endeavor hugged him tightly, whispering, "Thank you," as he fought back tears. Izuku then joked, "Now I've cut the footage of you hugging me, so let's get the villain to Tartarus prison." They nodded and took Juggernaut to the guards. When a guard saw the runes, he asked Izuku, "Was this another rogue Asgardian?" Izuku replied, "No, this was a human, but he was somehow channeling magical energy." The guard thanked Izuku for stopping Juggernaut, to which he responded, "I only did what was right, and these heroes helped a lot," pointing to the 3 pro-heroes. The guard walked off with Juggernaut, telling Izuku, "Be careful, hero," which made Izuku smile and give a thumbs up. Izuku approached Endeavor and said, "Can you do me a favor?" Endeavor nodded, asking, "What do you need?" Izuku replied, "If you ever encounter Venom, don't use your fire, it's one of his weaknesses." Endeavor questioned, "Why wouldn't I use my fire against him?" Izuku explained, "Venom is an alien symbiote I let go to help us. More symbiotes will arrive on this planet, and he can free them from their king's control to assist us." Endeavor agreed, "Alright, I won't go after him, but we will still put together a search party to make it seem like we're pursuing him and to show the public we're against vigilantes." Izuku smiled, "Great," and then asked Aizawa if he could secure Venom a spot on the provisional license exam. Aizawa nodded, saying, "I will try to get him a spot with you guys. The exam will be 1 week after the sports festival." Izuku said, "Perfect. I'll contact him in the meantime and inform him about this." He then flew off in search of Venom, scouring the town and the city of Mustafar but finding nothing. He decided to use the formula the night before the exam to search the entire country. Returning home, he sneaked in through the window, wanting to avoid his mother for now. He fell asleep and woke up the next morning to find a worried All Might and an upset Inko with her hair floating in distress. Izuku gulped as he approached. As he got closer, his mother slapped him and pulled his collar, saying, "Why did you sneak in last night? I was so worried about you." Trying to calm her down, Izuku hugged her and said, "Sorry, Mom, but I was tired and wanted to talk in the morning." Inko released him, saying, "So your mood is more important than mine?" Tears filled her eyes. Izuku knelt and said, "That's not what I meant. I just needed to clear my mind before talking. Please understand." Inko stopped crying as All Might comforted her. Suddenly, she rushed to the bathroom and began to be sick. After finishing, she whispered something in All Might's ear that made him tear up as he hugged her. Feeling like a third wheel, Izuku quickly ate breakfast at super speed, changed into his uniform, and left for school while All Might and Inko shared a slow dance in the living room. Upon arriving at his classroom, Izuku sat beside Momo, greeting her with a smile. She returned the smile and kept glancing at him. Noticing this, Izuku said, "You can watch me later, but for now, please focus." Momo nodded, and just then, Aizawa walked in, announcing, "Problem children, today you will be selecting a class representative." The class cheered, saying, "Finally, something normal." Aizawa activated his quirk and said, "Shut up. After selecting the class rep, I want Izuku to train you all for the sports festival. Those who don't want to be trained by him can train themselves." The class nodded in agreement. Aizawa settled into his sleeping bag, and the students began to discuss who should be the class rep. Suddenly, Ida stood up, declaring, "We should vote to decide who the class rep is." Everyone agreed it was a great idea. After voting, the results showed Izuku had the most votes, followed by Momo. Bakugo stood up, exclaiming, "Who the hell voted for the nerd?" Izuku smiled and said, "Bakugo, calm down." Bakugo insisted, "Whoever voted for the nerd, raise your hand." 17 students raised their hands, excluding Izuku, Shoto, and Bakugo. After seeing the turnout, Bakugo reluctantly raised his hand, saying, "You thought I would actually be angry?" Izuku replied, "I knew you were joking. That's the only reason you're still here." Bakugo gulped at the response and fell silent. Izuku then turned to Shoto, saying, "So, you voted for Momo just like I did, huh?" Shoto remained silent, causing everyone to look at him. Momo asked, "Why did you vote for me?" Shoto replied, "Because you are the smartest here and an overall better candidate." Izuku leaned closer to Shoto and whispered, "I know you're just trying to get Momo's attention, but I'm warning you to. Back off, she's with me." He then walks away, but Todoroki replies, "We'll see about that." Aizawa, wanting to ease the tension, says, "Well, anyone who wants to be trained by Izuku, head to the training ground." Todoroki is the only one who refuses, so Aizawa adds, "Then you can go home and prepare for the festival. The next 2 weeks will be off, but those training with Izuku can come to the school grounds now. Class is dismissed." Izuku then says, "Okay, everyone except Momo, head to the field." They all leave except Momo, who asks Izuku, "Why did you ask me to stay?" Izuku replies, "Stay away from Todoroki, his intentions don't seem good to me. Also, tomorrow I'll come to meet your parents." Momo beams. Finally, I can tell Dad about you. Izuku quickly counters, let's surprise him instead, and please ask your mom not to mention me. Momo nods, and they walk to the field where Izuku instructs everyone to stand in a line next to one another. They all comply. Izuku then asks Ida to walk in front, and Ida complies. Izuku explains, I will give you an equation called the speed force equation. It will make you incredibly faster for a short PRD after you say it. Ida questions, what is the speed force? Izuku replies, in the DC multiverse, a man named Barry Allen was struck by lightning. Due to some chemicals, an energy pool spread throughout time and space, reaching other multiverses. This allowed Barry and others to run at speeds far exceeding the speed of light without the usual drawbacks of physics. Many people gain this ability by connecting to the speed force, but Barry generates it when he runs. I believe you have the best chance of creating a direct connection, so you should practice that. Ida thanks him and walks off, memorizing the speed force equation. Next, Izuku calls Tsu and tells her, your tongue is 50 times stronger than a normal person's. If you cover your arms with your tongue, it will give you a significant strength boost in fights. I want you to work on that. She walks away, and Izuku then calls Kaminari and Kirishima. He advises them, you both use your quirks at full power from the start. Why not try using a smaller percentage? Kaminari, you could use a few volts instead of 1,000,000, and Kirishima, focus all your hardening on one spot that will take the impact or where you plan to attack. You can concentrate all your hardening in one area. The two walk away, impressed by his suggestions. Izuku then calls Uraraka and says, Uraraka, I want you to try changing the direction of objects you touch. I know you usually make them float, but why not try altering their gravity to the side, causing them to fly off? You could also use this to fly. Uraraka responds, I never thought of that. I need to work on this. She walks off, and soon after, Momo approaches. Izuku tells her, you need to understand the molecular structure of an object to create it. Here, take this. He places his hand gently on her chest, sharing knowledge about objects, allowing Momo to understand their molecular structure. He adds, now just work on your timing and thinking. Let's play chess. He continues to help the rest of the class. We then skip to Endeavor visiting his wife at the hospital. He walks into her room and is greeted by Rei Todoroki, who approaches him and says, I'm sorry. Endeavor lifts her up and hugs her, and she hugs him back. He asks, so, did the illness get cured? She replies, yes, and adds, we can finally be a family. In this story, Rei has an illness that causes her to remember things incorrectly, and she suggested being hospitalized to avoid causing harm to the children. Shoto was affected by her illness and began to believe that Endeavor had been abusive. In reality, Endeavor was just being strict to prepare his children for society, aiming for them to become even greater than the #1 hero. This led Shoto to think Endeavor was training them to surpass All Might. Returning to the story, Rei comes home with Endeavor. Natsuo speaks up, saying, why are you with that abuser? Rei tells him not to speak to his father that way. Natsuo argues, but he abused all of us in some way. Rei replies, no, he didn't. I had an illness that made me think that. It isn't his fault, so apologize. Natsuo does so, and they all talk and reconcile. Shoto arrives and sees Endeavor trying to make amends. Shoto says, I will put everything aside, but you have to help me with something. Endeavor responds, yes, anything, as Shoto smirks. We then cut to a blind man in an alleyway who suddenly begins to glow and transforms into Heimdall, the guard of the Bifrost. Heimdall has the ability to observe the entire universe, seeing anything not hidden by magic. He makes his way to the new castle of Asgard. Upon arrival, he blows a horn, grabbing Izuku's attention as he flies up. Izuku sees Heimdall approach him, and after reaching a certain distance, Heimdall kneels, placing his sword down in a SBMSV manner, and says, my lord, I am Heimdall, and I am at your service. And that's where I will end it. We left off with Izuku fighting the Juggernaut and defeating him. After that, he became the class representative and trained the students to use their quirks more effectively. He also met Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. In the end, we saw Endeavor meeting with his family, and Shoto asking him for a favor. Now we start off the next day with Izuku going to meet Momo's parents. He flies to the main door, presses a button, and announces, "I am Izuku Midoriya, and I am here to meet Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu." A voice comes from the speakers saying, "Come in." Just as the gates open, Izuku quickly heads to the mansion and knocks on the door, which is opened by Momo, who greets him with, "You're finally here." Izuku responds, "Sorry if I was late." Just as he is about to step inside, he hears a familiar voice say, "So I just sign here, and we're done." Realizing who it is, Izuku rushes past Momo, activating his full cowl, and enters the room. He sees Endeavor about to sign a paper and quickly uses his black whip and telekinesis to stop Endeavor's hand just centimeters away from the document. Endeavor looks up, surprised, and asks, "Izuku, what are you doing here?" Izuku sighs and replies, "Sorry for stopping you, but what are you doing here?" Sensing the worry in Izuku's voice, Endeavor explains, "I am here to finalize an arranged marriage between Momo and Shoto." Izuku sighs in relief and asks, "Would that paper have finalized everything?" Endeavor confirms, "Yes, but why were you so worried?" Izuku answers, "Momo and I are dating and I warned Shoto to stay away yesterday, but it seems he didn't listen." Endeavor is shocked and stands up, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Izuku smiles and reassures him, "It's not your fault, Uncle NG." Endeavor then adds, "Thank goodness you stopped me because if I had signed that paper, it would have been impossible to cancel the marriage." Endeavor leaves, saying goodbye to the family and apologizing to Momo for his son's behavior. After he departs, Momo's father stands up, walks over to Izuku, and introduces himself, saying, "I am Kenny Yaoyorozu, and this is my wife, Meme Yaoyorozu." Izuku almost laughs at the last part, thinking, "Who names their kid Meme?" but is playfully smacked on the head by Momo. He bows and introduces himself, "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am your daughter's boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya." Kenny tells Izuku, "Who would have thought my future son-in-law would be the god of thunder and the son of the #1 hero himself?" Izuku takes it as a compliment and replies, "Well, I never thought I would find someone like your daughter in the entire universe, realms included." Kenny chuckles and tells Momo, "I like the kid. Why don't you show him around? I have to sort out the problem from earlier." Momo responds, "Sure," and walks off, playfully dragging Izuku along the floor. Her parents smile at the scene, and Kenny suggests, "I think we should have 2 bodyguards to protect Momo from that Shoto kid. He seems obsessed with her, and we need to ensure they have quirks effective against his fire abilities." Meme nods and says, "I will interview people tomorrow morning." Now we cut to Momo talking to Izuku in her room. Momo. I closed the door behind me and told Izuku, "Stand here," pointing near a table. He complied, and I took a deep breath, asking, "Don't you think we are going too fast? Since the day I met you, I've never doubted anything about us. Normally, people worry about whether they deserve the other person, but I know you're doing something. Just tell me what it is." Izuku looked at the floor and said, "I am a god now, which means I will live for millions of years. That gives me only about 50 to 60 years with you, right?" I nodded, and he continued, "Because of that, I want to spend as much time with you as possible. I didn't want to waste time doubting whether you deserve me or not, so I removed those doubts from your mind." I felt a surge of anger. He had manipulated me, even if it was to help me overcome self-doubt. I knew I would regret what I was about to say, but I told him to leave. "I need some time to think about this. But Izuku, don't think of this as a breakup, just a small break for me to adjust." Izuku looked up, tears in his eyes. He hugged me tightly and said, "Thank you. I thought you wanted to break up with me." I was taken aback but rubbed his back, saying, "It's okay, but you need to go now. I have to think about it. Let's put this relationship on pause until the final exams." Izuku nodded, "Yeah, sure," and walked out. I lay on my bed wondering, did I do the right thing? End of POV. Izuku was flying to Asgard to talk to Heimdall and possibly find more Asgardians. He remembered last night. Flashback. Izuku was taken aback when Heimdall knelt before him. He quickly helped Heimdall to his feet and asked, "You're Heimdall, right? The guardian of Asgard." Heimdall stood and replied, "Yes, I was awakened in this body that Odin created for us to return this time, cheating death and breaking the cycle of Ragnarok." Izuku looked at Heimdall, confused, and asked, "What is the cycle of Ragnarok?" Heimdall explained, "Ragnarok is the foretold end of Asgard that occurs time after time during Thor's reign. This event has happened countless times. Odin has been trying to prevent it, but he was always unable to. So this time, he changed Thor's role and brought everyone back differently." Izuku nodded, saying, "Interesting. I need to do some research about it. If I need more information, I will ask you later. For now, I need to go." Heimdall looked at him and replied, "Yes, my lord." He then stood at a ledge, gazing over the UA campus and the city below. Izuku then took off toward his house. End of flashback. Izuku arrived near the ledge where Heimdall had been the night before, only to find him missing. He quickly thought, maybe he got into a confrontation. Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone approaching him, clad in Asgardian armor. "My lord, you are summoned by the king," the figure said. Izuku hurried through the halls, noticing that many people had gathered. It seemed the entirety of Asgard had returned overnight. When he reached the throne room, he looked up at the man seated on the throne, holding a staff and wearing an eye patch over one eye. This man was Odin the All-Father. Now, we shift to an underwater prison, surrounded by dragon-like creatures. The top of the prison was a rocky circle, engraved with a rune. Inside, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Odin turned to face a general direction and said, "Ah, so Odin has returned to Earth. This is the opportunity one have waited for years to seize, and now it's time for me to claim my rightful place as the true All-Father." He then erupted into maniacal laughter, concluding with, "The world shall know fear itself." And this concludes this part. Last time, we left off with Izuku preparing to meet Odin, while a mysterious presence stirred at Odin's arrival on Earth. Now, we will focus on the introduction of the class to the Big Three and Izuku's agreement with Odin. "You're Odin?" Izuku asked, surprised. "Yes, I am Odin, the All-Father," Odin replied. Just as Izuku was about to speak, Odin raised his hand, signaling him to remain silent. After a moment, Odin continued, "I am the king of Asgard until you turn 25 or reunite the 9 realms. However, I cannot stay on Earth for long. I will leave as soon as the new Asgard is completed near Saturn. My presence here will only lead to trouble." After a brief silence, Izuku asked, "What kind of trouble?" Odin looked at him seriously. "The Serpent is an ancient being I trapped eons ago beneath the ocean. Now that I am here, he has awakened. Believe me when I say you do not want to confront him." Izuku felt a shiver of fear but stood firm. "If he breaks free, I will do everything in my power to stop him. Do we have a deal?" "Do as you wish," Odin replied. "But if the battle seems hopeless, I will take you with me for a last stand." Izuku nodded, then turned to, "You may go now. You have a special class tomorrow, so take care of your business," Odin said. Izuku exited the castle and flew home. Upon entering, he heard crying from the kitchen and walked over to find his mother in tears, with all might trying to console her. As he approached, he noticed a PRGN-CY test kit on the counter. Shocked and a bit angry, he exclaimed, "So you came back after 14 years, and in less than a year, you get mom pain? I guess you'll be taking another 14-year leave after 9 months." All Might and Inko turned to see Izuku standing there. Inko looked embarrassed, while All Might seemed a bit apprehensive. "My boy, I won't leave again. I did that once out of fear, but now I know I don't need to be afraid. Aren't you happy about having a sibling?" Izuku smiled. "Yeah, I'm beyond excited. I hope it's a girl so she can be the flower girl at my wedding with Momo." Then he remembered the recent events and looked down, whispering to himself about the uncertainty of that happening. All Might, trying to change the subject, asked, "By the way, how did your meeting with Yayarosa go?" Izuku sighed, looking down, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I messed up, Dad. I messed up hard." All Might lifted Izuku gently, a gesture meant to lighten the weight of his worries. What happened? Wiping his tears, Izuku explained. Momo wants to take a break from our relationship, but she didn't say for how long. All Might hugged him and asked, why did she feel that way? Izuku replied, she asked if our relationship was moving too fast. I told her I had removed all her doubts, so she could decide quickly. But she said I played with her judgment. All Might remained silent for a moment, allowing Izuku to process his feelings. Then Inko spoke up. What you did was wrong. You took away her ability to choose. You didn't let her think for herself, and that's not how I raised you. Izuku looked down, feeling guilt wash over him. I'll apologize to her tomorrow. All Might then said, by the way, Aizawa loved the shield you gave him. He wants to test it against your full strength. Why don't we visit him in the forest? It might help brighten your mood. Izuku nodded and informed his mom they would be back in a couple of hours. A short time later, they met Aizawa in All Might's forest. Took you long enough. I was about to fall asleep, Aizawa remarked, holding the shield. Sorry, we had a family issue, Izuku replied. Aizawa sighed. Alright, I'm here to test this out. First, try to bend it with your full strength. Izuku took a deep breath. As you wish. He grasped the shield and attempted to bend it with all his might, but only ended up hurting his hand. That thing is incredibly durable. Now I want to hit it with my hammer to see what happens. He handed the shield back to Aizawa. Hold it up, here I come. With that, he jumped and brought his hammer down onto the shield, resulting in a massive explosion that echoed through the forest. That was quite something, kid, Aizawa said as he stood up alongside Izuku and All Might, both of whom were recovering from the shockwave they had just endured. Izuku replied, that was a great shield, sensei. If you don't mind, I'd like to go home and rest. That blast gave me quite a headache. With that, Izuku grabbed All Might and teleported away, leaving Aizawa behind. This is awesome. Now let's take down some villains, he declared before heading into the city to do his job. That night, Izuku and All Might simply rested at home, both feeling the effects of their earlier encounter. The next day, Izuku walked into class and noticed Shoto covered in bandages, likely due to a confrontation with his parents. His attention then shifted to a certain girl with a ponytail, who was glaring at him with an intensity that made him uneasy. Just then, Aizawa pushed him into the classroom. Okay, listen up, problem children, Aizawa began. You will meet the big three of UA today, so behave yourselves, or I will suspend you. The room fell silent, and after a brief pause, Aizawa said, you can come in now. 3 students entered the room and stood before the class. Izuku thought to himself, it feels like the circus is here. The blonde is the clown, the blue-haired one is the announcer, and the third guy, who looks like a less edgy version of an elf from another universe, seems like the one who does all the work but is too shy to speak up. The trio introduced themselves as Mirio Togata, Nijire Heido, and Tamaki Amajiki. After Tamaki expressed his desire to go home, Mirio announced, all right, let's have a fight, everyone against me. The class erupted in protests, but Aizawa cut them off. Just do it, okay? And Todoroki will not participate due to his injuries. Now move it. The class made their way to the gym, getting into fighting positions. As soon as Aizawa said, go, Mirio vanished into the floor. Only Izuku and Ida, with their super speed, noticed what had happened. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he realized Mirio's clothes were left behind, and he quickly scanned the area until he spotted Mirio's head popping up in front of Momo. Izuku rushed over and kicked Mirio in the face, sending him flying into the nearby forest, along with his clothes. This all happened in the blink of an eye, so Mirio had no idea Izuku was coming. Aizawa spoke up, Midoriya, why did you knock him out so quickly? Izuku turned to him and replied, he was about to expose himself to my girlfriend, so I kicked him out of the gym and into the trees, leaving his clothes with him. Hearing this, Momo jumped on Izuku and kissed him on the cheek, saying, thank you, Izuku. But then she suddenly pulled away, walking off angrily and adding, I didn't need your help, you jerky. The entire class was taken aback, even Aizawa, who wondered what had happened to change their dynamics so drastically. Amidst the confusion, 2 faces showed happiness. Izuku, who whispered to himself, I am still worthy of her love, and Todoroki, who wore a smug grin, thinking, finally I can have her. Trust me, I will make her happy. I will give her the life of her dreams, and I will love her like a queen. Moments later, Mirio returned, holding his jaw. Why did you kick me so hard? He asked. Izuku scoffed, you were about to embarrass every girl here. I could have reported you for that. Mirio apologized to everyone, saying, I was just too excited to fight you all. I've heard amazing things from the teachers. After some time, the class forgave him and then asked, Midoriya, what was that? With you and Momo? Izuku replied, I messed up and now we're on a break. But she didn't say, break up, and she even kissed me today, so I think we'll be okay after some time. The shippers sighed in relief, saying, the iceberg hit the ship, but the ship survived. Thank goodness. This made Izuku laugh, feeling genuinely happy with his friends after the incident. Meanwhile, a group of individuals was swimming toward a rune-shaped tomb guarded by sea dragons. They began battling the creatures, with one man in a black trench coat unleashing blue flames that scorched 3 dragons. A girl allowed herself to be swallowed by a dragon, only to attack it from the inside, ultimately defeating it. She emerged, revealing herself to be a blonde girl with 2 bangs. The last member of the group, covered in hands, decayed 2 dragons with a touch. Together, they approached the seal, and the man with the hands touched it, decaying it and opening the tomb. They entered to meet an old man. The old man looked at them and said, Ah, Shigaraki, Dabi, and Toga. Nice to meet you. I have been waiting for you. Shigaraki and the others removed their swimming gear, and Shigaraki spoke up, You contacted me, saying you had a gift for us and wanted us to work for you. The serpent replied, Yes, that is my intention. Listen carefully, I am much stronger than all for one. Work for me, and you will have the power to rule the world. As part of your recruitment, you will receive a hammer similar to Thor's, but different. Do you accept? Shigaraki, tempted by the thought of wielding godlike powers, replied, Yes, I would love to work for you. The serpent smirks and says, Then all 3 of you choose your hammers, while gesturing toward the hammers in the room. Shigaraki approaches the hammer in the center, extending his hand toward it as dark energy radiates from the hammer. Toga's hammer glows with a vibrant red energy, while Dabi's hammer emits a bright white light. The moment they lift the hammers, they undergo a remarkable transformation, taking on new forms while still retaining their familiar appearances. And that's the end of today's part. Last time, we saw Izuku's meeting with Odin, Class 1A sparring against Mirio, with Izuku knocking Mirio out in an instant. The last thing we witnessed was Shigaraki, Dabi, and Toga joining the serpent. Now, let's continue the story. It was the last day before the sports festival. Izuku was sitting on his rooftop, meditating. He had been trying to access Float, Nana's quirk, as a backup in case he needed to use both hands while mid-air, since Mjolnir required one hand to hold it to fly. All Might returned to the roof after fetching some drinks, a beach chair, and sunscreen. When he arrived, he saw Izuku floating just above the ground, about half an inch to be exact. All Might called out to Izuku saying, Good progress. This startled Izuku, causing him to end his meditation and gently land. He stood up and replied, Well, enjoy your sunbathing. I have some places to be. With that, he muttered something under his breath and sped off, leaving a trail of green lightning behind him. All Might noticed the same lightning flickering throughout the city and thought, if he was using one for all, there would be wind pressure from the drag his body generates, but there is none. It's as if the air isn't affecting him. I guess I will ask him later. Little did he know, Izuku was using the speed force to travel multiple times faster than light without experiencing any drag or setting off explosions. He zipped across the country but soon grew bored and decided to visit the sun to test his durability. When Izuku reached the sun, he landed on the surface and immediately sank in. He quickly flew back out and remarked, Of course, the sun is made of plasma, which is liquid energy. You can't stand on it. But still, I didn't receive any damage, so I can survive a trip to the core of a planet easily. That's awesome. Now, I think I should visit every planet and then look for Venom. I'm sure he comes out at night. Izuku did just that, exploring the entire solar system. Near Saturn, he discovered something surprising and decided to investigate. He arrived at a structure and saw people working to build something. When he landed, the workers approached him and bowed. Izuku was puzzled until he noticed the Asgardian armor and pieced it together. This is the new Asgard that Odin has ordered to be constructed, right? One of the workers stood up and replied, "Yes, my lord, it is." Izuku quickly responded, "No need to call me lord. Izuku is fine." The workers straightened up and said, "Very well, Izuku." He smiled and added, "I must leave now, I have to talk to someone. I hope you all enjoy your work, and if you need any help, just call me." The workers nodded, and with that, Izuku flew back to Earth, landing in the city where Venom was last seen. He transformed into his normal self, wearing a mask, just like everyone should while going outside. He began walking through the city, searching for any sign of Venom. As he walked quickly, his phone rang. It was an unknown number, but he decided to answer. "Who's this?" he asked. A gruff voice replied, "It's Endeavor. I got your number from All Might. Come to my location, I have him." Izuku clarified, "Just to be clear, we're talking about the same him, right?" Endeavor confirmed, "Yeah, now come to my location." Izuku checked the location Endeavor sent him and flew there. Upon arrival, he saw Endeavor with Ingenium and a man he didn't recognize, while the police were taking someone away. Izuku approached the unknown man and asked, "Are you Venom?" The man turned and replied, "Yes, I am Yoshi Yahika, also known as Venom." Izuku smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Yoshi. By the way, who did the police take away?" Ingenium spoke up, "Oh, it was Stain, the hero killer. He attacked me, but before he could do any damage, Venom came and stopped him." Izuku turned to Yoshi and said, "Really? I want to know how you did it. Can you tell me? Oh, and by the way, what is your quirk?" As he pulled out his Hero Analysis number 13 notebook and a pen from his wristbands, Yoshi chuckled at Izuku's enthusiasm. "I don't have a quirk. As for how I beat him, Ingenium can explain what happened before I arrived, and I will tell you everything that happened after. Is that good enough?" Izuku smiled brightly and said, "Absolutely." Storytelling. Ingenium's POV. I was on my usual evening patrol when I noticed a figure on a rooftop. Curious, I decided to investigate, thinking it might be Venom, as Endeavor had asked us to contact Izuku if we spotted him. I quickly ascended the building and approached the figure, but before I could say anything, the figure lunged at me with a knife. I managed to dodge just in time. It was then that I recognized the figure as Stain. He sneered, "Ah, another fake hero come to meet his end. Don't worry, I'll cleanse this society of you fame-seekers." With that, he launched a flurry of attacks, not giving me a moment to regain my footing. Soon, I found myself at the edge of the building, panic setting in as he took advantage of my fear and knocked me off the roof. We both fell into an alleyway below. Dazed from the fall, I struggled to catch my breath, but Stain landed on me, ready to strike. Just then, Venom arrived. Venom's POV. I was leaping around, looking for someone to help when I heard a crash. I quickly made my way to a rooftop overlooking the alleyway and spotted Ingenium in trouble. I called the police, saying, "This is an emergency. Pro-hero Ingenium is fighting the hero killer and needs assistance. You can track my phone to find me." As I spoke, I jumped down just in time to intervene, shooting webs at Stain's sword and yanking it away, delivering a kick to his face. It would have knocked out most, but Stain was surprisingly resilient. He regained his balance and remarked, "You're Venom, right? One of the real ones, helping people unlike this fake." I shot him a disgusted look from behind my mask. "Who are you calling fake? Ingenium helps others selflessly and supports vigilantes who want to make a difference. You should consider people's actions before forming an opinion." With that, I lunged at Stain, creating a hammer from my body to strike him. He dodged, just as I had hoped, allowing me to use a tentacle from my shoulder to grab him and slam him against the walls multiple times, careful to keep his head secure to avoid any serious injury. Eventually, I stopped when he was knocked out. I set him down, preparing to capture him, but he suddenly sprang up and stabbed me in the shoulder before quickly pulling the knife out and liking it. My body went numb, and I struggled to move as he attempted to deliver a fatal blow. Luckily, Venom managed to move my body just in time. Stain, surprised, said, "You can still move after being paralyzed? Impressive. I won't kill you if you leave now." But before he could finish, Ingenium kicked him in the back of the head, catching him off guard and knocking him out. Venom then webbed Stain up, and I was about to escape when Ingenium called out to me. "Izuku wants to meet you." "Just wait," he said. I tried to run, but Venom held me back. "Don't panic. Izuku is the one who freed me, so he must have something important to say." I decided to stay put. Soon, Endeavor arrived, and we introduced ourselves while the police took Stain away. Moments later, Izuku appeared. End of storytelling. "What can I do for you?" Yoshi asked. Izuku looked at him and replied, "My class and I will be taking the provisional license exam next week. I've already secured you a spot. This will make you a proper pro hero." Hearing this, Yoshi's eyes filled with tears of joy. His dream was finally coming true. He wiped his eyes and said, "Thank you. I promise I will do my best." Izuku smiled and said, "I look forward to working with you." With that, Izuku headed home to rest, as the sports festival was the next day. End of chapter. Chapter end. Welcome back, everyone, to another part of What If Deku Was the God of Thunder. In the last part, we covered how Izuku met Yoshi, also known as Venom, and the first two parts of the sports festival where everyone declared war on Izuku, except for Bakugo. Now, onto the story. We pick up at the start of the 1v1 matches, where Midnight had just announced the event. This is where the fun begins, Izuku said after the announcement, realizing his first match would be against Shinso. Following that, he would face Shoto, and then Ida, who would be a tricky opponent. Izuku prepared himself and walked to the room designated for him to rest and prepare for the matches. After 15 minutes of waiting, Izuku was summoned to the arena to fight Shinso. He arrived, ready for battle, but before he could make a move, Shinso spoke up. "It must be nice being the son of the #1 hero and having the powers of a god. You must be enjoying life from the start, while I was labeled a villain just because of my quirk." Izuku felt his temper rising, a trait he had inherited from Thor. He replied, "Really? Let me tell you something. I lived without a father for 14 years and was quirkless, bullied for 12 years. You say you had a rough childhood? So did I. I understand how you feel, but using that to gain sympathy is just low." Shinso was taken aback. "Why isn't my quirk working? You should be under my control right now." Izuku chuckled. "Well, I trained to block telepathic attacks, so you've already lost." With that, he charged at Shinso and pushed him out of the arena, adding, "You can improve and prove others wrong, but only if you try." He offered his hand, which Shinso took, agreeing with Izuku's words. Next was the match between Shoto and Shiro. Nothing major happened. Shoto won by creating a massive iceberg. Then came the match between Momo and Tokoyami. As Midnight signaled the start, Momo created a lightsaber and attacked Dark Shadow, who was no match for its heat and brightness. Momo advanced toward Tokoyami while fending off Dark Shadow. When she reached him, she held the lightsaber to his throat and asked, "Do you yield?" Tokoyami replied, "I yield," and Momo advanced to the next round to face Mina. Bakugo also advanced after defeating Uraraka and then winning his match against Kirishima. Now it was the highly anticipated match between Izuku and Shoto. They both entered the arena, ready for battle. Before the fight began, Izuku smirked and said, "Use your full power, Todoroki. You can't win otherwise." Shoto shouted back, "Shut up," while sending a wave of ice at Izuku, who shattered it with a flick, nearly pushing Todoroki off the arena. Shoto, frustrated, yelled, "Why are you interfering in my life, taking away the girl I love? I want to make her happy, unlike you." Izuku looked at Shoto and replied, "She loves me. She is happy with me. Shouldn't you be happy that she is happy?" Shoto looked down, realizing that he was trying to take her away from someone she loved. He glanced at Momo in the crowd and said, "I'm sorry, Momo." Then he turned to Izuku, seemed ready to speak. You want to say something? Go ahead, I'm listening, Shoto prompted. Izuku smiled and said, I just wanted to say that you shouldn't hate your father. Even though he treated you badly, he only wanted you to be stronger. Before he could finish, Shoto interrupted, surpass all might, right? He's putting his ambitions on me. I don't want to be what he wants me to be. Izuku responded, he wants you to surpass all might because he is the strongest hero. The strongest can protect those close to them and save others. He wants you to be stronger than All Might because he lost his family to a villain when he was a kid and wasn't strong enough to save them. That's why he wanted to be the strongest, because he thought the strongest never loses and always protects people. Hearing this, Shoto looked back at his father with tears in his eyes, noticing his father was also tearing up. Shoto then turned back to Izuku and said, Midoriya, you really are a hero, saving me from a wrong path. Fine, I will use my fire because it is mine, not his, right? Izuku smiled and replied, read my mind. Shoto unleashed a torrent of ice, covering the arena floor. Izuku smirked, thinking, this is good. When he launches his fire, the hydrogen particles in the ice will supercharge and explode. This will give me an opening to read every mind in the stadium to find the traitor, as the explosion will distract them and leave their minds vulnerable. With that, Shoto concentrated his fire, while Izuku charged lightning through his body with one for all at 100%. They both prepared to attack each other as friends going all out. Midnight, sensing the intensity, instructed Cementos to create pillars for safety. But as soon as the two launched their attacks, they shattered the pillars. Shoto's fire ignited as Izuku had predicted, and in an instant, he read everyone's minds, locating the traitor. There you are, he said, moving through the flames, which did nothing to him. Izuku walked through the fire and delivered a powerful punch to Todoroki's gut, launching him out of the arena. Good game, Todoroki, he said. Todoroki was knocked out, and Izuku stood in the arena as the crowd erupted in cheers, proclaiming, the top two heroes' kids are just as good as them, if not better. This made both Endeavor and All Might proud. Watching this, Momo seethed with anger at how calmly Izuku fought. At that moment, she decided she would make him regret his life. The next match was Bakugo versus Momo. The crowd was worried for Momo, having seen how Bakugo fought. But that changed quickly when they heard what Momo said as she entered the arena. Listen here, you little Pomeranian. If you hold back in this fight, you'll regret it. I will make sure you understand. Katsuki nodded vigorously, and the crowd began to murmur, concerned about what might happen next. Midnight was about to signal the start of the match, but Bakugo interrupted, saying, I'll be right back. He disappeared into the tunnel and returned 5 minutes later, ready to fight. Now I'm ready, he declared. Midnight asked, where did you go? Bakugo simply replied, I had to prepare myself. Everyone was taken aback and Midnight said, thank you for your honesty. Now let's fight. With that, Momo dashed towards Bakugo at incredible speed and delivered a punch to his gut. She then grabbed his collar and tossed him into the arena, saying, get up. Hearing the urgency in her voice, Bakugo sprang to his feet, ready to engage. He began to generate small explosions in his hands, declaring, I won't hold back, Yaozu. Momo smirked and replied, good for you. Bakugo charged at her, but before he could strike, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw blood trickling from a wound and Momo's hand near his stomach. He coughed, apologizing, I'm sorry if I offended you in any way. Momo withdrew her hand, cleaned it, and then placed it near his wound. To his surprise, a green light emanated from her hand as she healed him. Bakugo stood up, clutching his stomach and breathing heavily. He glanced at Momo and gulped, then turned and sprinted out of the arena. His pride didn't matter, his life was more important at that moment. The crowd was tense, especially Izuku, who worried about what Momo might do to him next, considering she had hurt Bakugo. Izuku hurried to his room to prepare for his match against Ida. His only hope against Ida was to rely on speed or some clever strategy. As he brainstormed ideas, he suddenly found the perfect plan. He then heard Midnight call their names, and both he and Ida stepped into the arena, ready to fight. Midnight shouted, "Fight!" Just as Ida was about to speak, Izuku moved at super speed, covering Ida's mouth and slamming him to the ground, winning the match instantly. Standing up, Izuku addressed the crowd. "I apologize for how quick that was, but I couldn't risk Ida gaining any advantage." "I'm sorry, my friend." Ida chuckled and replied, "No problem, I understand. I'm just glad you won." The crowd was puzzled, as was Izuku, who asked Ida, "Why?" Ida wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and explained, "Well, I didn't want to fight Yayorozu. Given how angry she is, she probably wants to fight you. Good luck, and if you survive, we'll meet again." With that, Ida left, and Midnight turned to Izuku, asking, "Hey kid, are you ready for the next round?" Izuku, lost in thought, simply nodded, a decision he would soon regret. Hearing Midnight call for Momo to come down to the arena, Izuku finally realized what was happening and exclaimed, "Wait, right now?" Midnight confirmed, "Yes." As Momo entered the arena, Izuku silently prayed for help, but all he heard was, "I'm sorry buddy, but this is too good to miss out on. Now let's go." Izuku pleaded, "Oh come on Vinay please. You're the only one who can help me right now." Vinay, now known to everyone, replied with a grin, "Nah, I'll enjoy this with popcorn." Frustrated, Izuku shot back, "Forget you man." Just then, a voice from the stands called out, "Say that to my face, you idiot." Vinay turned to see himself sitting there, popcorn in hand. Izuku gulped and quickly added, "I'm sorry sir. Please forgive my rudeness." Vinay smiled and said, "I'll only accept your apology if you fight her." Feeling a surge of fear, Izuku knew he had to confront Momo. There was no other choice. He looked at her and said, "Momo, I'm really sorry. Please understand, I did it because I care about you." This only fueled Momo's anger, and she declared, "So, you've chosen your fate." Midnight then shouted, "Go!" Momo charged at Izuku, swords and projectiles flying, forcing him to dodge desperately. Her weapons were made of a special material that could seriously injure him if they struck true. Izuku searched for an opening, and when he found one, he rushed in with a powerful punch, but to his surprise, Momo simply caught his fist and retaliated, sending him reeling and causing him to cough. Unbeknownst to everyone, Momo had developed a unique ability during her training. She could create quirks. Since quirks are technically non-living things, she discovered she could generate them, along with body parts, as long as they were no longer considered alive. Izuku stumbled back but managed to land on his feet after a somersault. He leaped up, only to be met with an explosion from Momo, who had conjured Bakugo's quirk, propelling him backward. As he looked down, he saw Momo shrouded in smoke. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself toward her by pushing against the air behind him, but was suddenly struck by an axe, likely made of the same material as her weapons. He fell to the ground, wincing in pain, as Momo approached and knelt beside him, meeting his gaze. "Are you sorry?" she asked. Izuku nodded quickly. "Momo, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me." Momo smirked and said, "Apology accepted," before pulling the axe away and surprising him with a kiss. "And I love you too." Afterward, she returned to her usual self, standing up and saying, "That was exhausting, pretending like that." Izuku, healing gradually, remarked, "You were acting?" Momo just smiled and playfully pushed him, causing him to tumble out of the arena, claiming victory for herself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, the Juggernaut was training in a special dome adorned with runes that severed his connection to Sidorak, preventing him from becoming unstoppable. Surrounded by guards who had become his friends, he suddenly heard a loud boom as a hammer crashed through the dome in front of them. The Juggernaut felt an irresistible pull toward the hammer, struggling against the temptation as he realized his past mistakes. But the hammer drew closer, and when he reached for it, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, transforming him into something entirely different. He declared, "The world shall now live in fear, for my master is fear itself." End of chapter. Last time, we saw how Izuku revealed the truth about Endeavor's obsession to Todoroki and faced off against Momo, who nearly defeated him and claimed first place. A mysterious hammer also fell near the Juggernaut's location. Now, onto the story. Izuku stood on the second podium, with Ida on the third and Momo at the top. Midnight announced, "Well done, students. You all performed admirably, and all the teachers are proud of you. Now, the medals will be presented by," but she was interrupted by something falling from the sky, exclaiming, "By me, of course." The crowd erupted in excitement, recognizing All Might. As All Might prepared to speak, Midnight playfully tapped him on the back, saying, "Never cut me off again." All Might raised his hands defensively and replied, "All right, I get it." He approached the medals, picking up the third-place award and standing before Ida. "Young Ida, I'm proud of your effort in achieving third place. Remember, there's always more to learn." He placed the medal around Ida's neck and then picked up the second-place medal, standing in front of Izuku. "Ah, my boy, you truly are my son. Losing to your girlfriend seems to run in the family. I'm proud of you for securing second place." He draped the medal around Izuku's neck, sharing a laugh with the crowd. With a sigh, All Might took the first-place medal and approached Momo. "Well done, young Yaoyorozu. You've won the first-year sports festival against formidable opponents, proving your talent and strength." He placed the medal around her neck and turned to the crowd, saying, "Let's hear it together." The crowd, along with All Might, cheered, plus Ultra. "You did a great job." The crowd then booed at All Might, who rubbed the back of his head and said, "I mean, they did a great job. Now I think I should," but before he could leap away, two hammers landed in the center of the stadium, radiating energy. Izuku saw the hammers and quickly connected the dots, yelling, "Don't touch them. They are dangerous artifacts." But before he could say more, he heard two voices call out, "Izuku! Midoriya! It's pulling me towards it." Izuku quickly looked to his left and saw Todoroki and Bakugo being drawn toward the hammers. He froze and could only shout, "No." But it was too late. The two had reached the hammers and were transformed into two formidable creatures. The green one was Bakugo, while the rocky one was Todoroki. The two transformed students looked around and exclaimed, "Ah, it feels good to finally be back in the world of the living." And now, they turned their gaze to Izuku and declared, "You, who wield Mjolnir, we challenge you to a fight." Izuku was breathing heavily, uncertain of what would happen next, when he felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He looked to see Momo standing beside him. "Thanks, Momo," he said. Then he heard Shoto taunt, "What, are you afraid?" Momo added, "Don't worry, just stop them." Izuku turned back to face the two challengers and said, "I accept." With that, the two rushed at him. He quickly charged forward, shouting, "No one will interfere." He called his hammer to him and leaped at them, declaring, "Do I look afraid to you?" He struck Shoto in the face, sending him flying toward the city. He then blocked a punch from Bakugo and turned back, commanding, "Evacuate the city." With a surge of energy, he struck Bakugo with lightning, sending him flying in the same direction as Shoto. Just as he was about to pursue them, something broke through the wall. He turned to see the Juggernaut wielding a similar hammer and called out, "Guys, can you handle him?" Every hero and the Class 1A and 2A students responded, "Yes, we can. Now you go after them." Izuku nodded and flew after Bakugo and Shoto, landing 15 blocks away. He found that the two had already started rampaging through the city. Quickly, he erected a barrier that could carry people outside and also heal anyone within it. He then pursued the two and confronted them, saying, "Did you forget I am your opponent?" The two responded, "Ah, so you didn't run after all. We were wrong about you. Now, are you ready to fight?" Izuku tightened his grip on his hammer and replied, "As ready as I will ever be." With that, he threw the hammer toward Bakugo, but Bakugo dodged it, rushing at Izuku instead. He swung the hammer down in an attempt to hit Izuku, but Izuku blocked it with his hands. It was a struggle, but he managed to push Bakugo back. Suddenly, Izuku heard a voice say, "Forgot about me?" He turned to find Shoto there, catching him off guard. Shoto struck him in the stomach with the hammer, and Izuku felt the impact. Gritting his teeth, he called Mjolnir back to him and declared, Now I am really angry. With renewed determination, he charged at Shoto and struck him in the side, sending him flying. Then he turned to Bakugo, who attempted to punch him. Izuku dodged the blow, letting it pass by his face, and then countered with a swift strike to Bakugo's chin, sending him flying upward and knocking him out. Izuku looked back at Shoto and said, "What have you done already?" Shoto replied, "You're getting cocky and arrogant like the blonde over there." Hearing this, Izuku responded, "As if I would stoop to that level. I am better." With that, Izuku charged at Shoto, but something grabbed him by the collar from behind and hurled him into a gas truck, which erupted in a fiery explosion. Izuku emerged from the wreckage to find Bakugo waiting for him. "All right, fine, I'll just take you down and bring you back," he declared. Shoto rushed at Izuku saying, "Do you really think so highly of yourself?" But before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as Mjolnir flew toward Izuku, stained with a hint of crimson. As Izuku caught the hammer, he glanced at Shoto, who had collapsed on the street. "I liked him a little because he had a reason to be arrogant, but you have just been a nuisance for no reason," he said, then turned and charged at Bakugo, who braced himself for the attack. Izuku was too quick, landing a punch on Bakugo's chin that sent him crashing into the 5th floor of a nearby office building. Izuku followed, rushing at him and throwing him out the other side. As he descended, he called out, "And now you face your end." He struck Bakugo into the ground, creating a crater. Just then, Siro arrived on the scene, but Izuku didn't pay him any mind as he fell near Bakugo. He stood up, panting, and said, "You know I could never truly beat you." Bakugo stood up and walked toward Izuku, replying, "I know." Izuku summoned his hammer and charged it, saying, "Oh, did you now?" He then struck Bakugo in the face, ending the battle. As Izuku walked away from the defeated Bakugo, he said, "We will meet again, Bakugo." He noticed Siro approaching and asked, "Siro, how did you get here? Didn't I put up a barrier in this area? What happened to the Juggernaut?" Siro looked around anxiously, trying to gather his thoughts. After calming himself, he explained, "The Juggernaut was taken care of. Kirishima managed to absorb its abilities, but then we heard a voice telling us to find you. I was the first to reach this place while Ida, Yaoyorozu, Endeavor, and All Might are currently knocked out." Izuku's face showed shock as he replied, "I see." Siro looked around and asked, "By the way, where are the others?" Izuku's expression turned to one of guilt and sadness as he said, "I had to take them down, but we can revive them later." Just then Aizawa arrived and warned, "Problem child, someone is coming. You need to leave." Before Izuku or anyone else could react, they felt a tremendous pressure in the atmosphere and saw a portal opening nearby. A voice emerged from the portal, saying, "So, this is the wielder of the hammer." A figure stepped out, declaring, "I am the Serpent, the true Allfather, while you are merely children playing your childish games." Behind him stood Shigaraki, Toga, Dabi, and other formidable villains, including Nine and his transformed team. Aizawa commanded, "Everyone, stay back. Izuku, you have to get out of here." Izuku was about to respond, but Aizawa charged at the Serpent. The Serpent smirked and snapped his fingers, sending a hammer flying from Dabi toward Aizawa. In defense, Aizawa raised his shield, blocking the attack. The Serpent grinned, saying, "Ah, vibranium, the second most durable object in the universe, but still nothing." He raised his hand, pulling the shield away from Aizawa, then held it up, boasting, "A vibranium shield like this can withstand a supernova. Now, let me show you my strength." He then shattered the shield with his bare hands. This not only broke the shield but also shattered the resolve of everyone present, as even Izuku at full power couldn't have done that. But Izuku knew he had to save his friends, so he rushed at the Serpent, who simply punched Izuku in the gut, knocking him out and causing internal injuries. The Serpent prepared to finish Izuku, but a blast sent him staggering backward. Without looking up, he said, "Ah, Odin, so you've come yourself." But he was shocked to hear a female voice reply, "I am not Odin. My name is Melissa Shield, and you, sir, are trespassing on this planet." She appeared in her specially designed suit. The Serpent rose, saying, "What a pesky attempt. Now suffer. He charged a blast, ready to annihilate them all, but just before the attack could hit, everyone vanished. The serpent heard a voice say, "I will see you soon on the battlefield, brother." The serpent smirked and replied, "Oh, I will be waiting for you, Odin, or shall I say my dear younger brother?" End of chapter. And we also learned that Odin and the serpent are brothers. Now on to the story. 10 minutes before the serpent arrived, Izuku looked at everyone and said, "Guys, can you handle him?" Every hero and the students from Class 1A and 1B responded, "Yes, we can. Now go after them." Izuku nodded and flew off after Bakugo and Shoto. The class then focused their attention on the Juggernaut. Momo asked, "Ida, can you still use the Speed Force?" Ida replied, "No, I can't. I'm out of stamina." Momo cursed under her breath and instructed, "Ranged fighters, keep attacking him from afar to slow him down. Heavy hitters, with me. We need to maximize the damage dealt while minimizing the damage taken." With that, Kaminari, Jiro, and other ranged attackers began an assault on the Juggernaut from a distance, while heavy hitters like Kirishima, All Might, Momo, and Endeavor took a head-on approach. Endeavor attempted to grab the Juggernaut's helmet and heat it up, trying to weaken it. However, the helmet was too dense and resisted the heat through some magical means. Before Endeavor could react, he was struck in the chin by the Juggernaut's hammer, knocking him out. Meanwhile, All Might tried to grab the Juggernaut from behind and slam him down, but the Juggernaut caught All Might's hands and flipped him over, causing him to crash into Momo and Kirishima before slamming him into the ground. The Juggernaut then seized All Might's head with one hand, lifting him up and delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing into a wall and knocking him out. The Juggernaut walked through the barrage of electricity and other ranged attacks, grabbing Momo by the neck and striking her in the stomach before tossing her aside. He then jumped into the air and landed on Momo, rendering her unconscious. Next, he attacked Aizawa, who blocked the blow with his shield but was thrown back into a wall from the force, leaving him unable to fight for a few moments. The Juggernaut swiftly took down most of the ranged attackers and was about to strike Mina when Siro pulled her out of the way with his tape. The Juggernaut attempted to pursue her, but felt Uraraka trying to attack him, so he leaped up and kicked her in the face. He then turned his attention to Kirishima, swinging his hammer at him. Kirishima blocked the attack with both arms, but the force began to overwhelm him. In that moment, he thought, "If only I had more power, I could defeat him." Just as the Juggernaut was about to strike again, he was pushed back by an energy beam from the air. A figure in an iron suit landed and said, "Sorry, am I late for the party?" Kirishima felt a wave of relief, but was suddenly pulled into a void where he encountered Sidorak. "Who are you and where am I?" Kirishima asked. Sidorak replied, "I am the primordial being Sidorak. I granted the Juggernaut his unstoppable power on the condition that he only uses my power. However, he is now using someone else's power, and I cannot allow that. I brought you here so you can take that power and defeat him." Kirishima considered this and said, "Yes, I will do it." Sidorak responded, "Good. You can do whatever you want with my power." With that, he sent Kirishima back to the battlefield. Upon arrival, Kirishima saw a weakened Juggernaut and rushed at him, hardening his body. The Juggernaut retaliated, and when their fists collided, a massive dust storm erupted, pushing everyone back. When the dust settled, Kirishima and the Juggernaut were evenly matched, their fists halted mid-air. The two stared each other down, and after a few tense seconds, they began exchanging punches. They were evenly matched until the armored figure struck the Juggernaut in the back, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Kirishima unleashed a flurry of punches until the Juggernaut finally fell unconscious. Suddenly, everyone heard Odin's voice declare, "I, Odin, king of Asgard, command you to go and help Izuku. I will take care of the injured." Everyone present rushed in the direction Izuku had gone, except for Kirishima and Melissa, while Odin teleported the injured and unconscious away. Melissa and Kirishima then restrained the Juggernaut. After a minute, they heard a loud thunderclap and saw someone soar upwards, leaving the atmosphere. They exchanged determined glances and said, "Let's go." Melissa donned her helmet and began floating in the air, lifting Kirishima by the armpits as they flew toward the battleground. When they arrived, they saw someone about to strike Izuku. Melissa dropped Kirishima and fired a blast at the assailant. The man exclaimed, "Ah, Odin, so you came here yourself." Melissa then surprised him by saying, "I am not Odin. My name is Melissa Shield, and you, sir, are trespassing on this planet." The serpent rose up, declaring, "What a futile attempt. Now, suffer." He charged an attack, ready to unleash destruction, but just as he fired, everyone was suddenly teleported away. When they opened their eyes, they found Odin standing before them, surrounded by those injured from the battle with Juggernaut. Melissa asked, "Who was that?" "He knocked out Izuku as if it were nothing." As Odin healed Izuku, he replied, "He is the Serpent, my older brother. He seeks to rule all 9 realms, but we cannot allow that. He is a tyrant." Aizawa interjected, "Then why are we here? Shouldn't we fight him?" Odin met Aizawa's gaze and said, "Yes, we will. My army at New Asgard near Saturn is being prepared for the final confrontation against the Serpent." Melissa shouted, "What about Earth?" Odin looked down, a somber expression on his face. "It's too late to save Earth. Look around, even my castle here has been destroyed. It means we are not ready yet, and Earth is a lost cause. I am taking Izuku with us to Asgard for our last stand." Izuku, regaining consciousness, protested, "No, I won't go. I will fight alongside my friends and family right here." Odin's voice thundered, "Silence! You are coming with us because you are the only one who can defeat the Serpent." Izuku replied, "How? He is stronger and faster than me. How can I do it?" Odin explained, "It is prophesied that my brother will be defeated by someone who wields Mjolnir when he reaches his final form." Izuku realized, "So we have to wait until he reaches that state and until Earth is destroyed." Odin confirmed, "Yes." In a moment of anger, Izuku lunged at Odin, attempting to punch him, but Odin caught him and slammed him to the ground, his spear poised dangerously close. "Listen, boy, if we survive, we can restore Earth." Reluctantly, Izuku replied, "Fine." With that, Odin sent Izuku to New Asgard and turned to the others, saying, "If we win, we will meet again," before vanishing. All the heroes in Japan and the major characters capable of fighting were gathered. Nizu spoke up, "Listen everyone. The country has been evacuated, and a barrier has been erected around the city. This was one of Thor's gifts in case of emergencies, so no enemy can escape the city. We must wait for the Serpent to reach his final form. When that happens, we will attack." In unison, everyone replied, "Yes, sir," and began preparing for battle, gathering equipment and supplies from UA, which was outside the barrier. After a while, they heard a low boom from the city and turned to see the entire area leveled, every building destroyed, with an army of monsters gathering at the far end of the barrier. The heroes knew they had to act quickly. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin spoke to Izuku, "Rest in this bed. It will charge you with some of the Odin force and aid you in your fight." Izuku lay down and said, "If any of my friends have a request, please fulfill it." Odin nodded, "I will." Time skip. A few hours later. The barrier was weakening, threatening to break at any moment. Melissa looked up and shouted, "Odin, I know you can hear me. I have a request." She glanced around, feeling disheartened. "He couldn't even hear me." Just then, Odin responded, "Who said I couldn't hear? I hear every prayer made in my name, but I do not intervene. However, Izuku asked me to fulfill any request you may have, so speak." Melissa said, "Can I use your forge?" Odin leaned closer and replied, "Yes, you may. You seem like a talented crafter, and your father and that pink-haired girl can join you." With that, the 4 vanished, and Melissa, her father, and May began working in Odin's forge to create weapons to fight the Serpent and his army. The heroes were determined not to let the Serpent take over Earth without a fight. Time skip. After the weapons were forged and distributed, the heroes donned enchanted armor and wielded enchanted weapons, standing just outside the barrier, ready to charge in as soon as it broke. With each booming sound, They could see the barrier beginning to crack, and they prepared to rush in. The moment the barrier shattered, they charged forward with all their might, shouting, "Charge!" Meanwhile in Asgard, Izuku awoke from his slumber and looked around. Soon he heard Odin's voice, "It's time." Odin held a sword in his hand and said, "A blade forged to end all things. This is the Odin sword, known as Ragnarok. He can be defeated. That is all that matters. Take it and finish him off. He has transformed at last, and I will bring my army to support you." Izuku quickly grabbed the sword and his hammer, noticing the armor Odin had prepared for him. He donned it, declaring, "This is it." With determination, he flew out of Asgard toward the battlefield, where the serpent had transformed into his final form. The heroes were engaged in battle against the army, and suddenly everyone heard a loud boom as they saw Izuku soaring toward them, shouting, "Serpent! The time for our prophecy is at hand," the serpent declared as it crushed a building. "Indeed," came the response. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin commanded his army, march to Midgard to engage in battle. In the last chapter, we witnessed the clash between Class 1A and Class 1B, the heroes against the Juggernaut. Kirishima had been granted the Juggernaut's abilities by Sidorak, and Asgard, located on Earth, faced destruction. Odin took Izuku with him for a final stand. The heroes on Earth wielded Asgardian weapons, forged by Melissa for everyone, as the final battle commenced. Now into the story. Izuku soared toward the serpent, shouting, "Come on!" The serpent reacted, lunging at Izuku, but he deftly dodged and managed to inflict a minor cut on its small arms. He then flew around the serpent and struck it with a bolt of thunder, causing the creature to roar in anger and pain. Those witnessing the battle felt a surge of hope and fought even harder. After striking the serpent, Izuku flew toward its chest, using his sword to make a decisive cut. The strike was powerful but not fatal. Seizing the opportunity, Shigaraki rushed at Izuku, knocking him to the ground and threatening, "You will pay for your father's crimes." Just as he was about to strike Izuku with his hammer, a blast erupted through Shigaraki's chest, causing him to fall aside. Izuku looked up to see Melissa in her destroyer armor. "You're a lifesaver," he said gratefully. Melissa smiled and replied, "I know, but can you help us for a moment? That guy over there has a quirk that allows him to control the weather. We need to deal with him quickly." Izuku glanced at Nine and declared, "I am the god of thunder. That is my responsibility. Let me take care of it." With that, he flew toward Nine, shouting, "Hey, phony." Nine turned and swung his hammer at Izuku, but Izuku countered with his own and then struck Nine in the heart, asserting, "I am the one who controls the weather." As Izuku flew back toward the serpent, he was suddenly struck in the face by a hammer, knocking his weapon from his grasp. As he stumbled to his feet, he saw Dabi standing over him. "You," Izuku said, recognizing his foe. Dabi simply replied, "Yes, me," and unleashed a blast of fire. However, the attack was intercepted by another fire blast, revealing Endeavor as its source. Izuku looked at Endeavor and said, "Uncle NG this is," but was cut off by Endeavor, who replied, "I know, it's Tuya. I recognized him the moment I saw him." He then turned to Dabi saying, "Son, please surrender. That way, you can survive." Dabi laughed maniacally, responding, "Oh, don't worry, I'll be alive at the end, but I can't say the same for you." Dabi began charging his flames, and Endeavor mirrored him, saying, "Sorry." The heat radiating from both was so intense that the ground began to melt. After a tense moment, they charged at each other. Endeavor opened his palm and struck Dabi in the chest, while Dabi unleashed a torrent of fire aimed at Endeavor's left eye. Dabi managed to inflict damage, but he too faced consequences for his actions. Time skip, when Class 1A was in the lockers. Izuku was changing his clothes when he sensed two people behind him. He turned around to find Momo and Todoroki. Todoroki spoke first, saying, "Listen, even if you are powerful, I will defeat you. Momo will be mine, and I'll do this using only my right side to prove to that burning piece of garbage that I'm better than his flames." Momo then chimed in, "First of all, I will never be yours. And secondly, listen here, Midoriya, I'll show you what it means to compete, and I will win this festival without backing down. Izuku shot a glare at Shoto and replied, kindly leave me alone. Turning to Momo, he looked at her with regret and said, I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. Momo sighed and replied, we'll talk this out at a cafe after I win the festival. Izuku smiled and nodded. Just then, they heard Midnight calling everyone out onto the field. The usual events unfolded until the start of the obstacle race. Izuku was using full cowl at 50% and was in a running position as Midnight shouted, go! Izuku leaped out of the tunnel, and just as he emerged, Todoroki followed, freezing everyone behind him. Izuku was enjoying the race until he heard Midnight announce, the first person to cross the finish line is Ida Tensei, and in second place is Momo Yaoyorozu. Feeling a bit frustrated that he hadn't placed in the top two, Izuku called for his hammer and sprinted at incredible speeds, reaching the finish line in just a second, his speed tearing up the ground beneath him. Seeing this, Todoroki became furious and decided to push himself harder, creating ice at a much faster rate, finishing in fourth place, with Bakugo in fifth. As soon as Izuku crossed the finish line, he rushed over to Momo and asked, how did you get second? Momo simply whistled and replied, I'll show you later, before walking off. Once 32 competitors crossed the finish line, the race concluded, and the top 32 were gathered to learn about the next competition, Search and Destroy. The rules were straightforward. 2 teams of 16 players each, no quirks allowed. Students could only use weapons provided by the school, which included assault rifles, snipers, light machine guns, pistols, rubber knives, rubber grenades, and concussion grenades. Each student could choose 1 primary weapon, 1 secondary, 1 lethal, and 1 tactical. The red team consisted of a mix of extras, while the blue team included Izuku, Ochako, Momo, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Bakugo, Shoto, Ida, Tetsu, and Shinso. Shoto approached his team and said, I know we're not on the best of terms, but this depends on teamwork, so let's put aside our differences for now. Izuku smiled and agreed, and soon everyone else followed suit. Midnight then explained, to win, the bombers must plant a bomb at either Site A or Site B and defend it until it explodes. The defenders must defuse the bombs. You can also win by eliminating every opponent, and whoever reaches 5 points first wins. 1 round is worth 1 point. To eliminate with an assault rifle, you need 2 headshots, 5 torso shots, or 10 leg shots. For a sniper, it's 1 shot, 1 kill. Izuku grinned and said, all right, I'm taking a sniper, and I'll take them all out. The others were about to voice their concerns, but Bakugo interrupted, saying, let him go. He's a pro at this because he trained with guns to protect himself. Everyone agreed to let Izuku handle the heavy lifting while they stayed back. I'll skip ahead, as Izuku quickly eliminated the opponents with precision. Afterward, Midnight announced the blue team as the winners, and all 16 advanced to the final round, which would be a series of 1v1 matches. Izuku looked at the screen and said, this is it. Izuku stood up, still embraced by Momo and All Might, and said, guys, could I get a little room to breathe? They stepped back, allowing him space. Odin approached Izuku and remarked, my son sent you back, didn't he? Izuku looked down and replied, he pushed me away and then faded into dust. Odin's eyes widened in realization as he said, so I was right. Izuku asked, right how? Odin explained, he made you a true god. Until now, you were a demigod, but now you are a real guardian. As Odin began to walk away, Izuku called out, wait, what about my friends and the soldiers who died today? Odin lifted his spear, and a brilliant light enveloped it. When the light faded, Bakugo and Shoto stood before them, along with every hero who had fallen or been wounded. Odin said, there you go. Now my army and I will return to Asgard to mourn my son's death. With that, he teleported away with his army. Bakugo and Shoto exchanged uneasy glances. That was intense. You actually killed us, dude, Bakugo said. Izuku replied, it had to be done, sorry. Bakugo responded, I forgive you, and Shoto added, me too. Just then, Izuku summoned his hammer and pointed it at Present Mike, saying, "Leave his body." Present Mike protested, "What are you talking about? Leave my body?" Izuku unleashed a bolt of energy at Present Mike. Upon impact, a purple, dog-like creature emerged from him. Izuku struck it again with his hammer, dispelling it. "That was the traitor sent by Gore the God Butcher to gather information on us," he explained. Aizawa and the others rushed to present Mike, who was breathing heavily. "Thanks, kid. I couldn't control my body while that thing was in charge," he said. Izuku replied, "No need. Now, can everyone please move away from here and maybe head outside the city so I can rebuild it?" Everyone complied, and Izuku focused his energy to recreate the entire city. It took considerable effort, but he managed it. He soon realized that as a true god, he had a much better grasp of his powers. Walking out to you, he addressed the others, "All right, everyone, I hope I don't have to meet all of you like this again." The crowd looked confused. "That's rude," they said. Izuku chuckled, "I meant I don't want to see you all at once like this because right now, you're an army ready for war, and I'm done with a full-scale battle. I don't want another." He added, "Goodbye for now. I'm going home to rest for a week before the provisional license exam." With that, Izuku flew away toward his house. The others exchanged glances and agreed, "Yeah, we all deserve a long break," before heading their separate ways. In the end, only the top heroes in classes 1A and 1B remained. They looked at each other and said, "Izuku had a good idea. Let's do the same and meet in a week." Everyone nodded and went home. Meanwhile, in a large underground facility, two men were conversing. One wore a black mask, and the other resembled a frog. The masked man asked, "So when do we move?" The frog-like man replied, "In 5 weeks. We will confront both the new god and his father." The masked man laughed, "Finally, I can take revenge on All Might for ruining my life." The other man added, "Yes, you will have your moment. Just wait for everything to fall into place." The two men erupted into maniacal laughter. End of chapter. Welcome back to another chapter. This marks the beginning of the God Butcher arc. Previously, Odin had departed Earth with his army after reviving Bakugo and Shoto. All the heroes returned home after Izuku repaired the city. Now, onto the story. Izuku was preparing for the provisional license exam when he heard his mother call out, "Izuku, you should get going for the exam." Turning around with a weary expression, he replied, "I'm getting ready." Inko urged him, "Oh, well, hurry up." Izuku quickly finished getting ready and jumped out of the window, flying to the school. Upon arrival, he noticed everyone, especially Bakugo and Shoto, looking exhausted. "Looks like the aftermath of the war has finally caught up with everyone," he observed. And they all in unison said, "Yeah, no kidding, Sherlock." Just then, Aizawa arrived and announced, "Everyone move, we are leaving for the exam." Hearing this, everyone followed Aizawa to the bus, and they soon reached the exam location. As they got off, Izuku turned around and said, "All right, guys, let's do this plus ultra." A different voice suddenly shouted, and all of Class 1A turned to see a kid standing there who introduced himself as Yo Shindo. "Sorry, I just always wanted to say that. Plus ultra is the second most famous hero phrase in the world." Izuku looked at him and replied, "You're welcome. Can we get to the exam now?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at Aizawa and asked, "Where is Venom?" Aizawa glanced at his phone and said, "He should be here right about now." Soon, Venom jumped down to the group, removed the symbiote, and said, "Hey, everyone. How are you? Sorry for not helping during the war. I was sent on a mission overseas by the Hero Commission." Izuku sighed and said, "No problem. Now let's get this over with. I'm feeling super lazy." Aizawa nodded in agreement, saying, "It's hard to argue with that assessment." Just then he heard a voice call him out, making him shiver. He slowly turned to see Miss Joke approaching him, and he instinctively hid behind Izuku. Miss Joke said, "Ouch, that hurts. Why are you hiding from your wife, Shoyuda?" This made Izuku and the others turn to Aizawa, who replied, "Don't lie, Joke." In response, Miss Joke showed a ring on her finger. Yoshi, Venom, gasped and exclaimed, And here I thought he was just a grumpy loner. Bakugo chimed in, we all thought the same. Aizawa retorted, huh, so that's how you see me, you ungrateful brats. Miss Joke then said in a serious tone, Show Yuta, cursing in front of children? Just make sure you come home today. Aizawa shivered and replied, Sorry, my queen. I stepped out of line, but please don't step on me. Izuku looked at Aizawa and said, I've lost all respect I had for you, sensei. Aizawa simply said, Well then, go on all of you. The class sighed, and Kirishima said, Guys, let's go. We have an exam to complete. All the class members rushed inside as the presentation for the exam began. The announcer said, In this exam, there will be 2 parts. The first part is a battle royale. You will have 3 targets on your body, and if all 3 are hit by these balls, you will be out. If you defeat 3 opponents, you advance. Only the first 100 people to take out 3 opponents will pass this round. The second round will be explained afterward. If I explain it now, you will only think about the next one and won't be fully present in this one. Now, go to the arena. With that, everyone left the room and headed to the arena. Yoshi looked at Izuku and said, This will be easy. Izuku asked, How so? Venom replied, I mean, I can just absorb these targets. Izuku grinned and said, Well, lucky you. I plan on defeating 200 people in the first minute. Yoshi and the rest of Class 1A looked at him and said, Nice. Bakugo interjected, Listen, I'm going to do my own thing. You take care of 200 people and help our classmates. Izuku nodded and asked, So who's going solo? Yoshi, Bakugo, Shoto, and Kirishima raised their hands. Izuku said, Okay, have fun, and beware of a guy from another school named Inasa Yarashi. Hearing the name, Todoroki said, I know him. He scored second in the recommended exams but didn't join UA for some reason. Izuku took this information to heart and thought, Everyone stay away from him, he's bad news. Bakugo, Venom, and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the siren blared, and the students got ready to fight. The solo squad dashed off to do their own thing. Meanwhile, Izuku used his telekinesis to capture 120 people and brought them all to him. Everyone except Bakugo, Shoto, Venom, and Kirishima eliminated 3 opponents each. Just then, other hero schools arrived, and Shindo exclaimed, It's time for the crashing of UA. He noticed that all the Class 1A members had already passed and said, Well, looks like you cheated your way in. Izuku replied, Listen, we just want to get our licenses so we can officially help the next time there's an otherworldly problem. Shindo nodded and, before walking away, said, You're right. Thank you. I heard you actually died to defeat that monster. You're a true hero, and you all deserve to get your licenses. With that, he walked away, and Class 1A headed to the waiting room. After a while, they heard an announcement. A student has just eliminated 300 people at once. Hearing this, Izuku said, Inasa, I told you. Soon, a tall man in a winter costume entered, walked past Izuku, and sat down. Now, let's take a look at Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki. As they walked, Kirishima asked, So, what was it like on the other side? Bakugo and Shoto exchanged glances and sighed, saying, Well, we were in Valhalla and met Thor. We even saw Izuku arriving at the gates and being pushed back while we were treated to some amazing hospitality. Kirishima said, Sounds like you miss it. Bakugo replied, You think? I mean, it was incredible. Kirishima exclaimed, Wait, what? Shoto added, It's true, it was heaven. We were pleased in every way. It was better than being alive. Hearing this, Kirishima remarked, Looks like you two are eager to go back. They both nodded, and suddenly Bakugo yelled, Get back! As he jumped away from a heat blob that fell in front of them. The trio looked forward to see a student holding about 13 students hostage in a mass of energy. And Bakugo said, Well, we only need to stop one guy now, and we win. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Todoroki created an ice ramp slightly to the right, and Kirishima began running up it. Meanwhile, Shoto unleashed his fire at the villain, causing him to leap down. Bakugo, who had positioned himself beneath the foe, blasted him in the face, sending him upward. Kirishima then jumped off the ramp and delivered a powerful punch, knocking the villain down. As he stood up, Todoroki confronted him with a fiery fist, shouting, "Flash fire fist," and knocked him out. Once the captured individuals returned to normal, Todoroki quickly froze them in place. The trio had eliminated 9 opponents, leaving the remaining 4 to fend for themselves, and they made their way to the waiting room. Meanwhile, Venom was stealthily taking out enemies without drawing attention, having already dispatched 2. He spotted a man about to seriously harm someone with his vibration quirk. Venom jumped down and said, "Hey, you could really hurt someone using that quirk in a rocky area like this." Shindo looked at him and replied, "Oh, sorry, you're Venom, right? I kind of want to fight you." But Venom declined, saying, "I won't fight you right now because you'd win, now and always." With that, he leaped away, leaving Shindo pondering, maybe sounds and vibrations are his weakness. He then eliminated another opponent and noticed Venom in the distance, who had taken out yet another enemy. Just then, a siren blared, and an announcement echoed. The second part of the exam will be explained now. All who passed the first part, please come to the conference room. When all 100 examinees gathered, the announcer addressed them. "Okay, this section will have you all rescue civilians from a damaged city after a villain attack. The civilians are our hired actors who will pretend to be in danger, and you will need to save them. They will determine how many points you lose. You will start with 100 points, and if you don't perform well, your points will be reduced. The passing score is 60, so good luck, and now go." As the gates opened, everyone rushed out, and Izuku shouted, "Everyone listen." Everyone turned to him, and he continued, "Okay, I will cover all the civilians on the right side of the city with a barrier that will protect and heal them, so people like Bakugo, who have destructive quirks, can help them escape. I will also put a barrier around the site where the injured will be brought." Someone questioned, "Why not cover all the civilians?" Izuku replied, "Then what will people do when I'm not there to help? Right now, I am helping those who can't rescue properly and leaving the rest to work on their own." With that, he soared into the sky alongside Inesa, who remarked, "So you're also scouting for potential enemies?" Izuku confirmed, "Yes." Meanwhile, on the ground, Venom had reached a man trapped under a large pile of rubble. To assist him, he said, "Venom, go and help him get out and heal him as well." Venom did just that, leaving Yoshi's body to merge with the other person, healing him and bringing him out before merging back with Yoshi. The man looked at Yoshi and said, "Smart decision plus 5 points," before being taken to the medical site. Meanwhile, Momo's team was aiding civilians by using her telekinesis to lift rubble and help people escape. She reassured them, "It will be okay. Ida, take her to the medical site." Ida complied, using his speed to transport all the civilians Momo's team and others had saved to the medical site, earning everyone a good amount of points. With only 10 minutes left in the exam, a loud boom echoed as a wall collapsed, and some goons, along with Gang Orca, who was playing the villain, appeared. Seeing this, Izuku and Inesa exchanged glances and flew toward the villains. Izuku landed with a powerful slam of his hammer, taking out the henchmen in one go. He then addressed the group, "Everyone, I took care of the villains. You handle the main boss." Everyone on the comms responded, "What? Why?" Izuku explained, "I won't always be there for you when you need me, so you have to learn to survive on your own." With that, he flew back up, spotting Todoroki and Inesa preparing to fight Gang Orca. Todoroki, realizing Gang Orca was a formidable opponent, shot fire at him while Inesa unleashed whirlpools. The attacks collided, and Todoroki shouted, "Our attacks will repel each other. Why don't you mix my fire into your whirlpool from the start and create a fire vortex?" Inesa, understanding the strategy, fired a whirlpool at Todoroki, who added fire to it. Inesa maneuvered the fiery whirlpool, striking Gang Orca, who had been observing their strength. After a moment, Gang Orca charged at Inesa, grabbing him by the collar and knocking him out. Todoroki attempted to freeze him, but Gang Orca retaliated with a blast of sonic waves, knocking him out as well. Just then, Momo arrived and punched Gang Orca in the arm, sending him flying. As he stood up, she charged at him, throwing multiple punches, but Gang Orca skillfully dodged each one. Frustrated, Momo created a gun and attempted to shoot Gang Orca in the knee, but he seized the weapon and bent it. Seeing the opportunity, Momo grabbed Gang Orca's arms, flipped over, and slammed him to the ground. Just as he was about to make his next move, Momo placed a lightsaber against his throat and asked, "Do you surrender?" Gang Orca admitted defeat just as Bakugo arrived, frustrated, saying, "Dim Enit. I couldn't do the only thing I'm good at." The announcer then declared, "The exam is over. Please change into your normal clothing. The results will be announced soon." After everyone had changed, the results were distributed, and everyone saw one thing: they all passed. No one failed and no points were reduced. The entire class 1A and Venom cheered, and Izuku said, "Welcome to the world of heroes, Venom, at least officially. You were already a hero before." Yoshi simply replied, "Thanks, Izuku." Just then Mina and Kaminari yelled, "Let's party at Izuku's house." Izuku looked at how happy his friends were and agreed, "Yeah." Now, we go back to a time 1,000,000 years ago, where a young Thor rode on his Pegasus on Earth. He was preparing for battle against a human army, called upon by those who worshipped him for help. He was waiting for the god of the opposing army to arrive, wielding only an axe, as he was not yet worthy. Suddenly he heard a loud thud. He urged his Pegasus forward and saw a god, specifically, the god who was supposed to assist the opposing army. To his shock, he only saw the god's severed head. Thor looked up at the god's horse and declared, "No one shall fight today. Give the soldiers time to mourn their god. I will find out who killed him." He flew up into the clouds, searching for answers. After a while, he spotted the god's horse and flew over to it. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a black sword coming toward him. He ducked, narrowly avoiding it, but when he turned around, the attacker had vanished. Thor shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." Suddenly, he felt something from below. Looking down, he saw someone approaching. Before he could react, the figure grabbed him by the throat and flew upward, causing his axe to fall. The Pegasus also descended as Thor looked at the man and gasped, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I am Gore, the god butcher." "And you?" Thor managed to say, "I am Thor Odinson." Gore looked at him and said, "Ah, so you're the Prince of Asgard." Thor struggled for breath as Gore continued, "I have killed many gods. They were powerful, but they were still just beings who made lesser races believe they were divine. In truth, you are just like them with a few handy abilities. Now tell me, what are you the god of?" Thor, still choking, tried to respond but couldn't. Gore tightened his grip, demanding, "What are you the god of?" With great effort, Thor weakly replied, "Thunder," just as lightning struck, and he fell unconscious. Thor awoke in a bed, gasping for air. He looked around and realized the soldiers had carried him back to their nation for treatment. He stood up, walked outside, and knelt in an open field to pray to his father. "Father, who was that man?" Odin's voice echoed from Asgard, "He is Gore, a man who hunts down gods to butcher them. Stay away from him and return to Asgard." Thor replied, "No, father. If that man is killing gods, I have to stop him." Odin shouted, "Don't go." Thor insisted, "Don't worry, father. I can handle this," and walked away to retrieve his axe, determined to confront Gore. After searching for Gore, Thor eventually came upon a cave marked with blood. He decided to investigate. As he entered, he was ambushed by multiple monsters. He fought valiantly, slaying them one by one. After defeating the last beast, he looked at the cave entrance and said, "Well, it was just these beasts, huh?" Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "No, Odinson, you're wrong," and pulled him into the shadows. Time skip, untold PRD of time. Thor awoke, hanging by his hands, his body covered in wounds. Gore stood before him, yelling, "It's been 21 days, and yet you won't say anything. Every other god has given up in just 2 days. Just tell me what I want, Thor, and I will spare you and your home. Tell me, how do I get into Asgard?" Thor laughed, blood staining his teeth as he replied, "Do you think I'm foolish? Why would I share the way to a realm of gods with someone who kills them, especially someone with a title for it? You underestimate me." Gore smirked. "I guess I'll have to break you even further." Thor shot back, "When I escape, I'll make sure you regret that." Gore sneered, "The only way you'll leave here is as a lifeless body." Just then, Thor declared, "My men will come for me." Gore was about to retort, "No one will help a god who can't save himself," when suddenly, a sword swung at him. He dodged and saw a group of men rushing to rescue Thor. "Well, there's a first time for everything," he remarked, launching an attack on them. As he fought, someone managed to free Thor, who seized his axe and swiftly incapacitated Gore. "I warned you," he said, and as Gore turned, Thor swung his axe upward, defeating him. Afterward, they set the cave ablaze, pouring oil everywhere before leaving the scene. A week later, Thor sat in a field when he was suddenly ambushed by a pack of dogs. He fought valiantly but was overwhelmed. Just then Gore appeared, taunting, "Thor, did you miss me?" He dragged Thor through a portal, capturing him once more. The present. Izuku sat in class, preparing for the final exams that were about to begin. There were no written tests, Aizawa had declared. These students won't be doing paperwork. Their exams will involve fighting or saving someone. No villain would ask them about the powerhouse of the cell. The students were gearing up for their final assessments, which involved battling their teachers. The matchups were Aizawa against Momo and Shoto, and All Might against Bakugo and Izuku. As the matches commenced, Izuku was restricted to using only one for all. He and Bakugo walked through a simulated city when Bakugo asked, "What's our plan?" Izuku replied, "I say we run. You take off." Bakugo was about to protest when All Might unleashed a shockwave that demolished the road and buildings around them. After the shockwave subsided, Bakugo closed his mouth and said, "As you say, preparing to flee." But All Might swiftly wrapped a black whip around Bakugo's head and slammed him to the ground, knocking him out. Turning to Izuku, All Might found him leaping forward, delivering a knee to his face. All Might staggered back but quickly regained his footing, grabbing Izuku's leg and swinging him around like a rag doll before flipping him into the air. He then ran down the road, rubbing Izuku's face against the ground before tossing him into a building. Izuku quickly emerged and jumped at All Might, attempting a kick, but All Might caught his leg and lifted it, delivering a swift punch that sent Izuku reeling. Every single person in the watchroom gasped as Izuku fell to the ground, his anger palpable. As All Might reached to help him, Izuku seized his hand and, with all his strength, kicked him in the face, sending him flying. In a swift motion, Izuku used his black whip to pull All Might down, saying, "Well, you're already a father of two, so you won't need that anymore," and delivered a decisive punch, knocking All Might out and winning the match. Next up was Momo's match, which I'll skip for now. Both she and her opponent won easily, as Momo cleverly created a quirk to cancel out Aizawa's abilities. Once all the students were back in the room, Aizawa announced, "4 of you failed, the rest passed. Good job. In 3 days we will go to summer camp, so pack your things." As Izuku heard a voice in his head, he said, "I'll be back in a few hours, Dad," before flying away. On a distant planet, a young boy prayed, "Oh, any god out there, please help us. Our planet hasn't seen rain in years, and we are about to perish." Just then it began to rain, and the boy looked up to see Izuku descending. "Looks like the rain isn't the only thing you needed," he said, creating crops and restoring trees. The boy ran up to him and asked, "Which god are you?" "Call me Thor," Izuku replied, and the people around him exclaimed, "All hail Thor," as they knelt before him. Izuku quickly said, "Please don't do that, there's no need." They invited him to sit with them and asked, "Why did you pray to other gods and not your own?" An elder explained, "They haven't been seen in years." Izuku stood and declared, "Your planet will flourish as long as I live. If you'll allow me to leave, I must find out what happened to your gods." The old man replied, "Yes, please. Once again, thank you, Thor. We will never forget what you did for us." With that, Izuku flew into orbit around the planet and discovered a castle. Approaching the gate, he found it chained and decided to break it open. Inside, he was met with a horrifying sight. The bodies of the gods, not just dead but brutally treated. End of chapter. Welcome back, everyone, to a new chapter. Last time, we saw how Thor met and was captured by Gore while Isizuku and Class 1A had their final exam, culminating in Isizuku discovering the fallen gods on another planet. Now on to the story. Isizuku looked around the room, horrified by the sight of the gods. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him and turned to see a dog leaping at him. In reflex, he swung his hammer, sending the dog flying. As he surveyed the area, he noticed more black dogs and decided it was best to leave. He flew into space, realizing he needed to stop Gore immediately and gather information about him. So, Isizuku headed to Omnipotent City. Upon arrival, he met with the Lord Librarian. "Sir, I apologize for the interruption, but I need your help," he said. The Lord Librarian replied, "No need to apologize, Isizuku. I anticipated your arrival and have prepared everything you need. Here is all the information about Gore and the time portal." As Isizuku examined the table filled with thousands of books, he pulled out his phone. "Let me just inform my friends and family that I'll be gone for a few days." The Lord Librarian nodded and stepped away while Isizuku dialed his father. When All Might answered, Isizuku said, "Hey, Dad, where are you right now?" "I was explaining the summer camp to the kids." "Where are you?" All Might replied, "I ran into Gore's dogs, so I'm in Omnipotence City learning more about him. I'll be gone for a few days, so you all head to camp without me, okay?" "Okay," All Might said, and Isizuku hung up. All Might then turned to the students and said, "He won't be joining us for the camp, so pack your things. We're leaving. Let's time skip the training camp because we all know Bakugo got caught. Why? Because plot." After 4 days of non-stop studying, Isizuku finally stood up, stretched, and realized his phone had been dead for 2 days. He charged it and found numerous texts from friends and family. One from his father read, "Come quickly. Bakugo has been abducted by All for One and Gore." Seeing this, Isizuku quickly grabbed his hammer and flew back to Earth at incredible speeds. Upon arriving in Japan, he rushed to his father's agency. Entering, he found All Might and several heroes preparing for what seemed like a mission. "May I join in?" Isizuku asked. "Yes, now let's go. I'll explain on the way," All Might replied as they all left the building. Isizuku thought, "Why do I have to face him right after the Serpent?" Thus began the mission to save Bakugo from the villains. End of chapter. Welcome back to another chapter of What If Deku Was the God of Thunder? I hope you enjoyed the last chapter, and without further ado, let's start. Previously, we saw Isizuku learning more about Gore while, on Earth, the heroes were heading to a training camp where Bakugo was captured. You might be wondering how they had full power and Momo, the quirk factory. Well, Momo can only maintain a quirk for a few hours and can't create more than 2 per day. During that day, she developed a stamina and healing quirk. The fight continued, and Bakugo was captured. Now, everyone was preparing to rescue him, except for the class, as the heroes planned their attack on All for One and Gore. Isizuku looked at everyone and said, "So what you mean is that Bakugo was captured by AFO and Gore to draw us out?" All Might and Aizawa nodded in agreement. "Well, pretty much, yes. You will take on Gore, I presume?" Isizuku replied, "Of course." The team boarded a plane that would drop them at the location. The area had been cleared of civilians. As the plane flew over the site, All Might addressed the team, "Be careful." Suddenly, the back door of the plane opened, and a green light shone as everyone jumped out. Isizuku dove straight down, and once they landed, they faced an entire army of Nomu, Thor, and All for One, along with a captured Bakugo. FO shouted, "So you came. We don't need this kid anymore," as he released Bakugo. "Go to your friends, run along." All Might called out, "Bakugo, quickly come here." Bakugo stood up and ran toward the heroes, and All Might instructed another hero to escort Bakugo to safety. Isizuku shouted to Jar, "Why don't you and I fight somewhere else?" Thor laughed and replied, "Excellent idea. I know just the place, so follow me." He began to fly upward, and Isizuku looked to his father for approval. His father nodded, saying, Be careful and come back okay. Izuku responded, I will, and flew after G. Meanwhile, the world was watching the news, focused on All Might and AFO. All Might addressed everyone. Can you all handle the Nomu? I will take on All for One. Endeavor interrupted, I will also help with All for One. Besides, he can't be that big of a deal. All Might replied, let me attack him first, and if you think you can take him, then join me. All Might leaped at All for One, attempting to punch him with both arms, but AFO caught him and slammed him into a nearby building. When All Might jumped back, AFO swatted him away, saying, don't worry, All Might. I'll go easy on you later for some fun, but right now, I need to show them not to interrupt us. He grabbed All Might by the hair and slammed him into the ground repeatedly before tossing him aside. Seeing this, Endeavor decided to focus on the Nomu, understanding AFO's message. He charged forward into the army of Nomu, followed by other heroes. As they reached the Nomu army, a fierce clash erupted. The chaos was overwhelming, with Nomu attacking heroes left and right. The battle was intense, as the heroes fought against relentless, mindless foes. Endeavor unleashed his flames in every direction, trying to take down the numerous Nomus. It was a chaotic battle against many foes, and he couldn't afford to finish one off before another came at him. Instead, he aimed to knock them down, allowing his teammates to finish the job. Aizawa was holding the Nomus in place while others took them out, showcasing their teamwork. Suddenly, a massive shockwave knocked everyone off their feet. Only a few heroes remained standing alongside the many Nomus. The heroes turned to see All Might and All for One locked in a fierce clash, their fists colliding in a struggle for power. The force of their confrontation sent a powerful gust of wind outward, making it difficult for the heroes to maintain their footing. While some were distracted by the fight, a few Nomus seized the opportunity to attack, but fortunately, many heroes rallied to help each other, gradually overcoming the Nomus. Meanwhile, All Might and All for One broke their power. Struggle. All Might attempted a punch but had to dodge as All for One unleashed his red spikes. All Might found himself being pushed back further until he decided to use the sixth user's quirk, Smokescreen, creating a thick cloud of smoke. This obscured All for One's thermal vision, giving All Might the chance to maneuver around him just before All for One blew the smoke away with an air cannon. From behind, All Might grabbed All for One with Black Whip, but All for One countered by catching it with his hand, pulling All Might closer and slamming him to the ground. With a chuckle, All for One taunted, "You're just as helpless as your master." This ignited All Might's anger, and he pushed off the ground, launching himself back at All for One. Surprised, All for One attempted to evade using Airwalk, but to his astonishment, All Might soared up with double the speed, striking him with twice the force by amplifying his power with the third user's quirk. All for One found himself on the defensive, struggling against All Might's sudden surge in strength. All Might utilized all his quirks simultaneously: Danger Sense to dodge attacks, Black Whip to ensnare All for One or hurl objects, Float to fly, Smokescreen to blind him, and finally, FA Gene to amplify his stockpiling ability, cornering All for One. As the battle intensified, All for One's frustration grew, culminating in a massive explosion reminiscent of the one that had claimed Nana's life, knocking out all but the strongest heroes. He glared at the remaining heroes, declaring, "Enough! I will end you now." But before he could act, he felt himself being pulled down from the air, realizing his quirks were failing him. He turned to see Aizawa smirking at him, saying, "Got you." At that moment, Endeavor soared toward All for One, boosted by Hawk's wings, while All Might called out, "Don't forget me." They both charged at All for One, delivering powerful punches from either side, overwhelming him. As All Might fell to the ground, exhausted, he urged Endeavor, "Burn it." Endeavor seized All for One's body and ascended to a safe height, proclaiming, "This is how you roast a potato, kids." He unleashed his flames, reducing All for One to ashes before collapsing himself. The remaining heroes finally succumbed to exhaustion. Meanwhile, Izuku was flying after Gore in a different solar system, finally reaching an ancient temple. Upon landing, Gore entered, urging Izuku to follow quickly. Inside, Izuku spotted a pool surrounded by guard dogs. Gore instructed him to stay close as he waded into the pool, emitting a red light. After a brief hesitation, Izuku followed him without hesitation, plunging into the pool. Suddenly, he found himself amidst a horde of guard dogs, fighting until he heard a gruff voice declare, "Come at me, you dogs! The king of Asgard still stands." He turned to see the source of the voice. End of chapter. Slashing through the horde of monsters, he called back his hammer and began to dual-wield it alongside his sword. He soared through the air, using the hammer to propel himself while the sword sliced through enemies. Hours passed as he fought relentlessly, but soon he grew weary. With a heavy heart, he allowed the monsters to overwhelm him, feeling the weight of exhaustion as they closed in. Suddenly he was thrown near the gate. Regaining his footing, he gripped his hammer in one hand and his sword in the other, shouting defiantly at the approaching monsters. Just then, a hammer fell from the sky, crashing down and taking out several monsters in one blow. The old man looked up to see Izuku, who had thrown the hammer down, ready to join the fight. "Don't worry, old man. Whoever you are, I'm here to help," Izuku called out. The old man grunted in response, "Kid, I don't know if you know this, but there isn't usually this much talking. Just fight." With that, he charged into the crowd of monsters, and together they fought fiercely. Back to back, the old man instructed, "Gather them all towards the edge of the city." Izuku complied, herding the monsters to the outskirts. The old man held his hammer upright, its side facing the approaching horde. Suddenly, the hammer began to glow, and the old man shouted, "God blast!" A powerful energy beam erupted from the hammer, vaporizing everything in its path, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Izuku watched in awe and fear at the sheer scale of power displayed. Turning to the old man, he asked, "Who are you?" The man replied, "My name is Izuku Midoriya. I am your future self. Now follow me, we need to talk." He led Izuku into the crumbling castle, and Izuku followed, exclaiming, "Wait, you're telling me I lose a hand and an eye? Oh my God!" The older Izuku rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, your future may be different. By the way, let me guess, you followed Gior here? Well, you're 900 years late. He came and took away all the Asgardians and killed many of them. He left me here to witness it all, surrounded by his minions. Trust me, I fought against endless waves of enemies, but eventually, I lost hope and sought a way to escape." Izuku looked at his future self and asked, "What happened to Momo and the others?" The old king replied, "They are all on Earth. You see, they were allowed to live forever. They are working to revive the planet." Confused, Izuku questioned, "What do you mean?" The old king, now seated on his throne, gestured for Izuku to sit nearby. The Earth lost its ability to sustain life due to relentless mining and technological experiments, he explained. Izuku could only respond with a quiet. The old king then said, "Now that you're here, should we devise a plan to confront her?" Izuku smirked, determination in his eyes. "Let's go." Meanwhile, in present-day Earth, Bakugo returned to the dorms with all might. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with the eager faces of his friends. A certain someone jumped at him, exclaiming, "You idiot! Do you have any idea how worried I was?" The blonde looked up to see Uraraka floating toward him. "I'm sorry, Uraraka," he replied just before she reached him and kissed him, leaving everyone in stunned silence. After a moment, when they parted, All Might said, "Well, I will take my leave now." Momo interjected, "Wait, where is Izuku?" All Might responded, "He is in the future, facing the God Butcher." Momo's eyes widened as she pointed at All Might, shouting, "Huh? What do you mean, in the future? Is this some kind of joke? Because if it is, I am not in the mood, Tashinori Yagi." All Might's sweat, beading on his forehead, replied, "Well, he has to fight Gar in the future, so he went there. Don't worry, he will win." And he was gone. Izuku watched in disbelief as he realized how far Endeavor was willing to go, even against his own son, to save others. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the Serpent, noticing Odin engaged in battle with it. Determined, Izuku sprinted toward the creature. Meanwhile, the heroes were becoming overwhelmed, as many of the villains proved too powerful for the ordinary heroes. Mirio was fighting off villains left and right, assisting his fellow heroes, until he heard a loud crash behind him. He turned to see an elderly man falling toward him. Without hesitation, Mirio rushed to help and caught the man, sustaining a minor injury in the process. As he stood up, he asked, "Are you okay, sir?" The old man replied, "I'm fine, kid. Are you all right?" Mirio assured him, "Yes, I'm fine." Odin, glancing behind Mirio, urged, "Kid, pick it up and rally everyone. They need motivation." Mirio looked back and spotted Mjolnir. He turned to Odin and declared, "I'll take it." Odin nodded, and Mirio approached the hammer, stretching out his hand. With a mighty effort, he lifted the hammer and shouted, "Everyone assemble!" The heroes on the battlefield heard his call and turned their attention to Mirio. Seizing the opportunity, they attacked the distracted villains, shifting the tide of the battle. The serpent roared in frustration, but his cry was abruptly cut off by a slash to his right eye, delivered by Izuku. Enraged, the serpent lunged at Izuku, catching him mid-air and sinking its fangs into his chest. The venom coursed through Izuku's veins, turning his skin a sickly blue, and it seemed as though he was on the brink of death. Just then, Mjolnir was hurled through the air, striking the serpent and breaking its jaw, freeing Izuku from its grasp. As he fell, All Might caught him and asked, "Son, are you okay?" Izuku, panting and grunting, replied, "Throw me toward him." All Might hesitated but, seeing the determination in Izuku's eyes, complied. "Please," Izuku urged. With a powerful throw, All Might sent Izuku flying toward the recovering serpent. In midair, Izuku grasped his sword, lifting it high above his head as he approached the serpent, yelling, "Ah!" He plunged the sword into the serpent's forehead, unleashing a massive wave of energy. This was the final blow. With this strike, Izuku had won. The resulting blast sent him tumbling away, and the serpent's minions began to fade from existence. Meanwhile, All Might rushed to where Izuku had landed, a crowd forming around him as he crawled, a large fang embedded in his stomach. All Might knelt beside his son, pulling him into a tight embrace. "Izuku, please say something," he pleaded. Izuku weakly raised his hand, which All Might grasped. "I guess this is it," Izuku murmured. All Might's heart sank as he replied, No, don't worry. You will come back. Please don't go." Tears streamed down his face as he cried for his son. Momo arrived, falling to her knees beside Izuku. He looked at her with fading strength and whispered, "I love you, Momo," before closing his eyes and letting his head fall to the side. All Might, devastated, turned to Odin and asked, "You can bring him back, right?" Odin met his gaze and replied, "I can bring back a god and a human from the dead, but a demigod cannot return." Hearing this, All Might dropped to his knees, overwhelmed with grief. Meanwhile, at the gates of Valhalla, Izuku stood before the entrance. "I enjoyed life as it was, but now I must move on," he said, taking a step forward. Just then, a hand pressed against his chest, stopping him. It was Thor, looking at Izuku with pride. Now, no need to hurry. You still have much to live for. Go back and goodbye, Midoriya." With a gentle push, Thor sent Izuku back, and he realized what had happened, shouting, "Thor!" Momo cried out, "He died last time against a snake. What do you think he can achieve against someone literally called the God Butcher?" All Might sighed, frustration evident on his face as he lost his temper. "To your rooms, all of you. I don't want to hear a single word from anyone." The group complied, not wanting to provoke All Might further. Now back to the future. On a random planet, Thor found himself forced to carry black rocks to a dome being constructed for Gore. He was not alone, many gods were laboring alongside him. After a long day's work, he was sent to a cave where the other gods gathered. As he paced anxiously, some of the gods approached him. "Who are you, young man? We don't believe we've met," one asked. Thor looked at them and replied, "I am Thor Odinson." The room fell silent, shock evident on their faces. Thor continued, "I know you're surprised, but don't worry. Now that I'm here, my father will come, and we will all be saved." Just then, a girl stepped out from the shadows, her resemblance to Momo striking. "He's dead. Odin died 2 million years ago," she said. Thor stared at her in disbelief. "What? I just saw him a few weeks back." The girl explained, "You're not in the same time. You are 3 million years into the future. Thor Odinson, you also died 2 million years ago, and before you passed, you gave your power to a human." Thor, bewildered, asked, "What? I gave my powers to a human? Who?" The girl stepped forward, revealing herself fully. "To my grandfather, Isizuku Midoriya, the current Allfather, trapped in Asgard, unable to do anything." End of chapter. Chapter end. Previously, we saw Isizuku arrive in the future, where he met and assisted the Old King, whom I will refer to as Old King. Afterward, the two set off to confront Gore, while young Thor encountered Izuku's granddaughter and led an attack against Gore, which ended with him floating in space, aided by Isizuku and Old King as they prepared for battle. On to the story. Isizuku and Old King gazed down at the planet from their ship, ready for the impending attack. Isizuku asked, "So how do we proceed?" Old King turned to him and replied, "Let's gather our gear and make some plans." As they descended to the lower deck, they found young Thor examining Mjolnir. "Today, I will lift you for sure," he declared. Just as he reached for it, Isizuku interjected, "Sorry, this one is already taken. Now get ready, we're going into battle." He donned the armor he had worn during his fight with the Serpent, while Old King equipped himself with the Odin sword and his hammer. Young Thor grabbed a random piece of clothing and his axe. The three of them ascended to the top deck, and Old King asked, "Ready?" The others nodded, and Old King aimed his sword forward, causing the ship to surge toward the planet with a rumbling thunder. Meanwhile, Gore looked up from the planet, seeing the thundering ship approach. "So, the fabled king arrives," he muttered as young Thor leaped down alongside Old King and Isizuku. They all targeted Gore, prompting the other gods to lift their weapons and engage his army. Old King charged straight at Gore, landing a powerful blow to his stomach that sent him crashing to the ground. As Gore rose, he was met with a swift strike that knocked him down again, this time face first. In that moment, Thor seized the opportunity to swing his axe down, aiming for Gore's lower body. Furious, Gore unleashed a surge of energy, pushing them all back. He summoned dark tendrils from the ground that ensnared Isizuku, pulling him down. Gore then rushed at Thor, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Turning to Old King, Gore was caught off guard when he was seized by the neck and pulled into space, where he received a powerful blow from Old King's metal arm, sending him hurtling through multiple planets until he landed near a star. Just as he regained his bearings, Old King struck him with a beam to the chest, propelling him through the star and millions of light years away, the force of the blast tearing the star apart. Meanwhile, Thor crashed onto the battlefield. As he attempted to rise, a soldier aimed to stab him from behind, but Izuku's granddaughter intervened, placing a weapon between him and the sword. "You okay, Golden Locks?" she asked. Thor stood up, punched the soldier away, and turned to her, tossing his axe, which flew from her side to strike another soldier. "Thank you, Raven Beauty," he said, calling his axe back as he rejoined the fray. Isizuku, trapped underground, struggled to escape but found himself unable to move. He then heard a child's voice say, "You can't escape. My father made these traps to keep you here forever." Isizuku replied, "I see. If I'm to die here, tell me, why does your father hate the gods?" The child responded, "He doesn't hate them, he despises them." Confused, Isizuku said, "I'm pretty sure they mean the same thing." The child grew angry, slapping Isizuku. "Shut up. What do you know about my father? Do you know why he hates the gods?" Isizuku shook his head, and the child continued, "My father and his race were abandoned by their gods and left to wander a barren planet. For years, they had to endure unimaginable hardships, resorting to desperate measures for survival. One day, he found himself alone, wandering through the remnants of a desolate world. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, landing before him. As he approached, he discovered a fallen celestial being and a man-like figure, lifeless on the ground. Nearby lay a black sword, which he lifted, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. That day, he gained the power to challenge a god and vowed to seek revenge on all deities. Izuku, struggling to comprehend, asked, "Why target all the gods and not just those responsible for your suffering?" The boy looked Izuku in the eye, his expression filled with pain. "What were they doing when those gods abandoned my father? What were they doing?" Izuku fell silent, and the boy walked away. As he reached the ground level, he witnessed his father battling the old king. He saw his father slam the old king against his army to occupy him. Approaching his parents, he overheard his mother say, "You did great, honey. Now we can rid ourselves of those gods, and I can stay with you. You will be my god forever." She embraced him, but this made the boy furious. He broke the hug and demanded, "What did you call me?" Before his mother could respond, he gripped her neck, lifting her off the ground. "I am no god, and you should have known," he said, and in a moment of rage, he ended her life. The boy was terrified and ran back to Izuku, pleading, "Please stop my father." Izuku looked up, unable to respond. Suddenly, he was freed and sent back to the surface. As he ascended, he met the boy's gaze, filled with anger and sorrow. Quickly, Izuku delved into the boy's mind and understood the horror he had just witnessed. Upon reaching the surface, he soared toward the god bomb, lightning striking the planet around him. Gore shouted, "Come on, Izuku, let's dance," as he flew up to block Izuku's path. But Izuku yelled and slammed Gore through the shell of the god bomb. He landed in what appeared to be a pool of crimson, surrounded by the lifeless forms of gods. In the center stood a towering pillar with a black orb atop it. Izuku decided to throw his hammer at it to destroy it, but before he could act, he heard Gore yell, "No!" Without hesitation, he hurled the hammer and turned to see Gore reaching for his throat, a black sword protruding from his arm. Before the sword could reach Izuku, Thor burst through the roof, severing Gore's arm and kicking it away. Gore attempted to retaliate with his remaining arm, but the old king restrained him with his tentacles. "Here," he said, tossing Izuku the hammer. "Destroy it." Izuku flew up, standing atop the pillar, and smashed the hammer into the orb, creating a massive shockwave. But when the dust settled, the orb remained intact. Gore laughed, taunting, "It won't work like that, kid. You can do nothing. I only need the heart of one more god, and it is here." Everyone turned to see a separate arm descending from the sky, holding a heart. As it touched the blood, an energy spark ignited, causing the orb to glow. Izuku, recalling the moment he received the hammer and became a hero, felt a surge of determination. He extended his other hand and grasped the second Mjolnir. With both hammers, he struck the black orb with all his might, creating a colossal clash as the hammers struggled against a force field. Izuku yelled in pain, feeling the pressure threaten to shatter his arms. Gore attempted to intervene, but the old king held him back in a chokehold. "Here, take it for this one moment," he said, channeling energy toward Izuku. When it connected, Izuku felt the power of the universe surge through him. He knew it was the Odin force. With newfound strength, he focused all his energy, and a blinding white light enveloped the area, causing both Izuku and Gore to scream. When the light faded, everything lay in ruins. Izuku stood at the center, both hammers in hand, surrounded by a dark, symbiotic substance. Gore looked at him in disbelief, asking, "What did you do?" Izuku replied, "I absorbed it. I absorbed the god bomb." Previously, Izuku, Thor, and the old king had fought against Gore and nearly defeated him. But Gore was relentless, having killed one last god and activated the god bomb, which Izuku, with the help of 2 Mjolnirs, absorbed. Gore stared at Izuku, disbelief etched on his face. "No, it should not be possible. You should be dead." Izuku simply responded, "Oh, I will die, but not before you." As Gore lunged to attack, Thor struck him in the side with his axe, sending him flying out of the chamber. The 3 thunder gods pursued him as he landed on the ground, crawling away in agony. As he struggled forward, he looked up to see his son standing before him, gazing down with a mixture of fear and determination. As Gore pleaded, "Help me, son. Trap them until my wounds heal," he received only a cold stare from his son. With a swift motion, his son struck, saying, Why should I help the person who took my mother from me? Gore realized in that moment that his son had witnessed the tragedy. Fine then, you may join her, he retorted, drawing a sword from his left hand and attempting to strike his son. Just in time, Thor arrived and pulled the boy out of harm's way. The old king rushed in and delivered a powerful punch to Gore's face, sending him flying backward toward Isizuku. Isizuku slammed Gore down with both of his hammers, declaring, "Take this." The impact created massive shockwaves as Gore lay there, taking his final breaths. He glared at Isizuku with anger, and after coughing up blood, he summoned his last bit of strength to shout, "Gore the God Butcher, curse you, God of Thunder. This hammer and the power you wield will take everything from you." With that, Gore finally succumbed. As Isizuku and the others watched, the boy approached his father's lifeless body. Isizuku opened his mouth to speak but paused when he noticed the boy's form beginning to disintegrate. "Hey kid," he called out. The boy looked at Isizuku and smiled, saying, "Don't feel sorry for me. I died a long time ago. This was merely a creation of mud made by my father so he could be with us." With that, the boy crumbled away completely. Then Thor said, "If even the All-Father can't do anything, what can we do? And what is that thing?" He pointed at the dome. Izuku's granddaughter replied, "That is the God Bomb, a device capable of eliminating all gods throughout time." Thor's expression darkened as he said, "So there is nothing we can do." Just then, two other girls who resembled a combination of Isizuku and Momo appeared and said, "We have a device that can damage the bomb and might possibly destroy it, but the problem is that no one can reach it. You see, we gods are not as strong as our predecessors. We need artifacts to harness our powers." Thor began to laugh, saying, "You can't use your powers, but I can." He approached a crystal overflowing with energy, lifted it, and closed his eyes, looking up as thunder rumbled outside and rain began to fall. Thor then sprinted toward the bomb, battling anyone who stood in his way, delivering lightning-infused punches at speeds that tore through the atmosphere and devastated land masses. When he reached the bomb, he leaped at it, striking it with the crystal and charging it with lightning, creating a blast that shattered the entire planet, sending Thor hurtling into outer space. The gods floating on a giant platform watched as the bomb remained intact, cursing under their breath as they saw the planet begin to repair itself. Gore emerged and said, "So you finally decided to rebel, huh? Well then, get ready to work even harder." Izuku's granddaughter asked, "Why don't you just kill us?" Gore replied, "Good idea, but being alive or dead is the same for you. You're incapable of anything." With that, he walked away. Meanwhile, in space, Thor opened his eyes to find himself on a ship. Looking around, he saw two men, one very old, resembling his father, with a metal arm and an eye patch, and the other a young man with green hair, reminiscent of the girl he had met in the cave. Standing up, Thor said, "Let me guess, Izuku Midoriya from the past," pointing at the teen, then at the old king, "and Izuku Midoriya of the current timeline, right?" They both nodded and asked, "So let us ask you one thing. Are you ready to fight?" Thor smirked and replied, "Yes, I am. But are you?" The old king smiled and said, "Time to find out. Let's go, boy," as the other two nodded with determination in their eyes. Izuku, feeling the adrenaline fade, dropped the hammers and fell to his knees, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, the old king quickly placed his hand on Isizuku, extracting the god bomb along with the Odin force. That was the last thing Isizuku remembered before passing out. A few days later, Isizuku woke up in a room, gasping for air as he sat up. "What happened?" he exclaimed, feeling a pat on his back from Thor, who said, "Well, long story short, you absorbed it and defeated the God Butcher, and then this old man here," he pointed at the old king standing beside the bed, "removed the god bomb from you and discovered it was a sword belonging to the symbiote King Null, who perished fighting a celestial. The sword was found by Gore when Null crash-landed on his planet." Isizuku looked at the old king and asked, "So where is it now?" The old king replied, "In a supermassive black hole." Isizuku raised an eyebrow, saying, "Are you sure it will be safe there?" The old king nodded and added, "You were fortunate to survive the effects of the god bomb." He sighed and continued, "Who am I kidding? You only survived because the gods from the past helped me heal you." Izuku lay there, staring at the ceiling and asked, "When do I get to go back home?" The old king said, "Well, since you seem to be in fine condition, you can return home." He began to walk away, and both Izuku and Thor followed, asking, "How are we going back?" When they reached the terrace, the old king opened his palm toward the empty space in front of them, and a portal appeared. "Did you not know the Odin force is capable of this kind of stuff?" he asked. Izuku shook his head, saying, "I had no idea." Meanwhile, Thor said, "Well then, goodbye kids, I should go home. The Ws are waiting for me." Izuku asked, "What are the Ws?" Thor smiled and replied, "Women, wine, war and winds." This caused the old man to chuckle softly before calming down and saying, "Well then, both of you will retain the memories as our timelines are different, so I don't have to say anything. Just stay safe you two." Izuku nodded, while Thor scoffed. "You act like my dad." The old king smiled sincerely and said, "Well, I was a father myself, so I guess all fathers are alike." He then embraced the two and pushed them into the portal, saying, "Now go, you fools." As Thor and Izuku went their separate ways in the timeline, Thor landed in the field he had been taken from, while Izuku found himself in a dark place. As he stumbled around, he accidentally hit his pinky finger against something, causing him to fall with a loud thud and a yelp of pain. Ah! This noise stirred someone in the dark, who turned on the lights. Izuku squinted at the figure standing in front of the light, and as she approached, he realized it was the love of his life, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo quickly helped Izuku up and onto his bed. She had been waiting for him in his room. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" she said, her puffy red eyes showing that she had cried herself to sleep. Izuku hugged her tightly and said, "Don't worry, I am here now." He laid back down, still holding her close, and they both drifted off to sleep through the night. Momo's POV. I was awakened by the sound of birds singing outside my dorm window. Stretching my arms to shake off the stiffness from staying in the same position all night, I suddenly felt something was missing. I patted the bedsheets around me and opened my eyes, confirming that I was alone. Sitting up straight, I got out of bed and began searching for Izuku throughout the dorms. As I stepped out the door, I spotted Izuku walking toward the dorms, carrying groceries. "Hey, have you seen Izuku anywhere?" I asked, but without waiting for an answer, I ran past him. It was only after a few steps that I realized who I was talking to and slowly turned around, hearing laughter behind me. Izuku was on the ground, laughing heartily, tears of laughter in his eyes as he saw my dumbfounded expression. His laughter was infectious, but when he noticed my angry and almost tearful face, he stopped and walked up to me, hugging me tightly. "Hey, I am here, it's okay." I hugged him back, tears streaming down my face. Izuku then took me back to the dorm, where we were greeted by the entire class. He looked around and said, "Yo." Just then Bakugo approached, pulled Izuku away from me and tossed him onto the couch. "So, what happened in the future and all?" he asked. "Yeah, I want to know, Midoriya," chimed Mina. "I want to know about the future as well," added Uraraka. Suddenly, Mineta spoke up, "Do I get a lot of ladies in the future?" The room erupted with laughter as everyone responded, "Seriously, dude?" Izuku shared his experiences from the future, and afterward, they filled him in on what had happened in the present. Wow, they really squashed his face. "That was intense," Izuku remarked after hearing about AFO's defeat. Just before anyone could respond, All Might walked in and said, "Yes, it was my boy." I still have the memory of his defeat fresh in my mind, but that's not important. I wanted to let you all know that we are leaving for Island in 3 hours, so pack your things. He paused for a moment and added, "Izuku, my boy, come with me." Izuku followed All Might out of the room, ready for whatever awaited them next. He saw tears in All Might's eyes as he asked, "Dad, is everything okay? Why are you crying?" All Might, without turning around, replied, "It's about Melissa. She is very ill." "What?" Izuku exclaimed, his voice filled with concern. "Yes, she is very ill, my boy," All Might responded. Izuku wanted to ask what had happened but decided to focus on her well-being instead. "Where is she right now?" he asked. All Might puffed up and told Izuku to keep up as he leaped toward the main UA building. Izuku activated One for All and dashed right behind All Might, even managing to surpass him. He reached the main UA building and used his enhanced hearing to locate Melissa, racing to her side. When he arrived, he found his friend lying on a hospital bed. Izuku's heart sank at the sight of her. Her once golden hair was now completely gone, not a single strand remaining. He looked at her face and she smiled at him. Izuku returned the gesture as he walked closer and asked, how did this happen? His voice trembled after such a long time. Remember the vibranium and how it was highly radioactive? Well, it turns out my suit had a leak, and I was exposed to enough radiation to make me very sick, she explained, tears welling in her sky-blue eyes. She quickly looked away, trying to hide her emotions. Suddenly, Izuku wrapped his arms around her and whispered, "Don't worry, I am here with you now and always. I won't let anything happen to you. You've been strong long enough, let it go." Melissa then broke down, hugging Izuku tightly and saying, "I don't want to be sick." After a few sobs, she gathered her courage and said something that resonated deeply with fans of adventure stories. Izuku softly sang a melody in her ear, helping her drift off to sleep. Afterward, he stood up and noticed Aizawa, Nizu, All Might, and David standing at the door, all surprised by his presence. Without saying anything, he walked away, heading to the one person he could turn to when his heart felt heavy, his mother, Inko Midoriya. He reached his house and knocked on the door. He heard slow footsteps approach, and when the door opened, he saw his mother, her belly swollen from being 4 months pregnant. "Izuku, my baby boy," she said, pulling him into a warm embrace as tears streamed down her face. Izuku hugged her back, smiling at the familiar comfort. It reminded him of the days they spent together, just mother and son. "You can squeeze me later, Mom. Right now, think of the baby," he said gently, and Inko let go, gesturing for him to enter the house. Once in the living room, they sat opposite each other. Izuku took a deep breath and said, "Mom, I have something important to talk to you about, actually, 2 things." Worry was evident in his voice. Inko, sensing his distress, asked, "What's the matter, Izuku?" "It's about Melissa. She has cancer and is very ill," he said, his voice trembling. Inko's eyes widened in shock. "No, tell me you're joking," she replied, her heart breaking. She knew how close Izuku and Melissa were. When Izuku remained silent, she pressed, "Is this true?" He looked her in the eye, tears brimming, and said, "She is very ill, and I hate that I can't do anything because the power I have can't be used right now." Inko took her son's hand and said softly, "I'm so sorry." Izuku continued, "And the other thing is about Momo." Inko raised an eyebrow, curious. "What about her?" she asked. "I want to break up with Momo," he said, leaving Inko stunned. "What?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident. End of chapter. In the last chapter, we learned of Melissa's declining health and her battle with illness. Then came Izuku's unexpected decision regarding Momo, followed by his mother's dramatic reaction. "Are you serious, Izuku? Why would you break up with her?" Inko asked, frustration evident in her voice. Izuku looked at his mom with a smirk and replied, "Just kidding. I would never dump my girlfriend, you know that." He walked toward the door saying, "I guess I'll get going. See you later." He left before Inko could respond. Inko sat at the dining table and called All Might, who picked up after a few rings. "Yes, honey?" he asked. Inko replied, "You are taking Izuku and his friends to Island, right?" "Yes, I am. But is something wrong?" Inko sighed and said, "Just keep an eye on Izuku. He's acting a bit strange." "I'll handle it, don't worry." Meanwhile, Izuku had arrived at the dorms and found Aizawa sitting outside. He walked over and sat beside Aizawa, both of them gazing at the night sky in silence. They both felt the weight of guilt over Melissa's situation. Izuku finally broke the silence, but Aizawa interrupted him. "Listen, you and your friends are going to Island tomorrow. Go rest. Don't blame yourself, it was an accident. It's not your fault." Aizawa struggled to hold back tears until Izuku hugged him, and they both let their emotions flow. "I'll stop blaming myself when you do the same." We both think it was our fault, but it was just a coincidence. Don't dwell on it, Izuku said as they broke the hug, wiping their tears and sharing a small smile before heading to their rooms. The next day, the entire class boarded the plane with All Might in his regular form, which resembled his appearance from the Two Heroes movie. Melissa and her father were also on the plane, heading to Island to find a cure for her condition. When the plane landed, Izuku stepped out, holding Momo's hand. He took a deep breath but suddenly stopped, causing Momo to halt as well. "What's wrong?" she asked. Izuku looked at her, panic rising in his chest. "I can't keep pretending anymore." "About what?" Momo asked, noticing his distress as he struggled to catch his breath. "I'm losing my mind. Help me." Tears streamed down his face. In a moment of despair, the once invincible hero fell to his knees, crying out, causing everyone to rush to his side. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, sending them all sprawling. As they regained their footing, they heard a chilling laughter echoing around them. Izuku rose from a crater, his costume darker than usual and his eyes glowing a menacing yellow. "Get ready to meet the Maker," he declared. End of chapter. Alter Izuku stood over all of his classmates, laughing maniacally as they felt the pressure of his presence. Terrified, they remained on the ground until Izuku prepared to throw his hammer at Mina. Momo noticed and quickly stepped in front of Mina, causing Izuku to hesitate for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Momo fired a tranquilizer, successfully taking Izuku down. Bakugo stood up and rushed toward Izuku alongside All Might. "What just happened, young Yaoyorozu? What did you do?" Momo replied, "I just shot a few tranquilizers at him. I learned how to make them from Asgard. There's something wrong with Izuku, we should take him to a lab and run some tests." All Might nodded, picking up Izuku and dashing toward David's lab, followed closely by the rest of the class. After conducting tests on Izuku, particularly on his brain, David turned to All Might with a grave expression. "It's just what I feared for some time, his sudden mood swings." All Might, concerned, asked, "What do you mean? David is my son, right?" David gestured for All Might to sit down as he began explaining. "The brain scans I ran on Izuku were cross-referenced with cases of dissociative identity disorder, where one loses their sense of identity and another identity emerges. This often happens due to societal pressure or feelings of inferiority. The mind creates a different version to cope with the trauma or to release hidden urges." All Might felt a wave of distress wash over him as he looked at his son. A hand rested on his shoulder, and David continued, "There's a chance his other personality could be quite dangerous, a murderous sociopath. It holds all the trauma and anger Izuku has kept inside from years of being bullied for being quirkless." Bakugo, overhearing this from the other side of the door, slid down the wall, overwhelmed by emotion as he broke down in tears. Izuku woke up in the hotel room, taking in his surroundings. He noticed Momo emerging from the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel. Upon seeing Izuku, she quickly dropped the towel and covered herself. Izuku, caught off guard, turned away. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to look." Momo, blushing, replied, "It's okay, you can look if you want. We are dating after all." When Izuku turned back, he was met with a breathtaking sight. This was the second time he felt as if he were witnessing something divine. As Momo got dressed, she turned to see Izuku standing before her. "Momo, I want to tell you something," he said. "Yes, what is it?" she asked, tilting her head curiously. "Momo, when I said I can't fake it anymore, what I meant was that I can't pretend I want to be your boyfriend. I think we should break up." Momo's heart sank, and tears streamed down her face as she covered it. But then she heard Izuku say something else. When she opened her eyes, he was on one knee, holding out a box. "Instead, please marry me. I want to be your husband, not just your boyfriend." Momo was too stunned to respond until she felt warm hands on her shoulders. "It's okay if you don't want to marry me, I'll understand. Just say something, please. The silence is killing me." Coming back to her senses, Momo hugged him tightly, crying, "I would love to marry you, Dumbo." With that, they shared a sweet embrace. Just then, they heard a knock at the door, and their classmates called from the other side, "Get ready. We have a party." They exchanged smiles and replied, "Sure, we'll be there soon. Wait for us in the lobby." After a few minutes, they got dressed and made their way to the main lobby, where everyone was looking sharp in formal attire. The newly engaged couple drew envious glances as they entered, radiating confidence and charm. But before anything else could happen, alarms began to blare. "Intruder! Intruder! Intruder!" echoed through the halls as the doors sealed shut around them. End of chapter. I apologize for the delay. I just returned to school after my surgery and got caught up in a lot of things. But now I'm free, and here's a fun fact. I'm writing this chapter while at school, using a school computer. What was that? The doors suddenly shut on us. Maybe it's a security error, I think. I mean, this is Island. There shouldn't be any intruders here, right? Well, if we've learned anything from past experiences, it's that nowhere is safe, so be ready. Izuku reached out for his hammer, only to find his hand empty. "Well, that's new," remarked his classmates. Suddenly, Minoru Mineta popped out of a vent, landing on the floor. "You okay, buddy?" "Yeah, I'm good and I come with information. Apparently, they have your hammer placed under some sort of spell, keeping it in place. They've taken over the party, and they have your mother as a hostage, Izuku. This is preventing everyone else from doing anything. That guy is going to regret it when I'm done with him. How do we get there? You aren't exactly at 100%, Izuku. Don't worry, Momo. I'm more than just the hammer and Thor. I have my father's quirk after all." With that, Izuku charged up one for all and ran toward the doors, sending a smash its way, only for it to bounce back with twice the force. "Well, that was surprising," he said, dusting himself off. He thought of another way and grabbed Mineta. "Listen, I'm going to launch you to that vent. You go up there and navigate the vents to help guide us through the levels. Momo, you create a cutting torch to melt through the door. Everyone, be on high alert. We have to end this with stealth and speed if we wish to reach the party unannounced." "You got it." "Good. Now, Mineta, keep informing us about the enemy on the other side." "All right." With that, Izuku threw Mineta toward the vent, and he climbed in using his quirk. "Everyone get ready." The door melted open, allowing the heroes to enter as they began making their way up the tower. Meanwhile, "Move it, Mr. Shield. It's not exactly easy walking with a bullet in your thigh, just so you know." The villain's leader was dragging Mr. Shield to the top floor of the tower, where high-end gadgets were kept away from the public and villains alike. They soon came across a giant door, which the villain ripped open, pulling the injured doctor inside and throwing him toward a console. "Now, give me the quirk magnifier." David hesitated at first but complied, opening the vault housing the gadget. The villain wasted no time donning it on his head. He felt the power surge through him as he tore the room apart, gathering all the gadgets and safely placing them in crates before leaving the room. But not before incapacitating David with a metal spike, just enough to keep him down. As he made his way to the rooftop, he loaded all the gadgets onto a plane. Just as the plane was about to take off, he heard the rooftop door break apart in a flash of light. He was met with a punch to the gut that sent him crashing into his helicopter, breaking it in half. "Wolfrram, you're not getting anywhere," shouted Izuku as he stood in the middle of the platform. "We'll see about that, hero. Take the loot and leave," he signaled as the plane began to fly away. Izuku, noticing this, tried to hold the plane back with his black whip but was met by a giant pillar that crushed him into the floor. As a result, the plane escaped. "How did you even manage to get here this quickly? I'm impressed." Izuku, getting up from the floor, smiled. "Well, it wasn't really a challenge. 5 minutes ago, the door came down, and the heroes swarmed in, taking out the henchmen in mere moments." "All right, now where, Mineta?" "There's an emergency staircase to your left, about 20 meters away. Use it to climb up to floor but Midoriya, if you take my advice, take Melissa and open an emergency hatch at floor 50, then take her up to floor 99 where the control tower is located. Maybe she can deactivate the security and turn it against the villains. Also, be careful at floors 12, 34 and 48. "Will do, Mineta. Thanks for the intel. You all heard the plan, let's do this." Izuku grabbed Melissa's hand and carried her bridal style, rushing through the stairs and knocking out enemies while protecting her until they reached the 50th floor. He broke open the emergency door and jumped out of the building, beginning to run up its side. End of chapter. After escaping the stairs, Izuku and Melissa began running up the side of the tower to reach the 99th floor. You're quick even without your godly abilities, Midoriya? Well, call it good genes. We're nearing the 99th floor, be prepared to meet resistance. Meanwhile, he didn't even hesitate for an instant. But I guess he gave us a clear path to the party floor. His classmates agreed with one another as they ran up the stairs. Hey, Ida and Momo, why don't you use your powers to get up quicker? We can't, Uraraka. Something is stopping us from using our runic and speed force powers. What a bummer. Well, let's just get to the party. When they exited the stairs on the 67th floor, they arrived at an indoor park at the center of which the party was taking place in a glass dome. They all hid behind 2 large bushes in sync. So here's the plan. We divide into 2 teams and enter the dome from either side, quickly taking out the villains inside. But first, we need to clear the area of enemies. Mineta, take out the snipers in the vicinity, and the rest of us will clear the ground. The teams spread apart, attacking unsuspecting guards. This felt reminiscent of the Batman game Izuku used to play and show Momo. Meanwhile, Mineta was jumping in and out of the vents, taking out snipers positioned on vantage points. Once everyone was taken care of, they surrounded the giant dome and heard an elevator open at the end of the tunnel, revealing Bakugo, Kirishima, and Shoto walking out. Kirishima, being the funny and talkative guy he is, was about to run to his classmates until he saw Momo point a finger. He hid behind Bakugo, who was also quite scared, but all 3 of them approached the group. Listen here, I'll make it quick. There's a hostage situation inside. Shoto will attack the roof of the dome from the left, Kirishima from the right, and Bakugo will fly in quickly to blast the roof into the sky. Then Ida, Uraraka, Tsu, and Jairu will drop in from above while the rest enter from the sides and take out the villains inside. They all nodded, and the plan was set in motion. Shoto and Kirishima broke the roof apart as soon as they made contact. Bakugo flew in at extreme speeds, creating a massive explosion that filled the area with smoke. The whole building shook, and amidst the dust and debris, the heroes infiltrated the dome, swiftly taking down all enemies in their path. As the smoke cleared, the hostages looked up to see the young heroes standing triumphantly above the unconscious villains. The students began helping the hostages to their feet, working to free them. Suddenly, the system turned green again, signaling that Melissa had completed her task. All Might stood up, ensuring his wife was safe before he rushed out of the room at incredible speeds, clearly furious that his P-Arginanti wife had been put in danger. A few minutes prior, Izuku tore apart the emergency hatch using his black whip and entered the 99th floor. He dashed toward the control tower, only to find it completely wrecked, with a bleeding David's shield on the floor. Melissa rushed to her father, checking to see if he was still alive. He looked into her eyes and said, "Izuku, you need to stop Wolfrram. He's planning to steal all the high-end equipment on the island. He seems to be heading to the roof. I will stop him. Melissa, deactivate the emergency measures while I go after Wolfrram." "Got it, Deku." She took one last look at her father before heading to the console, while Izuku sprinted to the roof. He kicked the door off its hinges and found Wolfrram in the center. With blinding speed, he struck Wolfrram in the gut, sending him crashing into his helicopter. Izuku tried to stop the plane, but Wolfrram retaliated, slamming him into the ground. Though Izuku had failed to stop the attack, he managed to stand up, popping a few of his bones. "How did you get here so quickly?" "I'm impressed," Wolfrram said. Izuku replied, "It wasn't that hard." Just then, the building shook again, causing Wolfrram to lose focus. Izuku seized the opportunity, hitting him in the stomach and sending him nearly to the edge. He then jumped high into the air, slamming his feet into Wolfram's hands, forcing him to let go and fall from the tower. As Izuku watched him fall, he sensed danger and jumped back, barely dodging a giant spike that erupted from the floor as Wolfrram rose in a massive metallic form. Izuku chuckled to himself, stretching as he looked at the giant. I'll take you seriously now. Just then, a booming voice roared from behind the giant. Izuku turned to see an enraged All Might strike Wolfrram in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Izuku casually put his arms in his pockets as his father landed beside him. Father. Son. Is everything okay? Yes, your mom is fine and healthy, but this villain is another story. Good, as long as we're in agreement, let's take him down. All Might smiled as he charged through the heart of the giant, but then he turned around, his eyes widening. Izuku, watch out. Izuku turned just in time to see Wolfrram emerging from the ground, stabbing him in the right side of the chest before launching himself away on a metal platform. The rest of the students arrived on the roof to find Izuku injured and the villain hovering above the ground, with All Might rushing toward him. But before he could reach Izuku, Wolfrram sent an arm through the floor, touching Izuku's injury. It was as if he knew some kind of magic, removing the healing spell that kept All Might healthy and strong. All Might collapsed, deflating into his skeletal form. Bakugo activated his boosters, rushing at the villain and catching him off guard, sending him off his platform into the air. He continued to press the attack, while Shoto, Momo, and Ida jumped in to support him, and the rest carried All Might and Izuku away. My hammer! It's locked in some magical connection to that necklace. Mineta pointed at the glowing necklace worn by Wolfrram. Izuku cursed under his breath, realizing he had overlooked it. Just trust the others, they will destroy it, and then you can call your hammer and heal yourself, Mineta said, applying pressure to Izuku's wound. Bakugo, break that necklace. It's what's stopping Izuku from calling his hammer. Thanks, Grapehead. You are a dead villain. Bakugo shouted as he soared high into the air, preparing for an attack. He rushed toward the villain with a speed that surpassed even Izuku's yell. Howlitzer impact. All Might and Izuku huddled together, shielded by Kirishima, who was fending off all the attacks. The group had been trying to help Bakugo strike the necklace, but Wolfrram kept defending himself with metal barriers. Then, Shoto shouted from behind Ida and Bakugo, "It's ready, get out." Both of them leaped to the sides just as Shoto unleashed a massive glacier toward Wolfrram, freezing everything in its vicinity. Momo took aim with a large cannon she had constructed and fired a beam that Wolfrram narrowly dodged by pushing himself away with an iron pillar, though he lost an arm in the process. As he fell through the air, he called for another platform to land on, only to be met with a kick to the ribs that sent him crashing down. Ida glanced back at Momo, who had fallen onto the platform, then turned to see Wolfrram eyeing her. Bakugo launched himself at Wolfrram, but before he could make contact, Wolfrram smirked and sent a giant spike hurtling toward Momo. Ida noticed this and dashed to save Momo, reaching out to her, but it was too late. The spike was faster, blocking his view as he saw debris scatter around it. For a moment, Bakugo, Shoto, and Ida stood frozen until something struck the spike, shattering it. They saw Izuku had shielded Momo with his body. He coughed as he fell in front of her, and she crawled toward him in desperation. Bakugo, break that thing now. Ida shouted as he pulled Momo away from Izuku, who smiled at her retreat. You better be ready to meet your maker, villain. Bakugo placed his hands on Wolfram's chest and unleashed his most powerful explosion yet, sending himself flying into the air and breaking half of the roof along with the necklace, causing Wolfrram to plummet down the building. With the necklace gone, All Might felt his energy return, his body fully healed. He attempted to jump but realized his quirk was gone. Meanwhile, Shoto helped Bakugo up. That was a massive attack. Do you think he's down? Hopefully, Bakugo replied. They both heard the sound of metal creaking. Why does the villain always get so many second chances? It's unfair. I agree, Shoto said. Suddenly, a giant iron hand rose, gripping the side of the building with Bakugo and Shoto caught between its fingers. The metal giant lifted itself, and Wolfram's laughter echoed from within. He attempted to crush Bakugo and Shoto with his foot until a flying object struck its knee, breaking the leg. Wolfram looked ahead to see Izuku soaring toward him at incredible speed, crashing through the giant's head and pulling Wolfram out, then throwing him into the air. Izuku followed, striking him from above and sending him crashing down onto the platform. Wolfrram landed with a thud, and Bakugo seized the machine that had fallen from his head. He felt a bracelet on his wrist. It was a quirk-canceling bracelet. Izuku landed in front of him as the group surrounded them. Gore was right, you really are nothing without your weapon. You, Izuku Midoriya, would be nothing without that hammer. Look how easily I defeated you. Wolfrram laughed before closing his eyes and falling unconscious. Izuku stared at him for a few moments in silence, and everyone looked on until he fell to his knees, struggling to lift his hammer. Weakness washed over him as his Asgardian armor faded, but he still retained his altered form. He tried to lift the hammer again, but it wouldn't budge. The others watched as Izuku struggled, and All Might approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's okay, my boy. Leave it. Izuku sank to both knees, his hands resting limply on the ground, his head hung low. Yeah, let's go. They returned to the party where the police and other heroes had arrived. All Might handed Wolfrram over to the authorities as David and Melissa approached. He took all the items away, but you guys destroyed the most powerful one, so it's still a win for us. Izuku sat in a chair, feeling downcast as he replayed the events in his mind, struggling to understand how he had lost his hammer so suddenly. He felt as though he had lost a part of himself, the words echoing in his head until Inko came beside him and hugged her son. It's okay, Izuku. You are more than that hammer. That hammer did not make you, you made that hammer. You are still a hero, so live up to it by being Izuku Midoriya and not Thor. Izuku smiled as his mom ruffled his hair. Thanks, Mom. Suddenly, the sound of roaring thunder filled the air, and Izuku dashed to the elevator, followed by his friends. When they reached the roof, they found it more damaged than before, likely struck by a surge of electricity. Izuku and Momo arrived at the center of the roof, only to discover the hammer was missing. Looking up, Izuku saw a figure flying away, clad in his armor. Izuku was in his dorm room reflecting on the events of the past week. His hammer had gone missing, but it had made subtle appearances in the news, taking down multiple villains with its bearer still unknown. Meanwhile, Melissa's health had taken a drastic turn for the worse. Izuku was doing his best to help her heal, but Melissa had refused Asgardian magic, insisting that she wanted to die freely, believing that the uniqueness of life lay in its singularity. The world seemed to have returned to a semblance of normalcy. Fewer villains roamed the streets, and people were going about their daily lives, attending work and school. Suddenly, Izuku shot out of his chair, remembering what he had to do that day. He quickly hopped in the shower, got dressed in his school uniform, and headed out through the corridor. He was met by Momo, who was standing outside their classroom. "Why haven't you gone in yet?" she asked. "I was waiting for you," he replied, extending his hand toward her. "Let's go in together." As they opened the door, 2 pieces of chalk hit them in the head, followed by 2 files that Aizawa had thrown their way. "You're both late. Detention. Complete this work for me." Izuku grabbed the file, peered inside, and bowed to his teacher in apology. He then took Momo's hand and led her away. "What is it, Izuku?" she asked. "Aizawa-sensei has given us a secret mission. We need to rescue a girl from a cartel selling quirk-related drags." Momo chuckled. "Well, Aizawa-sensei knows how to motivate his students." "Yeah, he does. Get ready. I'm already in my hero outfit." "What will you wear?" she asked. Asgardian clothing, a shirt, some pants, and a cape. As he changed his clothes with a flick of magic, Momo whistled in appreciation. Izuku and Momo found themselves walking through the sewers when Momo's tracker alerted them. Izuku looked up and saw a manhole. He jumped up, using one for all, and began to float as he used Black Whip to lift the manhole cover and Momo. Once they emerged, they realized they were in a storage room. Exiting, they quickly understood they were dealing with a well-funded organization. They navigated the corridor as Momo guided them with her tracker. Izuku grew curious. "How are you tracking the girl?" "I obtained some of her blood work and am tracking the radiation emitted by her DNA," she explained. "I see. I picked the right girl," he said, turning the corner that led to the girl's room. He spotted 2 guards and, using one for all, sped past them, knocking them out. "Momo, get the girl and leave immediately." "Why?" she asked, confused. My danger sense is tingling. We must have triggered some alarms, and someone strong is coming. Suddenly, Izuku pushed Momo aside as a stone spike shot past them, embedding itself in the door. He turned to face a man dressed in black with a bird mask. Overhaul. Izuku Midoriya, you've come to die. Been there, done that, but I'm here to save the girl, Izuku replied defiantly. At that moment, Momo emerged from the room, holding a frightened Eri, who was hiding her face. Eri, you don't want these good people to die, do you? Shut up. Eri's voice surprised Overhaul as she looked at him through her tears. I believe they will save me. Overhaul's anger flared as he glared at the ground. Well, I think I will have to break her again. Thank you very much. He prepared to touch the wall, but Izuku punched him in the gut, sending him crashing into the wall at the end of the corridor. She said shut up. So shut up. Momo, take her and leave. Momo nodded and ran away with Eri in her arms. Now it's time to deal with you, Overhaul. Izuku was about to kick Overhaul when a giant blue hand burst through the wall, pulling him into a large chamber with a water channel flowing through the middle. Izuku landed hard on the ground and looked up to see Frost. Giants. How convenient, he muttered. He summoned the axe from his hand straps. I get to slay giants today. He charged at them, easily outclassing them with one for all, his Asgardian genes and his hand-to-hand combat skills, until Overhaul joined the fray, striking Izuku in the stomach with one of his spikes. The pain forced Izuku to slow down and think about his movements. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself to 70% of one for all and began darting off the walls like a pinball, defeating the giants left and right. Suddenly, one of them opened a small casket, releasing a wave of ice that cooled the environment and covered the floor in snow. Casket of Ancient Winters. This could be bad, Izuku thought. He threw his axe at the box, trying to destroy it, but the axe was caught mid-air. Caught off guard, Izuku was suddenly surrounded by stone blocks that squeezed him, making him dizzy as he fell. A frost giant grabbed both of his hands, holding him in the air. A man revealed himself, having stopped the axe and undoing his invisibility. His face was split into two colors, one off-white and the other black, with long pointy ears. Malekith, King of the Dark Elves, so you are the mastermind behind this. Who else could it be? And what better time? Asgard has just returned, and I get to skirmish with Odin. You, the champion of Asgard, are not worthy of your hammer. Overhaul laughed, standing beside Malekith. I get to experiment with him now. Give him to me, we had a deal. No, he needs to deliver a message to Odin. He must tell him that his worst mistake is on its way. I will wait until he has dealt with it. I don't want to kill Odin while he faces his biggest fear. Let him heal, then we shall begin with the War of the Realms. But Malekith, we had a deal. I get to experiment on him. You will have your chance again. Meanwhile, I have something else for you. He handed over a vial containing a dark substance. Izuku gasped, where did you get that? From your friend Venom, of course. Don't worry, I left him alive. He must already be at UA with Recovery Girl. If you're so worried about him, why not send you to him? With that, he threw an axe, and Izuku cried out in pain as the weapon struck him, causing him to fall to the ground beside it. Malekith then took his severed arm with him as he vanished along with his accomplices. Several minutes later, a group of heroes burst through the walls and doors, only to find Izuku unconscious in the middle of the room, covered in snow, his wound cauterized by the ice. Izuku was later found lying in a bed in Recovery Girl's room, while his classmates and friends waited anxiously outside. In the middle of the group sat Odin, directly beside All Might. Is he awake yet? No, sir. He is still unconscious. I have to ask, why are you even here, Odin? All Might, I am not pleased to be here, just as you are not pleased to have me here. But something is off. No one on this planet has the abilities and powers to take out Izuku and sever his arm. This is surely the work of a being from another realm. Who do you suspect? My first guess would be the frost giants. They are strong, and the icy snow we found at the enemy hideout confirms it. But they shouldn't have been able to do it. Even if Izuku had lost his powers stored in the hammer, He still had an Asgardian physique and his quirk. Is there anyone else we should be wary of? Odin was about to respond when the door swung open. Malekith! Everyone turned to see Izuku standing there, unfazed, giving them a steely gaze. Malekith? Yes, Odin. It was Malekith who defeated me, along with the others present there. Is Eri safe? Momo stepped forward, meeting Izuku's gaze. She is safe and with Aizawa-sensei right now. Izuku, did Malekith say anything to you? Yes, he sent a message that your past has caught up with you, Odin. Your greatest fear has returned and is ready to confront you. He has given you time to face it and survive. After you recover, he will enact the final stage of his plan. Izuku hung his head low. Odin placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. What is it? Izuku turned his head slowly. The War of the Realms. He wouldn't dare. No one, not even I, is mad enough to start a fight they cannot win. No one has ever won the War of the Realms. He has a chance. He has united all the other races in the realms, and with Overhaul's help, he has a symbiote he took from Venom. Is he okay? Yes, my boy. He arrived not long after you left for the mission. I see. That's good because we will need him if we wish to take down the symbiote army. You all stay here and prepare for battle, because once more, it will be fought right here on Earth. What will you do until then? I will try to save Asgard because Mangog is on his way. He was probably released when old Asgard was destroyed. No. Yes, he is on his way. I will go to old Asgard and try to stop him midway. If I die, Izuku shall take the throne of Asgard. Kirishima raised his hand. What is this Mangog? Odin lowered his head. It's a monster formed from the hatred felt by the souls of my victims when I traversed the universe as a conqueror. Is there any way to defeat it? Yes, All Might. My death. They hate me, they want to end me and everything I built. But since this new Asgard was built by your son, it will spare it and only come after me. I am leaving to face my doom. May you all succeed in your war. Wait. Izuku grabbed Odin's arms, stopping him. If you are with us on the battlefield, what chances do we have to win the war? Your chances will move from 30 to 70%. Then I am coming to fight Mangog with you. Without an arm? I'll take the destroyer's arm, it doesn't need to be used anyway. Fine, but what about your powers? How do we get the hammer? It hasn't been responding to my summons. Let's go visit the new owner, shall we? Izuku walked off, followed by his friends and Odin. They arrived at the door of a fellow patient, and as the door swung open, Melissa was startled and backed away from the window. What brings you all here? Bring it back, Melissa. We are going on a mission. Bring what back? The hammer. Everyone looked at Izuku in shock as David spoke up, cutting through the crowd. What do you mean she is the new Thor? Yes. Melissa sighed, bringing the hammer back and transforming into the mighty Thor, a female version of Thor with long blonde hair and a face mask. Happy now? Yes. How did you know? At the last moment, the hammer slipped out of my hand. I was thinking about how my actions caused your cancer, and I wished I could heal you. I think the hammer listened to me and came to you to heal you. That is exactly what happened. So what do you want from me? To join me in my fight against Mangog. It will be you, me, and Odin. You in? Sure, let's go. Izuku stood in the empty space near Saturn on a chariot pulled by two goats, alongside the mighty Thor and Odin. Izuku adjusted his new arm as Odin looked over. Ready? Born ready. Just then, a giant monster, the size of a small house, smashed through an asteroid, rushing at the three as they prepared to fight. Izuku looked over at the furious beast soaring through the asteroids, feeling a fear he had never experienced before. The monster was enormous, its body a sickly yellow, while its face, hands, and feet were a deep red. Its pitch-black eyes revealed a complete lack of a soul. Are you ready? Yes, child. Let's end this. Izuku commanded his goats to charge toward Mangog, ramming one into its stomach and knocking it back. He leaped off the chariot, bringing his axe down on the monster, which raised its arm to block the attack. Just then, Melissa threw her hammer, striking Mangog and sending it crashing into the ruins of old Asgard, an ominous reminder of Odin's past failures. As Mangog stumbled to regain its footing, Odin's spear struck its thigh, forcing the beast to its knees. Melissa took the opportunity to smash its head with her hammer, creating a crater in the ground. As the monster struggled to look up, Izuku buried his axe deep into its skull. Pulling the axe from the limp body, Izuku glanced at Odin. That was anticlimactic. You were really afraid of this? Get back! Odin called, summoning his spear just as Izuku, about to tell him to relax, was struck in the side. He crashed through the walls of the old castle, landing in a room with a small round table, but he quickly ignored it and rushed out to see Odin and Melissa barely holding their ground against Mangog, which was unleashing punches and energy blasts everywhere. Izuku charged forward, dodging attacks and slamming his axe deep into Mangog's gut. The beast roared in pain as Izuku tore the weapon to the side, causing its insides to spill out. Odin followed up with a strike to the chest, twisting his spear to finish the job. Meanwhile, Melissa charged up the God Blast. Both Izuku and Odin leaped away from Mangog as the God Blast struck, vaporizing the castle behind it. When the light faded, they found a nearly defeated Mangog, with only scraps of skin and muscle remaining. Fear gripped their hearts as they witnessed Mangog grow even larger than before. It charged at Odin, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying toward Titan. Then its gaze shifted to Izuku and Melissa, and it rushed at them. The two quickly went on high alert, evading Mangog instead of confronting it head-on. They found refuge in an old, crumbling house, catching their breath. That attack was almost as hot as the surface of the sun, and he survived it. None of us can muster a stronger attack right now. The hammer won't reach its full potential in my hands until I fully heal or until I die. Do you think the core of the sun would be effective against it? In theories, it would eliminate everything. Mangog's blood, muscle, nothing would be left. But how do we get him there? Izuku smiled. Inside the castle, there's a round table used to navigate the planet and set its course to the sun. Just then, the roof of the house was torn apart as Mangog smashed through. Both Izuku and Melissa dashed out from either side. Izuku hurled his axe at Mangog's eyes and called it back just as the beast began to chase him on all fours. Reaching the edge of the island, Izuku used Black Whip on two poles to slingshot himself back toward Mangog. Utilizing Fagin, Float, and One for All to their fullest, he punched Mangog in the face, causing the island to crack in half. Suddenly, Izuku felt the island beneath Mangog begin to shift. He quickly jumped over as it started to accelerate toward the White Star. Melissa emerged from the castle, holding the broken round table. The course is set, he isn't going anywhere now. Let's end this. I couldn't agree more. The two rushed at Mangog, outpacing it and knocking it off balance. As they flew past New Asgard, their friends and family watched in awe. As the island approached the sun, it began to disintegrate. How do we get off, Midoriya? Melissa asked. We fly off, Izuku replied with a smile. As they knocked Mangog back, Melissa threw her hammer and held on to it while Izuku grasped her foot. They soared thousands of miles away from the planet, which was sinking toward the sun's core. Just when they thought they had succeeded, Izuku felt something grip his foot. Looking down, he saw Mangog, who had made an impossible leap from the sun. With a powerful punch, Mangog sent Melissa flying to the moon, where she landed with a thud, creating a crater. Mangog then seized Izuku by the throat and hurled him to the moon as well, slamming him to the ground. Izuku felt dazed, but Mangog turned its attention to Melissa, lifting her up with both hands. She struggled, kicking at the beast and attempting to call Mjolnir, but her hands were trapped. Mangog opened its mouth, unleashing an energy beam that tore through Melissa's chest, leaving a gaping hole where her heart should have been. It then tossed her limp body aside. Fury ignited within Izuku as he felt the hammer calling to him. He reached out, and it returned to his grasp. He realized that Mangog had been targeting the hammer since the beginning, knowing it was the weapon Odin used to conquer the universe. To defeat Mangog, Izuku knew he had to get rid of the hammer. He flew around Mangog in a swift circle, ensnaring him with a black whip. Then he attached the whip to Mjolnir and landed in front of Mangog, who charged at him. Izuku pressed the hammer to his forehead and said, "Goodbye, old friend," before throwing it past Mangog, who was about to strike. The hammer soared away, pulled back from the moon and directed toward the sun, leading Mangog to the very center where both he and the hammer were obliterated. However, Izuku noticed something emerging from the sun, approaching him. This time he felt no fear. As it landed at his feet and ceased glowing, he realized it was the core of Mjolnir, the only pure remnant of the hammer. With determination, Izuku picked up the core and walked over to Melissa, holding her hand along with the piece of Mjolnir. "I pray that you return this soul back to where it belongs," he said earnestly. When nothing happened, frustration bubbled within him until a hand rested on his shoulder. "Let me give it a try," Odin said, stepping forward. As he began to glow with a golden light, Melissa was soon healed. She awoke, gasping for air and looking around. "Izuku!" He met her gaze. "Thank you for avenging me." Izuku smiled. "Well, we are the Avengers, are we not?" They both laughed, relieved that the threat had passed. As they stood and walked behind Odin, Melissa asked, "How could you save her but not save me?" Odin replied, "It was Thor's fate to die fighting the Serpent, and he gave his life to send you back. This time, it was within my power to intervene." Izuku nodded, asking, "So what now?" Odin responded, "We head back and prepare for war." "Right, but how are we breathing here?" Melissa wondered. "I created an atmosphere on the moon," Odin explained. Izuku and Melissa chuckled as an Asgardian ship arrived to pick them up. Meanwhile, in a dark realm, a man sat on his throne, sipping wine. A shadowy figure approached and bowed before him. "Lord Malekith, we have news from old Asgard." "What is it?" he inquired. "Odin, Izuku, and female Thor have defeated Mangog without any casualties, but—" Malekith abruptly stood, throwing his glass aside and grabbing the servant by the hair. "But what?" he demanded. "The hammer was destroyed in the process. There is no longer a Thor." Malekith released the servant and erupted into laughter, the sound echoing ominously through the castle. All the heroes were gathered inside UA, preparing for the war that was about to unfold. "What do we have to face this time?" one asked. "I'm afraid, All Might, that we might have to confront the entirety of the Seven Realms. This is an all-out war. Malekith has unified the forces of the realms, and on our side, we only have Asgard and Midgard." Nizu emerged from Aizawa's scarf. "Would it be possible to turn Jotunheim to our side? Loki himself is the crowned prince. He could turn the tide of the war if he can rally the other giants." All eyes in the room turned to Loki, who was hiding behind Izuku, much like Eri. "I'm scared. What if they hurt me?" Izuku recalled that Eri had felt the same way, so he looked forward and said, "I will go with Loki." He bent down to Loki's level. "I won't let anyone touch you. Don't worry." Izuku scanned the room. "I think no one has any objections?" "I do," a voice roared from the crowd as a brown man emerged. "Vinay! I need your help, Izuku. The multiverse is in danger. Come with me at once." "No, I have important matters here. Loki will be fine, he won't die in this war. No one will, so you can relax and come with me. What will I get in return for helping you?" "These." Vinay dropped more than 20 hammers on the table. "While using them, you can channel Thor's power. They are not as durable, so use them wisely. Once my work is done, I will give you something else as well." "So, are you coming?" Izuku looked at the table full of hammers, then at everyone who nodded, and finally back at Loki. "You can go. I promise to come back safe and sound." With that, Izuku looked at Vinay, who summoned a portal, and the two of them stepped through it. Loki found himself transported to the front of the Frost Castle where King Laufey resided, his father. The doors opened, and 2 frost giants emerged, observing the young boy before escorting him inside. Loki felt eyes on him. Some were non-threatening, while others seemed to hunger for him. It didn't take long for him to reach the throne room, where his biological father sat on an icy throne. "What business do you have here, son?" Laufey asked. "It's an honor to finally meet you, father. You are nothing short of the glorious king I have heard of." "Stop with the flattery. We both know you are here to ask me to take your side in the war. Yes, father. Loki looked down at the floor. Laufey stood from the throne and approached Loki, towering over the 8-year-old. He transformed into a regular-sized person and placed his hands on Loki's shoulders. Look at me, son. I have sworn allegiance to Malekith. I cannot betray him. You can decide for yourself whom you want to side with. If I die, then the giants and the entire realm will be yours to lead. But until then, you are my enemy. Now go before I treat you as such. Loki looked up and hugged his father one last time before stepping away and walking toward the balcony at the end of the throne room. Just as he was about to leave, Laufey sent a small ray of light at Loki. Loki watched as his body began to change. Think of this as one last gift, my son. May it be enough to protect you. With that, Loki was engulfed by the Bifrost, arriving back in Yue. As he stepped out, everyone was shocked to see that the boy they once knew was now a 16-year-old teen. Before anyone could question his transformation, Loki cleared all doubts. Courtesy of King Laufey, a final parting gift to his son. So it would seem, Odin's voice broke through from the back as he stepped forward. And his allegiance? Did he give that too? No, he did not. Odin turned away, returning to the planning table, but Loki called out, stopping him in his tracks. But he told me that if we were to remove him from the battlefield, I, as the crowned prince, would decide where the allegiance of the giants will lie. Odin smiled at the boy. We can turn the tide of the war in an instant. Nizu popped out of Aizawa's scarf. And it would be easier to target one person on the front lines. From what I have concluded about the Dark Lord of the Elves, he will push the others on the battlefield while remaining at the rear. A valid assumption. That was the same tactic he used to tear my arm off. Everyone turned to look at Izuku as he strolled through the portal, carrying a bag of hammers. Momo rushed over to Izuku and hugged him. So, how did it go? Izuku smiled, ruffling her hair. I love you, you know that, right? Yes. Izuku walked toward the table. It was a new experience. I had to team up with many of my variants to face off against a looming threat in the multiverse. I was left in charge to lead the final assault in the fight, and we won, saving the multiverse. All Might and Aizawa approached him. Ready to fight another? Izuku smirked as he pulled out a golden hammer from the bag. Ready to win another. The armies assembled in the major cities of the world, while all civilians moved to inland areas and the countryside, leaving the metropolitan cities as the battlegrounds. Izuku flew across the different commands, meeting new faces and reconnecting with old ones. He then moved to check on Yoshihiko. Nizu was there with him, overseeing the unconscious wielder of the symbiote. The sooner he wakes up, the better for us. He has had a better connection to the symbiote than any of us. You are correct, Midoriya. We need his expertise to take out the symbiote army. Just then, Izuku's earpiece began ringing. He answered, finding Melissa on the other side. Izuku, there are multiple frost giants in China and the Nordic region. Meanwhile, Laufey himself, along with 5 of his guards, is present in Shibuya. Shursho, Endeavor, Present Mike, along with Shoto, Momo, Bakugo and All Might, are currently handling the situation. And the rest of the aggressors? They have dispersed across the world, but the heroes are dealing with them. Malekith has yet to make an appearance, and even if he does, you can handle him with all the hammers you have. So I suggest you focus on fighting those frost giants. Understood. I'm on my way. Izuku nodded to Nizu before rushing out of the window and heading towards China. Meanwhile, Loki was assisting Endeavor and Shoto in battling the frost giants and symbiote-enhanced creatures from the Dark Realm. They noticed Izuku flying overhead, heading towards China. Why didn't the nerd come this way? Bakugo asked. Young Bakugo, he needs to deal with the army of frost giants first. If he doesn't, the casualties will increase dramatically. Everyone understood the priority. They were heroes meant to handle such situations. The others needed help, so they did their best to stay alive until Izuku returned. Izuku cleared the Chinese plains of all the frost giants and moved to the Nordic regions. He descended like a storm, striking the enemies with hammers flying around him, subduing all the giants as he paused to check on the weapons. Only 2 remaining. Izuku then flew away. Nizu, any updates on Malekith? Why not just ask me myself, Thor? Came Malekith's voice. -5 minutes ago. Odin, Nizu, Freya, Loki, Heimdall, and Inko were all in the war room at UA, watching the battle unfold on multiple fronts. We have yet to take down Laufey. I can do it, Loki declared. Everyone turned to him. I can reason with him or catch him off guard. Nizu hopped onto the table, walking over to Loki. Are you sure? Loki nodded as Odin approached his son. Take Heimdall with you. He will ensure your safe journey. Loki nodded and left with Heimdall, who bowed to his king before embarking on the mission. The door closed as the remaining 4 shifted their attention back to the table. It wasn't long before the door opened again. As everyone turned to look, Odin hit the wall and fell to his knees, blood trickling from his eyes and mouth. Soon, Nizu and Freya also fell to their knees, clutching their heads as Inko watched Malekith enter. A gift left by your brother, Odin. I must say, this has proven quite useful. He turned his gaze to Inko, offering her a reassuring smile. No need to be afraid, Inko Midoriya. I wouldn't harm a Jin woman. He then looked at the other 3 present before clapping his hands, summoning his minions. We should get going. Just then the intercom rang. Upon seeing the caller, Malekith smiled and picked up. Who knew it would be so easy to subdue the All-Father, his wife, and this rat? I have them all, not to mention your mother. If you want them, come to Stonehenge. No tricks with me. Izuku gritted his teeth as he flew towards Laufey, throwing one of his remaining hammers, but a frost giant intervened. The impact created a shockwave, nearly shattering the hammer. He pulled the hammer back and approached Momo. I need you to create a large hammer of URU and place the core of all these broken hammers inside. I'll make it, but will it work for you? She asked. No, this is for someone else. I'm going elsewhere to forge my weapon. With that, he kissed Momo gently and lifted off the ground, nodding to her before flying into the sky. Momo looked ahead as All Might and the other heroes gave her the signal to leave the battlefield and head towards UA. All Might hurled one of the frost giants through a skyscraper, bringing the building down. Endeavor soared high, torching many of the symbiote-powered dark elves, preparing for a powerful attack. Just as he was about to launch it, a truck struck him from behind, knocking him to the ground. As he stumbled, he found himself surrounded by symbiotes. He was about to retaliate when he heard a familiar voice, causing him to cover his ears. Present Mick's scream pierced through, disturbing the symbiotes and allowing Endeavor to fly back up towards Laufey. Shoto, Bakugo with me. Endeavor called. As Endeavor flew past the 2 teens battling frost giants, Bakugo blasted away all the frost giants nearby and rushed to join Endeavor. Shoto charged an ice blast, manipulating the cold air, and followed closely behind. You 2 take 1 arm each and pin him down. I'll finish him off with fire, Endeavor instructed. The 2 teens evaded all the frost giants in their path. As they advanced, Laufey stood up and charged at them. All Might and the others dealt with the remaining frost giants, ensuring the trio could focus on their target. Laufey swung his axe down, but a pillar of ice intercepted it. Shoto and Bakugo crashed into him, grabbing an arm each. As they held him wide open, Endeavor crashed into Laufey, sending all 4 to the ground. Bakugo and Shoto held his arms while Endeavor unleashed flames upon Laufey. His cries echoed through the city as he writhed in pain. All his attempts to break free were met with more agony until he finally fell silent. Bakugo looked at Laufey's still body, loosening his grip. Is it over? Endeavor turned to Bakugo while continuing to burn through Laufey. Don't let your guard down. Hold onto his arm. Before Bakugo could strengthen his grip, Laufey struck him into a building, which collapsed on him. Laufey then retrieved a small box from his belt, opening it and aiming it at the Todoroki heroes. They shielded themselves with flames as a blizzard hit them head-on. Laufey then turned the weapon towards the rest of the heroes, unleashing a powerful blizzard that blanketed everything in snow. Stop, father! came Loki's voice as he walked through the blizzard unharmed. Stop this. Laufey looked at his son, closing the box and halting the blizzard, giving the heroes a moment to recover and regroup. Loki glanced back, giving Heimdall a nod before Laufey grabbed him and swallowed him whole. That was tasty. Now shall we? Laufey challenged. All Might rushed forward, attempting to seize the box, but Laufey threw him away. Laufey then opened the box and consumed its contents, unleashing the blizzard once more. The heroes braced themselves for the worst. Momo rushed into UA, witnessing her friends fighting valiantly for their lives and the lives of others. As she passed the infirmary, she noticed Yoshihiko was missing, and the room was in disarray. But she couldn't stop. She hurried to another room, one that housed someone very familiar to her. Momo slid the door open and locked eyes with the person inside. Melissa, ready for round 2? Izuku floated before the sun, hurling the golden hammer back into space and allowing gravity to pull him in. He gazed at the core of Mjolnir in his hands as he sank toward the heart of the star. All Might fell to his knees, his body refusing to move against the biting cold. He looked toward his friends and students, who were being protected by Endeavor. All Might get here? No. We need to stop this blizzard. How? He's immune to fire. I can do it. Everyone turned to the kneeling Heimdall, who stood tall, a brilliant light surrounding his sword, melting the ice as he charged toward Laufey. Laufey's bodyguards attempted to stop him, but they were no match as he pushed past them and moved his sword into Laufey's open mouth. The sword lodged itself in Laufey's throat, and he struggled to pull it out, ultimately swallowing it. Was that your big plan? Blind eyes. Young Bakugo, don't disrespect him like that. Heimdall faced Bakugo with a smirk. I see more than you'll ever see in your life, child. A scream echoed across the battlefield as Laufey fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. The sword emerged from his body, causing him to double over in pain. The blizzard continued until it suddenly stopped. Loki appeared from the wound, holding Heimdall's sword in one hand and the casket of ancient winters in the other. Momo stood in an ancient temple, gazing at the pool before her. Are you sure? You can do it yourself. Melissa nodded and stepped into the pool, leaving Momo to return to Earth. Izuku plummeted into the burning plasma until he struck a tree at the center of the sun. When he opened his eyes, he beheld the World Tree, the last hope for their victory in this war. He looked at the restraints binding him and began to chant. I, Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya and Tashinori Yagi, give up my left eye just as my predecessor did to gain the knowledge to defeat my enemy. Flames swirled around the World Tree like streams of water, consuming Izuku's left eye. Not enough. Panic surged within him as he mustered the courage to ask, what will satisfy you? The core. Izuku tightened his grip on the core of Mjolnir. No. Anything but that. However, the World Tree was relentless, prying the core from his hands and melting it before his remaining eye. A surge of fire broke the restraints binding him, launching him out of the sun. Izuku awoke in a cold sweat, sitting up in bed, his body covered in burns, his left eye gone along with the core. Morning, sunshine. He turned to see Melissa standing there in her Thor form, wielding a battle axe made from the remnants of the hammers he had used. Behind her stood 2 allies from a distant future. Old King. Thor Odinson. Glad you could make it. Old King Izuku stepped forward, observing his condition before sighing. Shall we? Izuku nodded and summoned the last remaining hammer he had, along with his axe. We shall. Malekith smiled as he surveyed the outcome of the war. Though Laufey had fallen, his forces were gaining ground worldwide, and he held Odin, Freya, Nizu, and Inko captive. Suddenly, the barrier of darkness split apart, and 4 figures flew in, accompanied by thunder and lightning. So this is how you want to play the game? Fine. Bring it. Let's start the final countdown toward the end of this war. Izuku wasted no time engaging Malekith in one-on-one combat, his axe tearing through Malekith, who was cloaked in the Venom symbiote. Where is Overhaul? He tried to cross me and paid the price. Melissa defended the prisoners against the attacks of the symbiote-covered Dark Elves while Old King and young Thor battled the other monsters. Malekith caught Izuku's axe and blasted it away, stabbing him in the right arm with his tongue and seizing his hammer. I cut off your arm using your own axe. Now I wonder what I can do with this. Izuku looked on in horror as Malekith coated the hammer in symbiote. I possess the last hammer in all of Asgard and the army of Null. Who will stop me now? He brought the hammer down, but Izuku grasped it, allowing the symbiote spikes to pierce his hand. You know why I wielded these hammers for so long, Malekith? To make it rain, because all I need to defeat you is one long rain. Thunder rumbled as everyone looked up at the sky, witnessing the sun unleash a storm that enveloped the universe. Suddenly, the storm compressed and began descending to Earth, raining fire, lightning, and ice upon the planet. You know the story of the birth, yes? The universe was born from fire, flames, and lightning. Malekith stared at the sky, disbelief filling his eyes as he beheld the fiery rain. Mere fire can't stop me. This is no mere fire, Malekith. This is the storm to end all storms. Something fell onto the battlefield, and as the smoke cleared, it revealed a hammer in all its glory, inscribed with the words, "Whoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the powers of Thor." Izuku began walking toward the hammer. I was waiting for this to finish this conflict. You can't lift it, you're not. You're not. Worthy? Go was right. It is the truth. My refusal doesn't change that, but it does not make me unworthy. Nothing can determine my worthiness except myself. Izuku bent down and lifted the hammer. So let me be known as Izuku, the god of the unworthy. And let this war end. He swung his hammer at Malekith, striking him down with a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Malekith lay there, still and silent. The final attack had taken everything from him. Odin approached Izuku, who stood gazing at the rising sun. He joined him, and together they looked at their companions, young Thor and old King Izuku sharing a moment like a family, while Melissa returned to her normal form as the hammer transformed into a bracelet. Their friends gathered around, and Izuku spotted his father aiding his mother, with the remaining heroes assembled at Stonehenge. Venom was reunited with his companion, and at last, they were together again. Odin surveyed everyone present before turning to Izuku. Today, you have achieved the impossible. You have won the War of the Realms, a feat no one has ever accomplished. All hail the bringer of storms, Izuku. All hail the king of Asgard, Izuku. All hail the All-Father, Izuku. Odin knelt before Izuku, crowning him as the new All-Father. Everyone present followed suit, kneeling and chanting, All-Father, All-Father. So that is how Grandfather became the All-Father, one of the girls remarked. That was quite an interesting story. Suddenly, lightning flashed behind them as they looked up to see their grandfather. If you are done reading about my past, return to Asgard. Something is approaching. The girls hurriedly departed from the barren Stonehenge, leaving old King Izuku alone. He looked around, sighing before glancing at the sky. I just returned from a war. Please, not today. Find another planet. The sky responded ominously, Oh, but I hunger, tiny god. I need to feast. Not this planet, not as long as I live. The clouds parted, revealing a colossal figure larger than the planet itself, adorned in purple garments and a horned helmet. Then I shall consume you along with it. If that is your intent, then come, devourer of worlds. Come, Galactus. End of story. Thank you all for reading this until the very end. I know there isn't much after the war scenes, and the ending may seem a bit ambiguous regarding what will happen to old King Izuku, but I believe that is his own story, separate from our Izuku. This journey began in March 2021 and concludes on December 31st, 2024, for some, and January 1st, 2025, for others. It has been a rewarding experience, and I have learned and grown alongside everyone else. I made mistakes and faced challenges, but I am grateful to have reached the conclusion of this story. This was my first ever story, and it has inspired me to pursue writing and even create my own TV shows and movies. I hope to see you all when I make those dreams come true. Until then, see you next time. Chapter end.